ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Good evening and welcome to the ESL Pro League North America. It's match day number 18, our final match day for this week, but definitely set to be a good one. I'm Jordan Mays. Joining me, Kevin Zhu, as always. Maybe not always, but most of the time. We have a good time here.
Not this week, actually. It's the
not
first
this
time
week,
together,
yeah.
actually.
We've had a lot of Tim, but now we've got Kevin back. It's
yeah,
good.
so we've had to outsource his job, and I've taken it. So
it's a bit racist, but anyway.
No, it isn't.
All right, let's just move on. Let's move on quickly before this gets too deep. OpTic and Misfits is our first match for tonight. That's going to be definitely a very, very good one because what we saw from OpTic yesterday or the day before was that they had some troubles up against Cloud9. You know, they haven't exactly had the greatest of runs this week. And Misfits have, you know, they've still been doing relatively okay. So I definitely think this one could be maybe closer than a lot of people might expect. For our second match tonight, Cloud9 and CLG. Another good one, another top sort of, well, a top team up against sort of a middle of the pack team over on the mainstream, SK and Renegades. Tough one there for Renegades. They've been on a, 8-map win streak now in the Pro League, and I don't know if that's going to continue tonight. They've got a big opponent against them. NRG and Luminosity coming up after that on the mainstream. So really, across the board tonight, I think all these matches are looking really, really good and are going to be very important ones for all the teams playing.
I was saying yesterday, it was an absolute blockbuster of a day, and especially coming towards the final parts of the season, you know, we passed the halfway point. This is where every single match counts. So, sure, Misfits and OpTic Gaming, it's going to be quite close, but both of these teams want to pick up the victories. They're not sitting towards the top 6 positions as comfortably as they'd like to be. I think OpTic sitting even below. And Misfits are sitting a little bit below as well. So they're looking to try to get the 2-0 tonight. They want the points.
Yeah, exactly. Both the teams need the 2-0 tonight because we would have expected probably OpTic to be at least OpTic should be definitely higher than 7th position right now. Well, that's what we would have put them at. Obviously, they've had some roster changes. They've had some issues going on in the team like that. But even then, I mean, you'd want to be seeing them up a little bit higher than in 7th position. Misfits in 10th. Look, to be fair, that to me is maybe a decent indication of where they're at. I maybe would have expected them to be sitting a little bit higher than at 7-7. But again, like, we're not seeing the whole season so far. Maybe that's going to change as we head into the late stages of this season. But definitely for tonight, both of these teams are going to be looking for, at the very least, a 1 apiece. But a 2-0 for both teams is obviously what they're going to be gunning for. And I think both of these teams will have a feeling like they can 2-0.
Well, Misfits, we see that they go from really, really amazing play towards, okay, only Twist is kind of showing up and the rest of them have gone missing. So for Misfits, it's been majorly, okay, where are the core 3?
Yeah.
Twist always has a good performance. You always see, you know, on Cobblestone, Twist, he'll go 30 kills and the rest of the team, it's, hey, where have they kind of gone? And then if Sean is the leading fragger for Misfits, then there's serious issues. I'm not saying Sean can't frag, but you're looking towards the core 3 to step up. You're looking for Shazam with the AWP to get the kills, not for Sean as the IGL to be leading the charge and taking all the kills.
Yeah, and definitely OpTic are going to, or Misfits, sorry, are going to need those core 3 to be stepping up if they do want to make their way through to finals. OpTic as well, really looking forward to, or at least attempting to make their way through to the finals right now. If you want to go over to the finals, head over to proleague.com/Dallas, grab some tickets, grab some information, all that fun stuff. It's June 3rd and 4th, so not too far away now. Getting in there, I mean, it's still a couple of months, but definitely we're getting towards the pointy end of things here, at least in the NA Pro League.
Absolutely. Still 12 match days in total left, so
more than halfway through.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time to, I think, settle between probably the 3rd to 6th positions for Pro League. That's the points where I'd argue on. The top 2, I'd say easily towards SK as well as Cloud9 for now.
Yep.
But later on tonight, let's take a look how CLG go. During, I'd say the earlier part of the season, a lot of people said CLG were struggling to get the engine going. And now just with the pickup with Ricky, it just seems like something has clicked. The lineup just seems to have better synergy. They're picking up victories left, right, and center and looking a lot better.
I'm
But
really looking forward to
Cloud9 is a real challenge.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, look, you say Ricky coming into that roster, it has worked out very, very well for CLG, but are they going to be able to stand up to the powerhouse that is Cloud9 at the moment? Because Cloud9 really have looked almost unstoppable so far this season. Once again, very similar to last season. The only times where they really were looking a bit shaky was obviously when Skadoodle was not playing in that team and they dropped 2-0 to Misfits. Now he's back. Going up against CLG, who they've historically had fairly decent results against, I'm thinking that this is going to be a tough ask for CLG, but maybe their current form is going to be enough to prove strong enough to deal with Cloud9, though we will have to find out later on tonight. For now, OpTic Gaming and Misfits, and having a look at both the rosters. Nothing too crazy out there. We have seen Jason R already playing on OpTic a little bit, and to be honest, it's not been amazing, but it hasn't been terrible either for OpTic. I don't think that it's anything to be worried about at this point. And the interesting thing really for me is that he's apparently in-game leading for this roster, even though he's the sub.
Well, let's see how it goes. He has been playing around for different teams for the NA or different NA teams for quite a while, so he should be able to bring his own unique flair into the team and hopefully able to corral a better unified attempt from OpTic, because the stats are there.
Yeah,
For
definitely.
a team that's sitting near the same position as Misfits, statistically, it seems like they're better. Rush has been performing probably outright the best in the season. He's been sitting, I believe, at about 1.25 rating, something quite high up. And Mixwell with the AWP has also been doing quite well, but it's up to Naf and Tarek to start chiming in. On the side of Misfits, though, it's really Twist and Shazam in putting in the majority of the work, and Sick and Relics, when they do come alive, that's a scary Misfits, but that's a big if.
Exactly. And Shazam, he tends to be fairly consistent with that AWP. I think that's going to be an interesting sort of a matchup here against Mixwell, because for me, Mixwell, he's generally been fairly consistent as well. But last week or last match day where we saw OpTic Gaming play against Cloud9, Mixwell did kind of go missing against those guys. So it obviously wasn't a great situation really for OpTic at that point, but now up against Misfits, if both these AWPers are firing, it should be a pretty good matchup, and obviously we need to see them being backed up pretty nicely as well by the rest of their teammates. Like Tarek, he had a pretty decent performance against Cloud9, but he was kind of hot and cold on the second map. He played well on the first, didn't really seem to be there on the second map, but regardless, we need to see this OpTic Gaming lineup step up, because they want to be moving themselves a lot higher than 7th position. And, to be able to take matches against, for example, SK, who they beat 16-14 on Train this week, and then to be losing matches against Cloud9 so convincingly, you have to think, where's the consistency coming from?
Well, they're going to have to step it up. This for OpTic, it just feels like it is a game of inconsistency. Earlier on the season, we saw them at 4th and going, OpTic are doing pretty well, looking to challenge for the title of one of the best teams in NA, and now have slightly let the ball drop after Hiko left. They picked up Jason R. Looking towards Cobble stats, though, as well, OpTic have only played Cobble once.
Yep.
And, well, we know Misfits
Twice,
like playing
actually.
Cobble a lot. Twice, okay.
Yep.
So
they've won once and lost once.
yeah, whereas Misfits have played Cobble a lot more, picking up a couple of victories, also dropping some as well. I think they did lose against Luminosity, which was one of the close ones.
It's a map that has been sort of backwards and forwards for both the teams. Like, it's not been their best map, it's not been their most picked map, and it's not been their worst map. So they've both got wins, they've both got losses. I think across the board, both of them, they're able to basically wipe away with the weaker teams on Cobblestone, but when they go up against some of the better teams, for example, like SK or anything like that, at Cloud9, that's when they start to have trouble on this map. So for the two teams to be fairly evenly matched, in my eyes, just on paper, and to be going up against each other on Cobblestone should be a pretty decent matchup, because I think they'll be fairly close.
Still hard to tell. Realistically, I'd say OpTic should have the advantage.
Yeah,
they
probably
really should, but it's just all dependent on so many factors, and I just don't like analyzing CS when it goes, all right, it depends when a player turns up. It feels so disingenuous. It's just kind of like, well,
It's
we're
the
gonna
easy way out,
play on
isn't
the
it?
safe side and just go, look, this player, if he shows up, they'll win. If they don't, well, they probably won't do as well.
Yeah,
But that's the truth, unfortunately, for both of these lineups. It's just Misfits, we see on the good days, they're so good. It's just like, whoa, these guys potentially be top of the pack, maybe challenge for a top title in NA. And then some other days, you just go, where are these guys gone? It's just one of the people, there's only one person that feels like they're contributing in the server. The rest of them have kind of gone on a vacation walkabout. So it's really, that's all I can say in terms of for Misfits mainly.
Yeah, well, it's a big question mark for Misfits right now, isn't it? Because we do want to see them coming out here and being consistent. But OpTic is going to be one of the more difficult teams that they have faced so far this season. I mean, they've got wins over Rush, they've got wins over Selfless, and obviously we kind of probably expect that. They've also gone one apiece with CLG, but The other win that they've managed to get was over Cloud9. Now, I'm not going to read into that too much because Skadoodle wasn't playing in that game. And you have to think maybe if Skadoodle was in that one, Cloud9 would have had a bit of a better shot at it. But Misfits, when they've gone up against some of the other top-tier teams in the region, for example, Liquid, for example, SK, they have really struggled and they haven't been able to pick up any wins there. So does OpTic fall into the side of the Liquid and the SK where they should be able to run over Misfits here? Or do they fall into the side of, for example, Rush, Selfless, and they should, have some trouble here against Misfits? I definitely think that at the moment, I'm leaning over towards OpTic for tonight. Although I wouldn't be hugely surprised to see a 1-1 coming out.
Absolutely. Wouldn't be surprised as well for a 1-1. It would really be up towards a team to really fire up to take the 2-0, and for probably the other team to kind of misstep. I can't tell which team's going to win at this stage. It's too hard to tell.
Yeah, well, look, when we kind of think about the maps here, we've sort of already spoken a bit about Cobblestone. Mirage going to be the second map tonight, and I think that may be actually a fairly decent chance here for Misfits because we haven't seen too much of Mirage from OpTic so far this season. In fact, they haven't actually played it at all in the Pro League, and Misfits, that's kind of been their go-to map.
Well, Mirage is really a map where I would still argue OpTic would probably be comfortable playing on Mirage. So they banned the map they definitely don't want to be playing on. And so if Mirage was Misfits' pick, then they should be decently comfortable at the very least. Misfits should put up a good fight. If OpTic picked it, then it may go in towards the realm of the unknown. So OpTic picking a map. Maybe that's Jason R's influence going, hey, I like Mirage. All right, let's see what you guys got. Hey, you guys have got some pretty good abilities. I know exactly how to use you. And that sometimes is what you need. A person coming in, having a new opinion, a new way of looking at the map and going, all right, we'll try and fit your skill set in towards these particular positions, and it may work out. It may not work out, but that's what I believe. A fresh set of eyes is always good.
So if I had to ask you, 2-0, 1-1, where are you going for this one tonight?
I'll probably say 2-0 towards the team that shows up.
Okay.
Which is probably a very safe and very ambiguous guess, but I can't really favor any team. If they had some good momentum coming in towards this match, I could try to favor someone. But Misfits, they've been dropping matches where I feel like they should be taking them. At the same time, OpTic, they pick up wins against teams like SK Gaming, handing SK Gaming their first map loss in the Pro League, and then they drop games against other teams where they shouldn't be dropping games again. So it's so inconsistent.
I'm on the same sort of a train of thought as you. I think it is going to be fairly close. Hard to say who's coming out of this one. But in my opinion, that means that I have to basically say I think it's going to be a 1-1. I'm going to go with OpTic here on Cobblestone. I think Misfits are going to have it on Mirage though. So we'll have to find out. We are going to be going live very, very shortly. But for me, it's a 1-1 tonight. Admittedly, if either of these teams do show up, if maybe one of the teams doesn't have a good night, then yes, definitely it can be a 2-0 because of how closely matched on paper these two teams are. But OpTic, I feel at the moment are sort of punching below their weight. They would be wanting to be a little bit higher. So if we were to see a 2-0, I'd be leaning over towards OpTic.
I'm still not going to commit. It's
That's cheating.
I know that's cheating, but I could be doing something like Tim and just go, it's going to be a 1-1 apiece. Very safe, but I'd say 2-0 towards the team that will pick up the T side on Cobblestone.
Wow.
If a team does well on the T side, they can convert that on towards Mirage, which has always been the critical factor.
Okay.
That said, if they do drop the ball on their own defensive side, then that's once again going to open up another essay, and no one's going to want to read that.
All right, well, let's go ahead and find out. OpTic starting off on the T side here. And they've gone for basically a standard buy, just getting that one utility player, Misfits as well. Fairly standard across the board here. 2 over towards A, though, as opposed to 4B, which is sometimes something that we do occasionally see. And OpTic have put their main forces in the direction of the B-bomb site. So perhaps Misfits are going to be in a bit of trouble here if OpTic do get a couple of these frags on the entry.
OpTic threatening to come through Spiral towards the A side, but in reality, it is going to be a push on towards the B side. Sick. Well, it's actually Twist, Relic, and Sick both picking up kills apiece. That is a very fast shutdown on towards the B side. Headshot after headshot after headshot.
Yep, no problems there at all for OpTic. And oh, sorry, no problems at all for Misfits. Big problems for OpTic. They didn't even get a single kill. But look, it is only the pistol round, so you can't draw too many conclusions from it. We are going to see OpTic buy straight into this round. Tech 9s and armor. Jason are just taking a P250, a little bit of extra utility there as well. So maybe they do have something in mind here with that smoke and the flashbang. We'll have to see what they do decide to do with that, what eventuates from it. But Misfits, they've gone for 3 rifles. They're very, very prepared for this armor setup.
Yeah, Sean is going to back off. He hears the long A push and doesn't want to contest with the Tech 9s at close range with the FAMAS. Decides to sprint back towards the A site where he can play in unison with his teammates. OpTic, though, they have to use utility to make their way towards the A position. And with no smoke to cover their advance, it means that they can get mowed down on the cross.
Still not too much time gone here just yet for OpTic. They are probing over towards the B site a little bit. Naf is headed in that direction, but he's rotating back over to his teammates now. So it does look like we are going to be seeing a bit of an A hit. Really, the only utility that we do have left here for OpTic, as you mentioned, is that flashbang. So the way that Misfits are playing this, sitting so far back in the sites, is going to make life a little bit difficult for OpTic, because OpTic isn't going to be able to get into a position here really too easily to be able to get those one-shot headshots coming out from the Tech 9s. But hey, there you go. Naf takes down Shazam, and Jason R finds Twists. Okay, there we go. So maybe I lied.
Tech
OpTic
9s
completely just rushing over this site.
Tech 9, Rec 9s, Misfits. With the FAMASes, that's really the weakness, where you you'd think with an M4 with a little bit faster fire rate, with a little bit more firepower, they'd be able to take the victory. But Relics, well, he's tagged down low, so he gets the kill on towards Naf. He's going to fall back and try to save his life. But OpTic can take away all the FAMASes, as well as the M4 in the hands of Mixwell with their armor.
Yeah,
big round.
This is basically perfect for OpTic. Obviously, they would have liked to have had Naf still alive here, take the UMP as well through to the next round. But I mean, they've done enough here. They've done more than enough, really, to be able to pick the round up. That's big. They reset the economy of Misfit. They take all the guns. Their own economy will start to build off this. And it's almost as if they won the pistol round. So really, really good stuff from OpTic just to come back into that one straight away. First round on the T side for them. And it's looking good.
This feels like if there were a couple more M4s, if UMPs were available to be used at close range, could have been a different story. But Misfits, I think, granting too much respect towards OpTic, and OpTic just taking that and just running a mile.
Yeah, clearly. They've decided to invest into an AK there as well. Looks like I do see some pistols coming out on the CTs. Not sure yet if they've got armor. Yes, they do. So they've decided to force into this round and try and bring it back straight away. But typically when we do see this coming out, I feel as though it's maybe a little bit more successful on the T side for that force buy with the pistols and armor as opposed to the CT side.
Well, Misfits, they had to go in the double eco regardless. Yep. So they decide, all right, let's force up behind the UMP of Relics, and if we can take a round, awesome. If we can't, that's all right. We'll just go eco for the next one. We should still be able to force up. Maybe not the AWP and Shazam, but they can still rely on that dependable fire rifle setup. Otherwise, OpTic just looking to carry as many guns possible towards the next round. Maybe even get the bomb plant down. Misfits stacking closer towards the B site. Sean may want to get a little bit more aggressive towards mid.
Yeah, he's got a lot of information right now for Misfits, but if he continues to push here, he will have to deal with Naf, and it's not going to be a very, very fun sight because at the moment Sean does not have any armor. So I don't think it's going to be too wise for him to be pushing out into the sight lines of a FAMAS. In saying that, though, OpTic are more interested in the B bomb site right now. Tarek just having a look down into Plat. Hasn't spotted too much out. There's a Molotov out. It's not going to affect any of the Misfits players.
And OpTic will commence their B site. Sorry, I'll cut you off for a bit.
Alright, Jason R makes his way into the site. Tarek getting the entry frag as well. Misfits, well, they've basically just fallen apart on this B-bomb site, which is like pretty much what you would understand, right? Because they do just have the pistol, they do just have the armor. There's not much to go up against these rifles of OpTic. And a fairly easy round coming out from them.
Just looking to get exits as well as he can for OpTic. So maybe Jason R would push with the UMP, but he's already so low. I think he was dinked in the back of the head by one of his teammates, so he may just want to save the UMP. So the rest of OpTic, though, are slowly starting to hunt. Mixwell now coming towards the vent room, but Twist at close range. Oh, he looks away just the wrong time, and Mixwell is spotted at Mixwell, and will be able to take the M4 off his hands, but all of OpTic just waiting around the corner. They know he wants the gun, and OpTic just dancing around.
Oh, they take the FAMAS back anyway. OpTic should be able to take down Twist here, although it looks like they're just going to keep him locked up in what is essentially his prison right now. I mean, it doesn't really matter. He does have a bit of head armor, though, so maybe if Misfits can drop a gun from OpTic, get it into the hands of Twists, he can make use of that. At this point, though, it's fairly wishful thinking, one would imagine.
I really love that play, though, coming out from OpTic, where they lose one player in Mixwell, and they go, all right, let's not go hunting. Let's not lose any more guns that we don't need to. Let's try to get Twist to play aggressive, come towards us. If he comes towards us, all right, we'll kill him. But this way, he cannot get a gun. And that was their objective. OpTic do gamble correctly on the site. They decide to go towards B, where there is no CTs, and this should be another very quick round in the favor towards the Ts.
Yeah, Tarek very, very quickly out onto platform and getting a lot of information very early on in the piece. So OpTic quite quickly onto the B bomb site. They know that it's free. Misfits, unfortunately for them, are going to be hoping to maybe at least get a gun out of this round, but aside from that, there's not much in it for them.
Well, Naf is going to be challenged by potentially multiple members of Misfits. There's one down. He's going to challenge Relix as well. Relix does manage to get the dink forward, so Naf should fall unless he pulls out something amazing. The Desert Eagle won't be able to. And Twists will eventually fall.
It was only a FAMAS, so they would have been wanting to upgrade that probably in this round anyway. Obviously, if they had have saved it, they probably would have kept it, but it's not too big of a deal. Here comes the AWP as well. So, look, that's not too bad actually overall for OpTic. They start off 3-1. They've gotten their economy rolling quite nicely, and they've really answered quite well to the question that that Misfits asked them in that pistol round.
Still early days though. Misfits now with their first buy. Twists, unable to afford an M4, decides to go for more utility. Has to purchase a UMP. Still, the result of the match can swing either way. OpTic so far, strong start after taking the eco round, or the force buy. But now Misfits, they have to counter on their own. Let's see if their members can stand up and start pushing back against OpTic. They'll have to, eventually, if they want to take the map victory. But
yeah.
This one, it's a lot harder for Misfits to take. They lack utility.
Definitely.
They have to rely on firepower and aim, which OpTic so far have shown themselves to be decent.
Yep, probably even a bit better than Misfits at this point, you know, being able to run over them with the Tech 9s. And they've been fairly secure in these anti-ecos as well. Like, they haven't lost any more than one gun. So OpTic are really looking quite good at the moment to start off Cobblestone, and if they can get this gun round, really start to put the pressure on Misfits on this T side, it is of course going to eventuate into a pretty good situation. But OpTic playing fairly slowly on their T side at the moment. They're not doing anything too risky too quickly. They have decided that they may be interested in the drop room by the looks of things. Just getting a bunch of utilities down there, trying to clear it out before they make their way in. The flashbang comes out as well as they drop down.
To me, it's so odd to actually let Mixwell lead the charge for the AWP. That's not something you see every day, and that's going to be rewarded with a kill on towards a B plat player. But OpTic heading back towards the A site, Jason R, is going to be challenged by Sean. And Misfits, they can't cross mid very easily because OpTic have locked it down through drop and rush. We'll be able to get the headshot on towards Twist as a smoke phase. Jason R, IGL and IGL, but Sean will take the victory, and the bomb's been lost. But OpTic do have the numbers on the A site. Now it's up to Sick to rotate the long way round.
It looks like the bomb is just going to go down in time, but it was a close thing actually for OpTic at that point. Misfits though, their hopes relying on Sick here. 1 versus 3. He's going to be rushed by Mixwell. Oh, I thought the knife was going to come out. Not quite though. Not in time. That would have been cool though.
Well, there is clutch potential, but Sick decides with the AWP, saving it is going to be more beneficial for Misfits' economy than it is losing and attempting a 1 and 2 push where his position has been identified. So he's going to back off. OpTic playing safe will eventually start exiting and realizing, or will realize that Misfits will take the AWP to the next round. But a bit of a misplay coming out from Mixwell, not realizing that long air was a little bit dirty, and well, he does get punished.
Clearly, yeah.
But OpTic take the round.
Yeah, but it's an AWP in the hands of Misfits, so they may be able to do something with that next round. They probably won't be able to afford a buy. They could get some pistols behind it, but we'll see what they do decide to do. OpTic Gaming looking much, much more wealthy right now. Just deciding whether or not they want to take the AWP again on Mixwell, or if they want to take another AK here by the looks of things. But it's going to be the AWP, and I think that's a decent decision given the fact that there is an AWP on the other side for Misfits. Possibly he can win the duel against Sick, or what we saw from last round from OpTic is that they just managed to get the entries with the AWP. So can't really be too bothered by that pickup from OpTic.
It's just so... because normally when you think about how drop room is executed upon, well, just take a look towards how SK do it, for example. They get 2 AK players, some of the most dominant AK players, get Cold Zero into a position where he can do damage.
Yep.
And then he'll just work drop room as well as electrical room and just blow open the B side or A side depending on how he moves around. And shot from Mixwell means the AWP's lost for Misfits.
Yeah, look, Sick, he was pushing there, and you can understand that. He's the only gun really for Misfits. He needs to be making the plays, and can't really fault him for going down there. He had to try and make something happen, but Mixwell really answering that one properly and taking down the gun. Misfits, they get that smoke across. Looks like they want to try and retrieve the AWP. OpTic Gaming very, very aware of that, though. The Molotov coming out, Mixwell getting that grenade in as well. So really, really good stuff actually here from OpTic. They're just not allowing any kind of an advantage to go to Misfits without answering it.
Smart play, but Tarek has been tagged down quite low. Naf is going to be leading the charge though. They know Shazam is on the side, and Jason R goes, nope, you won't be able to get out alive. This is good Molotov use coming out from OpTic. Using Molotovs to make sure that Misfits cannot come into these territories where the pistols could have a dominant position over the rifles. And as soon as I say that, Jason R decides to push it and loses his life.
Yeah, which is not great, but admittedly, it is just one death here on the anti-eco for OpTic.
But this is important for Misfits.
But exactly.
If they can take these 2 guns forward, it would mean not only a difference in terms of economy, but they could afford more utility and start turning it around. So first buy round is always a little bit more forgivable. You can kind of go, look, Misfits don't have as much utility to work with, and Nav should fall prey towards Twist, who's been boosted up, and Mixwell just locking down the line. Misfits don't want to contest any further. Neither do OpTic, though.
No, neither of these teams particularly interested in fighting each other. They just want to take those guns through. I honestly, I was going to say that looked like a really, really nicely played anti-eco actually from OpTic, but then they do lose 2 guns, so they maybe did let it slip just a little bit towards the end of things, and they have allowed those 2 guns to go through for Misfits, which of course is going to be extremely helpful in this round and potentially in the further rounds, depending on how that economic situation starts to play out for Misfits. So, yeah, I would have just liked to have seen OpTic really just capitalize on that and not allow any guns really to go over to Misfits. Maybe just allow that AWP through, but apart from that, oh well, look, it's not too big of a deal. They get the round on the board. Now they just have to keep on fighting. Going up against the gun round here. 5-1 though to start off with for OpTic. It's really, really good.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of information spotted towards mid for this round for Misfits. They decided to go aggressive with the AWP on Shazam, but no opportunity has been granted by OpTic. Tarek very smart to draw out the fire before making sure the line is clear. And now there's slow progression towards long A. OpTic just trying to take control of the map before seizing control. And Shazam completely blinded. What a flashbang.
Nice flashbang for OpTic, as you say, and it allows them to actually get a little bit more map control here out towards long, but the smoke still keeping them at bay, and Sean, nice spam through the smoke, does take down Jason R. Early advantage for Misfits is not something that we've seen so much from them so far on their CT side. Immediately responded, though, by Tarek. Then there comes the trade back from Shazam. So overall, the machine working quite nicely here for Misfits in this round. They just need to make sure now that they trade out effectively and play their numbers.
Well, Mixwell, he wants to make a hero play towards B-Plat, but he's going to wait for the rest of his members to come towards drop and maybe B-Plat with him. But good usage of utility coming in from Misfits to deny further positioning. It just allows Sick to rotate across with Relics and allow the members of Misfits to rotate back towards the B site. 30 seconds left. OpTic are going to make a move.
Mixwell just having a peek into the B site. He needs to make something happen here. He really needs to get an entry because, well, it's going to be so helpful for OpTic at this point. Sick under pressure from those riflers coming in from drop room. Mixwell completely smoked off, and that's going to give up a couple of free kills there to Misfits. Twist and Sick finding one apiece. Mixwell, not much that he can do here with only 10 seconds. Has to back out and try and save the AWP. Looks like he'll be able to do that. No one from Misfits hunting him, but Misfits do secure finally their first gun round of Cobblestone.
And really just on the back of, you can see when they have more utility, they can buy more time, start making the rotations work in their favor. And on the back of, I guess, Sean getting the first pick and a solid A site hold as well. As soon as you're able to hold onto the A site, it does make OpTic's job much harder to try to gain map control because you cannot rotate the CTs as easily across. And then all of a sudden we saw Misfits, even if they rotated one towards A site, all they simply do is drop a Molotov or incendiary grenade on towards B platform. Okay, T's can't push here. Make sure A site's clear before we start floating back.
All right, some defensive utilities being thrown out by Misfits in this round, and it's pretty much been one of the first rounds that they've actually had defensive utility, so it must be a good feeling for them on the CT side here. Just to have that little bit of extra cash to now try and contest with OpTic. Mixwell, though, peeking over the smoke. He's not spotted much out just yet, but if someone does peek into his sightline, you have to think that they're not going to have too good of a time. Still, though, it's not been too badly played so far from Misfits. Starting off nicely, haven't lost too much. But they are using a lot of utilities right now, and that's the gain for OpTic. That's where they're starting to get the advantage in this round. Look at how many utilities OpTic has right now and how many Misfits have right now. Is that OpTic, if they do decide they want to push into one of these sites, or if they want to push into a drop room, they've got so many utilities to use, and there's not much in the way of counter utilities right now for Misfits.
The only good thing for on the side of OpTic is that they have given up B-plat control to try to take drop room control. So Misfits know this. They're stacking more members towards B platform. Sick dancing around. I really love how OpTic decide to put the AWP towards drop room though, because this is a position where it can be so potent, and he has spotted out Sick, who's now trying to hide, but what a flick from Mixwell. It just seems like he's able to get these entry kills.
You're not even going to
flick
pay
on
that.
sick.
No, a sick flick.
A sick flick. I'll pay it.
Yeah.
Just for today is 25 seconds. Left in the round for OpTic.
Yeah. 20 seconds now, and they've really got to get a bit of a wriggle on here. Relics, they do check that corner. That would be dangerous if they had it, but the bomb getting dropped. Maybe that's going to be enough time here for Misfits to deny the bomb plant, though it doesn't seem as though that will be the case. Shazam does drop Jason R, but the bomb will go down now for OpTic, and it's a 2 versus 2 retake situation for Misfits with no utilities.
Yeah, they do use the smoke to make sure they can get back on the cross. Back towards safety, but Shazam now coming across the wide way, but Shazam misses the shot. Mixwell does not miss his on towards Sean. And while Shazam just dancing around, cannot train his AWP on 2 angles. And OpTic will drop Misfits onto an eco.
Immediately the perfect response from OpTic. Straight away getting that round back. Misfits, as you said, on the eco now. And OpTic really starting to put them under a lot of pressure. 6 on the T side already. It's a good start, and they're going to want to close it out strong as well. They should get around here. Well, they're not on the eco. They're forced into it. I thought there was way less money for Misfits.
They could have forced up, but it just feels a little bit off. I would prefer they would have gone for the single eco. They had 3k on Sick, which is their poorest player, who can still force up a UMP.
Yeah.
It's a serviceable weapon, but we saw Misfits are able to take the rounds on the back of utility as well as the AWP play. So they've got the AWP in the hands of Twist this time, who is looking to create an opportunity towards B-side. It's still early days to say that it's a sure round for OpTic.
Yeah.
But the trend has been, okay, OpTic just play the map slowly, use their utility wisely, gain map control, and then seize the bomb site. It's always towards the final 20 seconds, so if Misfits can hold on and get the first pick before then, they have a chance.
Yeah, Sean with the Mag 7 over to A-Long. Honestly, I prefer it in drop and by Broken Wall, but look, if that's where he wants to play with it, we'll see what he can do. At this point, not going to be challenged, and Tarek just getting an easy entry frag onto Relics. Does get traded out by Sick, but now Twist will be forced out of his position by the Molotov, watching the drop angle. Does get taken down by Rush. There's a kill as well coming out from Jason R, and this is looking too easy at the moment for OpTic. Shazam posing a bit of a question to them, though. He takes down 2 before being dropped himself, and it's just poor old Sean now with the Mag 7. What's he going to be able to do here on the retake? You'd have to think not a lot, unless he can secure that M4, which is tantalizingly right in front of him. He just walks past it, though. Maybe not wanting to give away his position by dropping the weapon. Oh, this is interesting.
He's going straight for the bomb. He knows where Mixwell is, but Mixwell spotted him, but Mag 7 at close range. Oh no, he's going to land one more shot. Oh my goodness, Sean. So close.
He played that very well, though.
He did, but he just wasn't able to land enough of the pellets, and Misfits are now forced into a tree eco. And that's where you kind of go, sure, if Mixwell did fall in that situation, it'd still be a one-on-one, and Rush was on hot form. He was able to come through, drop, and get a few more headshot kills. He's going to be starting to feel quite confident as well. He's been their consistent performer for OpTic, and if he's now starting to hit his stride, it's scary thoughts for Misfits, who have been looking a little bit scary as Nap decides to go the Flying Eagle strategy, and it's working out perfectly well. 3 kills on the Mac 10.
Yep, cannot complain about that one at all. And Tarek closing out the final 2. OpTic just completely running over Misfits on that eco. They knew that Misfits were going to be able to only get some pistols in that round, so they've decided, yep, let's just go straight, balls to the walls, right down drop room, get the Mac 10s out, get the AKs out, and rush over the B-bomb site. Looks like we do have a tac pause coming out here. I have to only assume it is Misfits, and there we go, confirmation. So it's basically about time. They really need to be getting some rounds on the board here. Looks like they have decided to buy into this round. Again, it's not going to be a great buy, really, for the CT side, because I think the most money that they had on one of those players was about 4.4k. So that's about an AK, a bit of armor, and a little bit of utility, assuming they don't buy head armor. But really, we're just going to be seeing some lackluster utility buys coming out from the CTs, and maybe even, you know, not all full rifles or anything like that.
And this is where I go back to the rounds where I go, look, Misfits shouldn't be forcing, because their victories need to come in the late game, not the early game. Early game, OpTic just deflect all the pressure. They slowly take map control. The only time they've lost it is where Shazam and Sean were able to make the A-site defense work, and you could argue maybe OpTic jumped the gun a little bit. You see Jason R trying to play through the edge of smoke, and well timed from Sean to get the kill, but just a few mistakes where you could have gone, look, OpTic just needs to wait behind the smoke, hang back, not give up an easy kill, and they would have been able to roll into the A-site.
Yeah, it could very well be 9-1 at this point. Admittedly, Misfits, they did look very, very convincing on the pistol round, so I have to give them that at least. But OpTic Gaming, for basically the rest of this half have been the superior team, and that's going to show. This scoreline is looking way, way better than they probably would have even hoped at this point. So should be able to turn this into a really, really good first half and even a really, really good first map.
That's how confident OpTic are right now. They're carrying 2 MAC-10s, which may be a bit of a slight misread, but at the same time could be used to counter off the AWP hold or maybe a rifle hold towards A, because they just barrel in.
It's not so bad because Misfits have only got 1 set of head armor here. And the MAC-10s, if they can get in close range, definitely can be effective. Shazam, not under too much pressure there, but he will have to back out just a little bit. Needs his backup from Sean as well. There's another smoke. Just to get a little bit more map control easier for OpTic.
Yeah, with the MAC-10s, they just push in really quickly. Now they hear the N4s, they can realize, okay, Misfits have forced into this round. Let's clear all our angles and lines. They can make a lot of noise, and Shazam through smoke! Jason R with a MAC-10 will be able to get the kill on towards Shazam. Well, Mixwell is tagged down towards 28 from the N4 from Sean, but it does force an over-rotation from Misfits and OpTic. They can just move back towards B site. They can still threaten A site as well, 55 seconds. The entire map is their playground, and now Misfits without the utility to hold off.
It's really just looking so easy for OpTic right now, isn't it? They are getting pretty much picks across the board. As you said, they've got that utility advantage. This is one last incendiary now for Twists. He's going to be throwing that over to A long, so really the actual push from OpTic is going to be happening over on the B bomb site, and there's nothing to hold Misfits off, or Misfits for them to hold off OpTic. Like, they've got flashbangs, and that's it. Relics under pressure now as well. Tarek, nice entry from him on the B site. Sick, the only one that they really have to deal with. There is a rotation coming around behind. Sean Garras, if he can come in and pick up that player on plat fairly easily, maybe there's a chance, but just across the board, it's not looking like that it's going to be any chance right now for Misfits. Sean, he does get the kill on the Mixwell, but he's the only one left alive by this point.
And 2 MAC-10s. That was a win on the back of 2 MAC-10s, which both pick up a kill apiece. And Naf decides to go, I'll just go with the CZ, no problems there. And Jason R decides to pick up a UMP instead. They could just roll with the SMGs and still be quite comfortable. They have all the money they have that they want to play with in the late rounds of this half. And Misfits, this is where it starts becoming dire. Normally we see, okay, tactical boards, they can change matters around. Next round should be better for them because they can afford more utility, but even then, OpTic will be on double digits. They're firmly in the driver's seat, and they're not looking like they want to stop.
Yeah, even if Misfits would have closed this half out and get 6 on the board, it's really not looking like it's going to be enough at this point. But we'll see what they can do. Sean just trying to push out from A-Long. Hasn't really been able to do all that much, though. There we go. He does actually get a headshot onto Naf. So opening frag here for Misfits, and it is a retrievable gun. At this point, though, Misfits aren't aware of that. Admittedly, OpTic aren't going to be too bothered by that either, one would think. They should just be able to barrel over this B-bomb site relatively easily. We saw how easy it was for them in the last anti-eco round that they did have, and it could be very much a similar sort of a situation here in round number 12.
Tarek going to be leading, going to be the entry as Molotovs are going to be slowly used. Shazam dancing around the statue. There's Relics. Oh, he's going to spot out one just underneath him, but he won't spot out Shazam yet. There's a lot of members on the B side, but Mixwell's going to open up the party. Tarek joins him shortly afterwards. And Twist and Sick just waiting behind the smoke, but Rush just through the edge of the smoke just as it fades. It's off to Sean now, and he won't be able to get another kill. Doing damage, but can't get the final kill, and OpTic 10-2.
10-2 indeed. Misfits, well, they do get a bye here, but I have to question, like, how well are they going to be able to utilize it? Because it just doesn't seem like they're here at all on Cobblestone. It is really just the one-team show right now. OpTic running over everything. Good takeaway, at least for Misfits, is this round they do have pretty much full utility. So the round where they did have full utilities is the round that they won. Maybe they can repeat that here and start to maybe claw their way back into the first half.
Tarek's just going to spray down and make some nuisance towards B platform, which means that Misfits still don't have a good read of what is occurring, as OpTic are going to be making their way towards A site. There is going to be a missed shot from Sean, and trying to rotate in the middle of the open. Jason R is going to punish Shazam now with a lot of work, as well, he does have a teammate crossing over towards balcony, but Shazam cannot miss more shots, and he will be able to land the one on towards Jason R. Naf does not realize, okay, he does realize that there is one towards balcony, and Shazam doing work now, much better. He's still alive, and can do work.
Mixwell responding with work of his own. He picks up 2 AWP shots as well. And Misfits, they're going to be struggling in this round once more. Another shot coming out from Mixwell, and he's really just opened things up here right now for OpTic. 3 kills in this round, and it's just Relics left alive. And he's only got, what, 2 rounds on the board? So he basically needs to get rounds here, but you can't retake 1 versus 3 with no utilities. Like, it just isn't going to happen.
Especially with Mixwell playing so well the AWP. Looks like Relics wants to take the AWP towards the next round, but if they can't force up a win, their only wins have been on the pistol. It was clean. We're like, oh, this is a good start for Misfits. And then afterwards, it was just, all right, looks like...
Oh,
good shot from Relics, but it's too late.
He will get the AWP though, and that was his intention, just by peeking around in that area. So taking the AWP through, at least it's something here for Misfits. They will be able to scrounge together a buy. At this point, I think you have to be forcing into this round because they need every round on the board.
But once again, the recipe for success has not been on the force buys, and
no. Well, it wasn't in that round either, so...
Shazam tried his best. He got 2 AWP kills, but unfortunately, Misfits lost too many other members towards the A site, and there was just not a great defensive hold. You can see that Twist, normally you're looking at him to put up more numbers. Misfits have just once again just looked so stagnant. And OpTic, I wouldn't even say OpTic are playing insanely well. They're just coming in and doing their job.
Yep.
They're just playing good, solid Counter-Strike, and that's all they need right now.
Exactly, and if it's broken, why fix it right now for OpTic? They are going to, again, make their way out by the looks of things onto the B-bomb site. Mixwell opening things up, gets the first kill onto Relics. And now Misfits just in the world of hurt, because again, every single kill that you see is going the way of
It just doesn't
OpTic.
die.
Yeah. Okay, Shazam finds 1, but like, too little too late. And he might even get taken down here by Mixwell. No, we'll see.
I was afraid Mixwell was going to die towards a friendly Molotov, and we'll take down Mixwell through the wall. Poor Mixwell. He did so well.
I think that was the caster curse right there.
Yeah, he doesn't die. Naf goes, not anymore. Watch this.
Well, look, it's not going to affect OpTic all that much. They are going to be able to afford a full buy next round anyway because of basically, what, they've got, I don't know, nine rounds in a row. Maybe not that much. Jason does take down Shazam as well, so really, really crucial kill. Misfits in this final round of the half. Yeah, they're not going to be able to have an AWP. They may get 1 M4. The rest of them are going to be on FAMASas or UMPs. Or the X7s, I suppose.
Even if Misfits take this round, it's not because OpTic... Or I would say that OpTic wouldn't even mind that much. They just go, oh, all right, Misfits take 1. Sure, 13-2 half would be amazing. Take the pistol, 2 anti-ecos, your job's done.
Yeah.
But I'd say that no matter how many rounds that Misfits do pick up, I'd say the result is going to be quite skewed towards the favor of OpTic regardless, as Mixwell looking just to push out by himself. Why not? He's done it so many times before. He's going to be blinded out, but he's still dancing around it. Tarek Rush charging forward, meets a deluge of defenders, and Mixwell needs to be cautious because Relics will push up. Finally, Misfits do pick up a round from stacking the B platform. It's off to Jason R on the 1 and 4.
I think things just got a little bit silly there for OpTic in that round. Like, that didn't seem to be really how they'd been playing the rest of that half. I mean, the bomb chart just jumping into the B site, like, you're not really taking things too seriously if that's going to be the case. Maybe it was a mistake, but regardless, it's not going to really affect OpTic all that much. Getting 12 on the T side, sorry, and moving over to their CT side now, you have to think this is going to be fairly easily wrapped up for them.
Hopefully. I mean, OpTic, we've seen teams drop the ball before. They go very confident and they go, yeah, we can take this quite easily. Let's just chill back, you know, start sipping on the coolers before the party or the job's done. And before you know it, Misfits, they get some confidence. They get momentum rolling behind them. They damage the CT economy. OpTic on the crucial round where they have to go for the buy, they lose it.
Potentially, but we'll have to see how this turns out, because when we did see OpTic up against Renegades on Cobblestone, they were able to close that out fairly easily, 16-5. Looks like we might be headed in the direction of a similar result. And for Misfits, on their own games on Cobblestone, they have really only been able to pick up a win actually over Rush. All the other times that they've played Cobble, they have lost, admittedly, fairly close to Team Liquid and fairly close to SK, but... Or not SK, sorry, fairly close to Luminosity, but it's still a loss, right? Yeah. And so I don't think that they're going to have enough here to be able to come back into this at all. I honestly think even if the pistol does go the way of Misfits, it's maybe going to be 16-5, 16-6, something like that. It's not going to be any more than, say, 16-8.
And I would also say that the close results were because of the fact that they were able to frag it up on the CT side. It just felt like on the CT defensive part, just everyone's just lackluster.
Yeah.
It was just they were playing Counter-Strike, but they weren't hitting the shots. Sometimes it does happen.
Yeah, look, I mean...
I'm not trying to make excuses, but it does happen in Counter-Strike.
Maybe it's just not their day, right? Which is fair enough. And we did say if one of these two teams showed up and the other doesn't, then it could be a potentially pretty easy time. At the moment, OpTic is definitely the one showing up. So we'll see whether or not they're going to show up in the pistol round here. Maybe not too much longer left in this first map, but I guess that comes down to this round. And OpTic going to be hoping that they're going to have a bit of a better time than they did in the first half pistol, because they didn't even get a single kill in that one.
I do the USPs is the HE grenade. Whoa, what an HE grenade, doing a lot of damage towards Tarek as well as Mixwell. And this makes Misfits' job easier. There's the first headshot. Tarek still wanting to contest the B platform area. He's down towards 12 HP, but he's still alive with a couple of crisp one-taps. Could be able to change it around, but Misfits decide to back off. They decide it's not worth it, and OpTic are going to have to settle slowly towards a 2-2 defensive play. Going to be Jason R anchoring towards A. No kit for them to play with either.
No, so they really don't want to allow the bomb to go down here for Misfits. They need to be hitting those shots. Rush just playing in the connector. He needs to get over on that A-bomb site. Smoke comes out onto long. Smoke is well into the connector. Great shot, though, from Rush. Just peeking out of it. Jason R doing a little bit of damage as well, but nothing too amazing just yet. But it's enough to slow Misfits down. Rush has gotten himself down below the balcony, and he's being able to help out his teammate. Jason R hitting some headshots. He gets two eventually after tapping away, and there's a third as well. So just a very, very easy cleanup on the pistol from OpTic, really off the back of individual plays, like Rush getting that nice shot as he peeked out of the smoke, slowed down Misfits enough, gave Jason R a little bit of extra time to be tapping away, doing a bit of damage, and then when they did finally challenge him actually in close range, he was just proving to be good enough to deal with that.
And great composure from Jason R. It's very easy in a situation where you're panicking, you see a lot of T's, just to try to click mouse one as fast as you can, but you see it's just tapping, trying to aim, and he was eventually rewarded with the headshots. Yeah, 3 headshots in a row, which means that OpTic will pick up the pistol round and Misfits. They will go on the force buy. Now, they will be able to drop very quickly in towards drop room, and Mixwell, they actually just let the ball drop completely, and Naf is trying his best to try to hold on, and he does answer favorably well. Yeah,
the bomb did get dropped there as well, so not too big of a deal for Misfits as they're able to retrieve it quite quickly, but Naf has really done a large amount of work. Jason R anchoring over to the A-bomb side of the map, and he's not got too much work to do now. Seeing as his teammates over on B were able to get a few kills in that connector, and Sick, the only one left alive here. It's 2 versus 1. Naf comes flying in once again with their UMP this time as opposed to the MAC-10, but a pretty decent round actually out of OpTic. Yes, they lose 3 guns, but at this point, given the difference in rounds, losing guns is not too big of a deal right now for OpTic. Misfits should be on the eco next round. And it should be 15 on the board for OpTic. Well, I guess they can't really eco.
I'd say Misfits will force up.
But, like, you know what I mean, right? The buy is not going to be amazing. It's going to be leaving a little bit to be desired.
It looks scary because Sick was able to come straight forward and get 2 very quick kills on towards the B door players.
I don't think that OpTic is going to be caught napping like that again, though.
No. They'll let the ball drop once and they'll go, all right, serious faces on, guys. And Naf was able to respond accordingly, just finding the off timing, as now Jason R looking to get aggressive, and he does spot out Shazam, so he decides to back off and use the smoke. He doesn't really have anyone, so he can't lose his life just wastefully.
No, definitely not. He needs to be a little bit careful over there, but at the moment he's not really being pressured at all by Misfits, so for him to be isolated, it's not such a big deal right now for OpTic. In saying that though, Twist actually does take him down through the doors, and so that is a retrievable gun for Misfits, though they've decided they're not too interested in it. You can see, obviously, Mixwell has started to push forward here just to make sure that Misfits aren't able to take that gun. But what that does is it causes another rotation from OpTic to take Naf over to the A-bomb site. Now only 2 players on the B site. This is actually looking okay for Misfits, as long as they can take down Tarek, which apparently they can't. He finds 2. They've gone and lined up for him, and he might even get 4 here. Just needs to reload that gun. On 9 HP, though, it's a difficult task for him, and he does have the rotation coming across from his teammates, but he's done more than enough.
Yeah, and Misfits just dancing around trying to draw out Tarek, but Rush is coming to just reinforce his teammate, and we'll be able to clean up with 2 kills on the UMP. Good hold coming out from Tarek with the pressure on B plat. Very easy just to collapse and surrender your life, but he sells it very well, getting 3 for 1. And OpTic now on match point. 15-3, a dominating T-side performance now being backed up on a solid CT side.
Yeah,
I won't say it was dominating CT because I don't think Misfits really had the time to work with. Just not enough buffering space for the rounds.
Yep. Well, we'll see how this one goes. This is the important one, really, for Misfits. At least they can maybe show us that they've got something on that T side. They have pretty much everything that they need. I guess the exception is that they don't have an AWP on Shazam, but 5 rifles, definitely good enough here for Misfits if they are themselves good enough. Pop flash coming out through the smoke. Not going to affect Misfits all that much, as we do see OpTic just falling back into the bomb site just a little bit, or more specifically Mixwell falling back in the bomb site a little bit. Jason are still pushing long. It's again something that maybe Misfits can take advantage of if they do recognize that, but once more, they are more interested in the B-bomb site, which so far has proved to be their kryptonite, really, because they haven't got anything done. Naf does go down, though, but a lot of damage over to those Misfits players.
Yeah, Sean on 1 HP, Sick on 22, and Shazam on 53. Just a single Molotov tick will take down Sean and Sick if he's blinded out. Could stand a little bit too long, and will just be nicely roasted. OpTic still stacking a lot of forces towards B-plat, and there's a flashbang to allow another push behind it. There's Mixwell throwing a Molotov to just deny the aerial.
Yep, decent utility use from OpTic right now, but they have pretty much used almost all of their utilities. Just an incendiary and a smoke and a flash left, and Mixwell, he gets two, might even find a third here. Sick does peek into his line, and overall a 3-for-2 trade. That's favorable for OpTic. They get it back to a 2 versus 2. 30 seconds on the clock for Misfits. Now only one player left alive for them. It's Twists in a 1v1 up against Jason R. And he has so much work to do.
Yeah, Twist just ducking back on the B-plat, but he will go for the plant inside the smoke, and Jason R, will he go for the spray? He doesn't find the shot on towards Twist, only doing some damage, and now the head's been spotted out. What a flick, though! Whoa!
I was going to say, he's only got 4 bullets here, so he might want to reload, but doesn't even need that. Just gets the one-shot headshot, and he has a bit of a celebration here as well before he defuses the bomb. But
that was a pretty huge shot.
That is going to be that, really, for OpTic, and that's exactly what you want to see coming out from them. 16-3 over Misfits. We did question how close this match was going to be at the start, and I thought it was going to be reasonably close, but
we were wrong.
OpTic have come out today and really said, you know what, we're here to play. We're here to show that we do deserve to be a team that's higher placed than 7th.
Once again, though, I wanted to say that Misfits, it just feels like they haven't played towards the standards that we hold them towards. Where we saw on Cobblestone, they should be able to take a closer fight. Their CT side just, I don't know, stagnant, not very impressive. I'm trying to find words that don't really blast them, but it was just a very poor CT performance, and there's no easy way of saying that.
The aim wasn't really working for them, was it either? They were just allowed the T's just to run into the bomb site. Even like on the ecos, it was so much easier for OpTic, of course, but even on the gun rounds, we saw it was very easy for OpTic. They were walking in, they were getting shots, and they didn't seem to be getting challenged at all. So I think that was a very good performance from OpTic. Maybe they're going to be able to take it through to the second map here on Mirage. Definitely, if they can do that, we are going to be seeing Misfits in with a bit of a problem. But we're going to head to a quick break. We'll be back very shortly with map number 2.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Nico wants another go at it though. Bolts is there, and another land to the slaughter. And Nico, what a round to come alive from this man.
The game has changed. This is why FaZe wanted Nico.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League match day number 18. I've just had a donut. I'm feeling good. I think OpTic's going to be feeling good as well after that one. And moving on to Mirage. Admittedly, not a map that they've been playing too much lately, but the form that they're looking like they're in, it might just be enough to roll over Misfits in this map as well.
Hopefully Misfits have a donut as well, because they need to lift up their performance. They need some kind of motivation. They got to fire up as well to counter off OpTic, and maybe filling up their stomachs will be the key. I wish I had a donut now, thinking about it.
Yeah, sorry. Maybe I
now
shouldn't
I'm fixated on the donut.
I shouldn't have mentioned it at all, should I? But look, to be honest, maybe Misfits do really need to step up here, because if we have a look at how the first map went for them, it was 16-3 in the favor of OpTic, so they really didn't stand up to OpTic at all, and I guess it's sort of a similar situation over on the mainstream as well for Renegades, going down 16-8 to SK on Mirage. Difficult times ahead for Renegades in the second map of Train as well, because we know SK, a very, very good team on that map. So that's looking dangerous. I think it's a 2-0 on the mainstream for me. And right now I'm thinking it may even be a 2-0 here on our stream too. OpTic Gaming just poised really to continue that form, continue that momentum through to map number 2 here on Mirage, and really just stomp all over OpTic Gaming, over Misfits. They don't want to stomp over themselves.
Oh, they have to severely outplay themselves to take them.
Throw some grenades up in the air and land them.
Well, we saw Naf did shoot Mixwell in the back, so it can happen where it's, you know, top anime betrayal, but regardless, OpTic in much better form, so looking to carry over. Mixwell had an insane game. I think, well, I was talking in the back with the Observer, and he was just going, there was a round where Mixwell, and I spotted it, he just came flying out, lands, and gets a kill, jumps across into HP and gets another kill. And if Mixwell can continue that form, that confidence of Mirage, where we know the AWP is such a crucial weapon, could be scary times for Misfits.
Definitely a very, very strong AWP map. I mean, you can play both sides, you can play mid. You basically have so many options with the AWP, and wouldn't be hugely surprising to see a double AWP coming out here, maybe from either team, to be honest, just because of how powerful that weapon is. But we're going to have to find out how it is going to go. Wonder who's going to be starting on the CT side, though. I suspect it may not make too much of a difference. Feels they were in for a little bit more of a close match than what we were on Cobblestone. I don't think OpTic Gaming really rolls over Misfits on this one, but I still think OpTic, if they can continue that form through from the last one, are going to have enough to deal with Misfits.
It's all going to boil down to mid-control for Misfits, and with the lack of rifle presence so far that we've, well, admittingly haven't seen so much from their T side, hopefully they have 15 rounds to show what they've got on the attacking side, which is going to be either positive or negative signs, as Jason R is going to be the only man up here, and he's going to be taken down immediately by Relics. Good opening from Misfits this time around. They should be able to take control of the B site. Now the retake has to go forward as Relics gets another kill, this time at the Tarek, and OpTic already down 2 members. It's going to make their job exponentially more difficult. Yeah,
I like what the Misfits have done there. They've got that smoke into the B site. They can plan easily. It's a very, very, obviously a well-practiced sort of an execute. They know what they had to do, get those kills, and it's really worked out very nicely for them once again. It just seems like that first pistol round, or at least their T pistol rounds, are very, very good. So we've seen that first one go the way of Misfits. Actually, they did pick up the CT pistol round last map. So what am I talking about? But the first pistol round of the map, I don't know, something about it. It seems to work for Misfits, and they do get their full clean ace out once more. OpTic, well, they're going to buy into this one, which is not too surprising. Mixwell, not much on him, though, given he'll want to try and take the AWP in the next round or so, if he can.
Yeah, and OpTic with 2 Desert Eagles. Still not an easy round for Misfits. Normally we'd say, all right, win the pistol round, they'll be able to roll forward their advantage, but so many times we saw in the previous round in Cobble, unable to roll their advantage forward. And it may just continue. They have to play disciplined, play smart, and play on the back of each other. Rush is just playing close towards the smoke. Molotov's being flung, as well as short control now attempted to be gained from Misfits. And there's the first kill in Rush's hands. He's flying up the ladder. Might be able to pick up another, so a 2-for-1 trade.
Really nice movement from Rush. Just making life so difficult for Misfits there. And 2-for-1, very, very good overall for OpTic. The unfortunate situation, at least for OpTic, is that they cannot retrieve either of those guns right now. They need to rely on the pistols. The rotation comes across relatively quickly, actually, for OpTic. But the kills are coming in for Misfits, and that's the key thing. 2 players left alive. It's still a doable situation now for Misfits, and that will help just Naf on his own.
Yeah, he's only got the CZ as well. Does have armor to back it up. If he can find himself a great position and isolate it towards 2 1-on-1s, maybe, just maybe, he can win it. But he has to isolate it towards 2 1-on-1s. He won't be able to do that. Relics, once again, 3 kills. It looked a little bit tighter, but they do take the round victory, and that's a lot better than dropping the anti-eco.
Definitely. They also take both the AKs through here, so the economic situation isn't going to be hurt quite as much for Misfits as it could have been. We do see just an investment in a couple of Mac 10s and a UMP as well for Misfits. So they want to get the maximum cash out of this round. They want to make this one clean and don't drop that many guns to OpTic. And of course, OpTic have decided just a full eco here, 1 P250 on Rush, but aside from that, it's just USPs. So should be a reality here for Misfits to be able to take at least 4 out of the 5 guns here through to the next round. But if they can take basically the UMP and the 2 AKs, I think that's going to be enough.
And Sean just will be able to take 2 for himself, but with the combined power of the USPs, eventually Mixwell will be able to get the pick on towards Sean. But this is not going to change matters too much. Shazam taking a huge amount of damage through the wall from the USP.
Oh, massive.
Absolutely devastating. He's now on 88.
Yep.
Through a dink.
Bombs down though for Misfits. Utilities coming out from them just to slow things down for OpTic, but OpTic, they don't need slowing down. They've already decided there must be a red light in the connector, and they don't want to drive through it.
Just waiting.
Here for exit frags, perhaps. They're not going to get a retake in this time, though. So
maybe get a few more kills. You know, try to tempt them in towards their guns, get a few more kills, start.
Yeah, that's just Relics getting rid of his Mac 10, though.
It still gives 300 over towards OpTic.
Yeah.
And it forces him to repurchase up armor, and it may not seem like a lot.
No.
You get to repurchase armor when you lose your life. That damage can stack up eventually, so.
That's true. Misfits, though, it's not going to affect them in this round. OpTic deciding they don't want the Mac 10, so they've gone for the full rifle setup. Decent amount of utilities actually coming out for what it is. Not really too much head armor, but there is only a single UMP on Misfits, so shouldn't be affecting them too much. And now with the guns in the hands here for OpTic Gaming, this is where we need to see them really just turn things around and start to play like they did on Cobblestone and make life so difficult for Misfits.
Yeah, an AWP in the hands of Mixwell, but fast Unders presence coming in through from Misfits. Mixwell will try to make a chance shot towards Catwalk, but he knows that there is the presence of danger right underneath him, so he will back off. Otherwise, Misfits just slowly trying to take mid-control. The bomb is angled towards A side, and Tarek, I'm not sure if that was a miss smoke. I think it is, because that would be a very odd one-way smoke if I don't think it was intended.
Doesn't seem as though it's going to affect things too much just yet. Misfits, though, are headed over in the direction of the B site. But nothing too committed right now from them. And a fairly standard setup, really, from OpTic. One mid, just watching. Well, he's not even really watching mid. He's watching short from the window room. OpTic, 2 out in CT. So that's not really your standard A-hold. I suppose you might have one a little bit further forward, or you might have one in jungle or stairs or something like that. But both of them in CT. Anyway, it's not going to make too much of a difference because Misfits are headed over to the B bomb site. The only thing maybe it's going to affect is the rotation time for OpTic, which is not going to be too long since they've got 2 players that far back in CT. We need these B players to do some work, though, and they have done that. Tarek finding 2. Rush did assist, but he goes down. So overall, a 2-for-1 trade at this point. Now 2 for 2 as Shazam picks that one up, and the bomb will be surely planted by Misfits right now. Shazam, he's the key player. If he can get 1, that's going to be huge, and he does. And now maybe OpTic will have trouble retaking this site, though Jason R maybe has other ideas.
Yeah, sick though on the side, able to get 1 and gets 2. Mixwell, no impact of the AWP whatsoever. And Misfits, 4-0, looking a lot better. The aim is starting to click on point. Twist has not died. He's not gotten a kill or an assist. Which is kind of like, all right, you're kind of doing your job, but you're not dying, you're not killing anyone. Not sure if that's a mistaken stat, but Relic's leading the charge.
Yep.
8 kills already, and now with the Mac 10 looking to add more money to the bank as OpTic will be back on the pistols.
Yep, another eco round now for OpTic, and they are falling into the same sort of trap that Misfits were in the last half, where their money was just not good. They kept losing rounds, and well, Misfits have started off nicely, certainly much better than they did on Cobblestone. But they need to be able to continue this through. You feel as though if OpTic get a bit of a sniff in here, if they get some rounds on the board, that's when Misfits are going to be starting to struggle a little bit more. But so far, it seems to be fairly easy going for Misfits. Like, they're getting everything that they want. They're not losing too many guns, with the exception of that pistol armor buy that OpTic had in round number 2. Aside from that, Misfits have really just looked like this has been a walk in the park.
Yeah, and Shazam will get the first pick on towards Mixwell at mid with the AWP. So Misfits just slowly scouting for information and trying to get the picks before rolling together towards a bomb site. OpTic with only pistols have to play aggressively, have to try to chance. And that's what Misfits want them to do. They want them to go, hey, push this light angle. We dare you to.
Doesn't seem as though OpTic's going to be pushing too much just yet. They have some control of mid, but they're only a player. Does go down to Sean. And now Misfits are going to be able to get that bomb down very, very easily, one would expect. OpTic not too keen on contesting it just yet. Tarek needed to win that duel if they would have any chance, but even if he did, he would have only been able to pick up a Mac 10, so what kind of use is that really for OpTic here? 2 players left alive. Probably just going to go and see if they can get a little bit of damage out. If they can take an AK or the AWP through, then that would be perfect. But really, you'd have to think Misfits only going to be sending the Mac 10 players in there. And indeed, that's the case. Relix and Sean finding 2 kills apiece with the Mac 10s. So, bit of extra cash flow for Misfits. And now OpTic, they've defaulted back to that double AWP. No surprises, really. We did sort of speak about it before the match started, that it is a map that is very, very centric around the AWP, and a double AWP would not be a huge surprise at all. There we have it, early on in the piece for OpTic, but admittedly they have lost 5 in a row, so it is about time for them to try something a little bit bold, see how this works out.
Well, Mixwell's going to take the AWP towards CD Connector. Should be mollied off. Not taking any damage because it's fallen a little bit short. And Tarek is going to take the AWP towards B-Apps, and that just locks down a line. Misfits, well done by them to recognize that there is a threat of the double AWP, and so they're going to go for the A site execute. Early flashbangs to draw off early Molotovs, but actually Sean just leading the charge. Might be able to get a kill. Jason, oh, what are you doing? You got to look towards the opponent, and Naf is going to just get torched alive. In the end, Twist will shut him down with the AK-47 bullet. Small gap in the smoke for Mixella to work with, but the numbers advantage back in Misfits' favor.
Yeah, bomb still being safely planted there by Relix, and good execute coming out there from Misfits. I guess maybe a stroke of luck that Jason R wasn't looking in the correct direction, and there was a free kill coming out for Sean, but overall still pretty nicely played there by Misfits. That Molotov may force Relix out of position, and yes, it will. Tarek gets the kill, but still 3 players to deal with here for OpTic Gaming, and the timer has been ticking away for quite a while now. They need to move quickly, and they've got double AWP on the retake. It's not ideal.
But they're making it work. Mixwell and Rush both picking up 1 apiece, and now Rush sticking the defuse, and Twist has outplayed himself just a little bit.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough for him in a 1 versus 3. So OpTic, a very, very nice execute on the retake, actually, from them. And Misfits, I think they'd be a little bit disappointed with how that round did turn out, because they had it made, really. They had the bomb down, they had the player advantage. They had the post-plant positions, they just weren't able to get the job done in the end. And it really was that pick from Tarek when the Molotov came into the firebox that really opened things up for OpTic on the retake.
It was a good retake coming out from OpTic. Just working together as a unit, flashbangs to make sure that they can clear common lines together, and just slowly taking the site. But they've got to back it up. Misfits have a lot of money to just keep trying to ram OpTic into submission. OpTic, they have to keep this double AWP setup alive, because with the Tarek AWP setup, he can just push up and go, all right, this line is completely safe at BF, so this allows a short player on Rush to push up more aggressively forward.
Yep. Does open up a lot of options for OpTic if he can keep it alive, and he does take down Sean. He spots the bomb out there as well. He knows that Mixwell is hanging around. He's going to put out a pop flash. It shouldn't be too effective at all, but he's just wasting Shazam's time right now, giving his teammates enough time to rotate across, and actually hits the shot as well. Great stuff there in OpTic Gaming. It looks like they are going to be able to put 2 rounds on the board in a row, and that's so, so important for them, because if they had have dropped that last one, a reset comes across, Misfits suddenly 6, probably 7 or 8 rounds coming out from them on the T side, and things start to spiral out of control. But 5, it's nothing to get too worried about right now for OpTic, especially considering they have got the double AWP setup working, and they should be able to continue to take it through to the next round, though. Mixwell, he does die over on the A-bomb site, and that AWP is not going to be retrievable, actually, for OpTic Gaming. They will have to rebuy it, and oh, do they have the cash for it? I guess Rush can afford it.
He will do it.
Yeah, it looks like they have gone for it. So, double AWP for OpTic, it is a little bit more expensive than they would have liked if they had just been able to save the AWPs through, but in the end, they still have the money for it, and if they can make it work in this round, no harm done.
And it's working out quite well. Mixwell's now starting to get the picks, and Tarek just... Unfortunate from Shazam, he was able to get the damage, but he just got it through the edge of the wall, and that does reduce the instant shot kill, and Tarek didn't miss his. Now this is a critical round because Misfits, this is the last of their bank account. Similarly, OpTic, they've drained their finances as well, and unfortunately you can't go to the bank and ask for more money from either side, so they have to make do with what they've got.
Yeah, they can't get a loan. Credit rating is too poor. OpTic feeling pretty good about this, though. They've won 2 in a row, so maybe they can start to get a little bit more of a flow into that bank account. They need to make sure that they can take a lot of guns through because we know how volatile that CT economy can be, particularly when you have a double AWP set up on the field. And you don't want to be rebuying those AWPs. That's the main thing. If they can take 2 AWPs, then sweet. But if they lose them again and again and again, then eventually they are going to be running out of money. So it's a pretty crucial round coming out here still. Like, neither team are going to be having much of an advantage in terms of the economic situation right now, but this round may dictate that.
You know, Tarek's just got the B apps line under lockdown once again, so even if Relics does challenge it, well, he has to pull off an amazing AK shot, and he's just shoulder peeking it. There's a Molotov to try to force Tarek off. It will work quite well. It does a lot of damage as well. And Misfits now crawling closer towards short. If Naf peeks, he may be able to find the timing, but with 23 seconds left on the timer, Misfits got to make a move. They boosted one up towards window. Mixwell rotating the long way around.
He heard that.
And Naf, he has to get it, but no, Shazam, what a great opening pick. And Jason R is going to be taken out immediately by Twist, and they know Mixwell is at CT. But he gets one.
He can't. Oh, well, I thought Rush denied the plant there, which would have been absolutely massive for him. But now 2 versus 2. This is still doable for OpTic, and Misfits kind of backed themselves into the corner there by going for such a late take on the site, but they've made it work. Now they just need to consolidate on and convert it into a round win, though Sick does go down to Tarek.
Yeah, and Shazam, oh no, he misses the flick, and they know where he is now. So even though the bomb plan is good for him, Tarek, well, not sure why he's throwing the flashbang in the middle of the open. It does force Rush into a very awkward predicament, and he's calling a cost, and Shazam knows that he's off the bomb. Rush is going to tap once more time, but time is ticking away. Shazam's played this perfectly, and he misses the shot, but that's all right. There's no time for Rush to work with.
Yep, Rush is just caught in the middle of 2 minds right now. Does he run? Does he tap the bomb? Does he fight the T player? In the end, nothing goes right for him, and Misfits, they do secure that reset. In terms of the economy, OpTic, though, they have a little bit of money to play with. We'll see what they decide to do with this. Definitely not going to be a double AWP coming out from them, but they are going to force into the round. Jason R does buy the AWP, and he's actually going to be taking it by the looks of things.
Might have had a better spawn, so it's going to be heavy mid-aggression from OpTic Gaming on the back of these pistols, and you can see the 5-7 already making noise. Jason R just standing, just taking 1 ticket damage from the Molotov. Tarek just sitting in the smoke, and what a shot from Jason R through the edge. We'll take down Sick. You can see, oh, that's his teammate. Don't shoot your own teammate, but Tarek will get the pick on towards Sean regardless, and Tarek will get out scot-free. Not really scot-free. He does take a friendly AWP bullet in his
45
leg.
damage. Not too friendly, but
Friendly fire isn't.
regardless, player advantage now for OpTic, and they may be able to answer back straight away in this sort of a force buy round. They weren't able to do it with the double AWP and the full rifles and the full utilities, but this time they're just making things work. And Misfits, this is the kind of round that they really don't want to be dropping. You know, that's the round where, look, now you have the real chance to just tighten those screws, but they haven't been able to do that. Their screwdriver's broken.
Don't think they expected Jason R with the AWP. That's for sure. Has well, Relics will be slowly crawling towards here to connector. Might be able to find the line towards Naf if he peeks at the wrong timing, and if he makes his way towards jungle, could create pressure on towards Jason R as well. Naf just dancing around, trying to find the off angle for any Misfits player who want to come through A. And there's Twist with a single flashbang. It does allow Relics to push through towards jungle. Jason R worried this threat.
Smoke does come down from Relics, and easy kill onto Jason R in the end. He wasn't really picking the correct line. Now Twist has a good chance to open things up, but he will go down. So overall, OpTic, it looks like they are going to be holding on to this round. It could have gone either way there if a couple of those kills had have gone the way of Misfits. But in the end, they are OpTic's. And the double AWP secured again through to the next round here for OpTic. So that's a bit of a bonus.
Big turnaround because now Misfits are on the eco.
Yeah, and a chance for OpTic to come back into this and kind of salvage the half. Admittedly, at this point, it's still not really a good scoreline for them, particularly if Misfits get, say, 2 more rounds. But if they can close out this half, which is, it's going to be difficult, right? 6 in a row, it's not the easiest of tasks, but they could close it out 9-6. That's a respectable first half score for the CT side.
Considering at one stage you're at Misfits 5-0, where Misfits are looking quite dominating. OpTic did quite well, especially on the force buy, where if Misfits shut it down, OpTic would have been forced into another eco round. We could be seeing an 8-2 scoreline potentially, but doing well from Jason R. And now Misfits on the eco themselves, the first time in quite a while.
OpTic really want to go through from this round without losing too much.
They need to keep this double
Their money is still not really that great. But if they can get through here with 4 or 5 guns alive, then they really will start to catapult themselves into the late stages of this first half. Misfits, though, going for something a bit cheeky, popping themselves up into the window room. Rush hasn't spotted it out either.
Well, Jason R has spotted out one member to a city connector, and now Shazam will eventually land the Deagle headshot. And they will slowly start coming out to a city connector, but an open plan is going to be punished by Rush from the short area, and Deagle's being flung at his direction, but Twist will just try to dance around. Just a one-on-one midnight session, but Tarek decides to interrupt, and Tarek will also pick up the second kill towards 6 kills lurking towards B-Apps, and Misfits will be able to purchase early in this round. They may decide to force, but it won't be the best force. Might want to go just for the armor and pistol, but nope. Spoke too soon.
No, look, it's not too bad. There's a lot of utilities there on Shazam. 6 got a decent amount. Sean's got a decent amount.
But look at Twist and Relics.
Yeah, they don't have too much, but it's enough here for an execute. Well, actually, maybe I lie. There's only 2 smokes. If maybe someone else could have afforded a smoke, though, Sean, he opted to go for the Molotov instead. Twist does go down, so that's not a good start. In this kind of a buy with the Misfits, you really need to be getting that first pick and trying to make use of that. But this may be the round over for Misfits already.
Yeah, Naf, I thought he spotted out one member, but Shazam, sharp shot towards Mixwell to at least take down one of the AWPers on the side of OpTic, but still 3-2, and Relics will be able to get the bomb plant down. He's down towards 11 HP though, and that grenade brings him just a little bit closer towards the grave. Shazam will Molotov off, and Relics will duck away, but he's now stuck in the open, trapped between multiple lines.
It's not a fun place to be, that's for sure. And he actually is going to make a good... What?
He gets 2!
How does that happen? I don't know. Tarek and Naf must have just completely potatoed that, but in the end, Relics, he'll be happy with it. And now Rush, he's got a big job to do. This Molotov could be crucial. If it gets 1 tick onto Relics, it's going to be enough. At least forces him out of position. And now Shazam under pressure, but he answers it well. And Misfits, from nowhere, they find a round.
Beautiful stuff from Relics. Has really stepped it up on Mirage overall, and this will drop OpTic down once again. Mixwell will have enough money for AWP, but it is a mix buy, and all of a sudden, Misfits, they lost the first few members, and then OpTic dropped the ball. It really has allowed Misfits back in towards this half.
Definitely. And this buy from OpTic, they're relying heavily on Mixwell to get some picks here with the AWP in mid. I suppose the rifles as well are going to have a big job to do, Rush and Naf, but yeah, it's not an excellent buy really from OpTic. At least they have some utility as well to slow things down for Misfits. And admittedly, Misfits don't have the perfect buy themselves, but I always feel as though like a force buy, it works out a lot better on the T side, right? Because if you have 1 or 2 rifles and the first rifler goes down, you can pick that up. But if you have 1 or 2 rifles on the CT side and your riflers go down, you don't have as easy of a time being able to trade those rifles around and keep continuing to use them on the rest of your team. Jason, though, in a good spot. Apparently not so good as Relics does check it. Takes him down quite easily. And there you go. That's the problem really for OpTic here, is that now that they've lost the A-bomb site, what do they have to retake? An AWP and a rifle? Yes, but they're going up against 5 players.
Yeah, and Mixwell just backs off, and Tarek loses his life. Oh no, Rush loses his life with the M4 as well. Tarek wants to try to reclaim it, but pushing through jungle, or pushing through Murder Hole is such a dangerous prospect. He's going to go for it, maybe. Nope, he's just going to wait it out. Misfits, 8-4. They're looking to try to win the half, at least even in double digits. That's definitely doable, because OpTic will be forced onto another eco in the next round.
Yeah, this is not looking so great for OpTic. I think maybe there's a reason that they don't play much Mirage. Tarek, he had an opportunity there to take one down, but does not manage to do it. So Mixwell, the only survivor really for OpTic with that AWP. At least they are able to take a gun through, but
have to go pretty big with that weapon.
Yeah, he's going to have to do something pretty big here. I don't know, maybe he can just like push down mid, have a peek into second apps, I don't know, push A main or Palace or something. You know, I think he has to push something and try and make
mid spawn.
Yeah, make a pick.
He has to try to jump up towards short. No, it's going to be smoked off immediately, and Misfits not even vaguely fascinated with the idea of contesting. They just go, let's just throw smokes, just draw OpTic's attention away, and then we'll just stack up for an attack on towards a different side.
Shazam just looking into the B-bomb site. At the moment, if Misfits were to push out of apartments, they would have really no one contesting them. Although we do see Rush starting to transfer back over to the B site, but he's completely smoked off. And, well, Mixwell, this is where he has to go big. He spots out one player, not able to connect any shots yet. He hasn't fired any. Hasn't given away his position just yet, but Misfits, they get the bomb down, and I think that's too little too late right now for OpTic Gaming. And this is really starting to become a massive problem for them. Misfits are really starting to put the tear on at the moment on the T side.
They're still able to retrieve a single AK-47, but Mixwell looking towards B-Apps, not realizing there is a threat that's much closer towards him. That's going to be Relics. As there's the first flashbang, Mixwell will back up, try to save the AWP and Tarek. Oh, if he lands this is going to be a spicy shot. There's a chase on towards Mixwell, but Tarek just pulled out the USP and unfortunately pays the price. Tries to buy time for old mate Mixwell. And Mixwell is going to try and still trying to sprint and stay alive, but he's got so much work to do.
He's played it well. Looks like he's going to survive there. Rush will back him up. And so, OpTic, they do take 2 guns through to this round, which will allow them to actually get a fairly decent buy here, but they've already let so many rounds go over to Misfits on the T side. Like 9. How do you come back from that on your own T side? It's going to have to be something pretty special from OpTic, and this first half isn't even over just yet. Misfits, if they win this one, they could go to 11. If they lose this, they should still be able to buy in the next round, I think. I didn't have a good look at their economy at the start of this round, but yeah, they'll be able to buy next round, so it's really tough right now for OpTic.
Have a lot of work to do on the back of the single AWP on Mixwell. OpTic do use a lot of their numbers just to gain mid control very early on before they peter back towards the A and B side, but I would argue that the A side has been the weakness so far. Jason R and Naf really need to step up their game. Holding that crucial A site means you have to be higher up in the scoreboards. The fact that they're sitting on both 3 and 5 kills apiece is really just testimony to the fact on how well Misfits have been executing and punishing the CT Hold'em. Shazam just coming straight forward, takes out Mixwell, and Tarek and Rush though coming forward, gets a 2 for 2, and Naf nearly cakes it, but will be able to eventually take down the AWP player, and Twist has been spotted out, makes his way underneath balcony.
Yeah, very nice crossfire though from OpTic in mid there. You could just tell with them sort of lurking around. As soon as Shazam got that shot, they were going to peek out, trade him out, and then the trades worked very, very well for Misfits. They got the 2 for 3 overall. Sorry, for OpTic, the 2 for 3 overall. Favourable for OpTic. And so now Relics finds himself in a 1-on-2. It's definitely still a winnable situation here. And if he can even just get a little bit more damage to the economy here, if he can take one of these guns out of the hands of the CTs, then it's still a decent position for Misfits going into next round.
Not even just taking a weapon, he's looking to win this right now. He's been absolutely on fire on Mirage so far. I believe he is the leading score fragger alongside with Shazam on the side of Misfits.
Oh, he's leading Shazam by 4, so
it's been Relics and Shazam who've been putting in the work, and Relics now with 7 seconds at least will have a safe plant, but still has to isolate these two 1-on-1s, and OpTic, if they let the ball drop for this one, it may spell disaster.
Oh, looks like he's going to go for the repeat there, but he was spotted out, and so has to fall back a bit here, and having lost that much HP before the clutch has to come out, now he has to pretty much play this one perfectly. The Molotov is basically going to deny him everything, and that shuts him down. So Jason, easy kill for him in the end, easy retake for OpTic too. And so they do get 5 on the CT side, but now Misfits one more round away from the second half, and they would love to close this one out with 10. And even 9 is good, but 10 is better.
Yeah, and for OpTic as well, 6 is not too bad. I mean, you'd want a better score base on your CT side, but you can still springboard back into the game. It's not over. You win the pistol, take the 2 anti-ecos, 9-all. Effectively an equal game, and if you have a good performing T side, you're able to target the weak points on Misfits, because so far it's really been the Relics and Shazam show up against, let's say, maybe the Mixwell show as well as the Rush show have been doing quite well on the side of OpTic.
Yeah. Still, maybe a bit of a story to tell here in the second half. I think the first half, it's definitely securely favouring Misfits, but who knows what can happen in the second half. Maybe OpTic, when they do get onto their T side, which is a side we saw them really putting Misfits under a lot of pressure on Cobblestone, maybe they do have something for us here. But I guess that's a story for maybe about 2 or 3 minutes' time. We still have to play out the rest of this half. 1 minute left in it, or just over a minute left in it. And Misfits have got control of mid. So they've got a lot of options now.
Yeah, Mixwell is just instantly smoked out, decides to back off towards B site, and he's actually watching B apps instead. This may be the correct read because Misfits are angling their forces towards the B site. It looks like he's just watching Murder Hole, making sure that no one can come through, and Tarek, it's going to be smoked off. The rest of Misfits, they can still rotate back towards the A site. Look at the jungle presence that's coming forward. 2 through jungle, 1 through city connector. A lot of pressure going to be placed on Jason R and Naf. As Misfits scour the wits, make sure they got all the members. Good Molotov, but there's only 1 member there. And Jason R, Naf actually falling. Jason R has to do a lot of work. He does have Mixwell support, but Shazam has just been on fire with the AWP.
Yep.
Nearly gets a flick on towards Jason R as well. Tarek will find a pick on towards Relics, and now down to a 2-on-3.
2-on-3, but now maybe a 1-on-3 because Shazam, again, hitting another shot with that AWP. As soon as he sees a player, they do go down, and Jason well, he's got a big job to do here, but I think it's probably going to be maybe a little bit too big because Shazam, you have to back him on this one, though. Not hitting the shots. There we go. Gets the third one. Third time lucky. And Misfits, they secure 10 on the T side. So an excellent first half from them here on Mirage. OpTic is maybe the music that they should be listening to here in the break. Get a little bit pumped up for that second half.
They can still do it. It's not sure if you were playing the drums or dancing just then. You were playing the drums.
Doing a bit of both.
Yeah, playing the cymbals, but
this is what happens when we're not on camera. And now I'm going to be looking very, very lovely and composed.
Very professional with the pen. It's the elfish guy pen.
It's actually my my drumstick.
Your drumstick? Oh, there we are.
But there's no drums going on anymore, so that's kind of all ruined. But yeah, look, I think OpTic here right now, they need to be having a bit of a chat here during this halftime pause sort of break little thing, and really saying, okay, guys, we need to get the 2-0 tonight because we need to be higher up on the standings. Like we're at 7th at the moment, and that's not where we should be. As that caliber of team, 7th position is not good enough. And so they want the 2-0 tonight. Misfits, though, they really, really want to be able to take at least one map here and say we've been able to get one off OpTic and continue to plug away at that middle of the pack.
The worrying signs for me is going to be where Twist as well as Sick are going to be playing. Twist and Sick didn't really have the best T half. It was really, once again, Shazam and Relics just having a dominating half. Relics is just able to get so many multi-kill rounds, able to clutch out so many rounds as well. It was really up to, I guess, him to build the foundation of the good work alongside with Shazam that allowed Misfits to now carry a 10-5 lead into the half.
Yeah, and there's a lot of questions to be asked, really, of OpTic. How they're going to go about this T side. Mixwell, I mean, he was looking pretty decent with the AWP, but not quite.
He was very cold on the CT side.
Not up to scratch with Shazam, that's for sure. And so is he going to be able to take that and maybe challenge him on the T side, or is Shazam just going to completely shut down this CT side?
Mixwell needs to channel some of his Cobble magic. We saw Cobble, it just felt like he was able to jump out and take all the angles. But this time around, well, he's on the T side, so he's got a little bit more flexibility to play with. But he was so stagnant. He was very much like a turret. They just deployed him, and he got smoked off. There was nothing he could do. Tried rotating around and better shots. Misfits playing very aggressive towards mid, and Tarek, well, he takes one, but can't take the second on towards Sick. Yep, Rush able to open up the B side, but Sean with a P2K, 2 quick kills. Oh, nearly had the third on towards Jason but Sick's now able to rotate across from short as well. And OpTic, it looked good at the start. Now it's very equal on both sides.
Yeah, this is dangerous now for OpTic. If they do drop this pistol round, it's really going to balloon out actually for Misfits. And Misfits have got a great situation to defend this B site. They do drop Sean, and actually Sick goes down as well. I was going to say, if they did drop Sick, that was basically going to be round over for them now. Twist has to clutch this out. Admittedly, 2 very low HP targets, so body shots are going to be enough. But still, 1 versus 3, it's always tough in a pistol round.
I'm not sure if there's a kit. Sean might have had a kit. There it is. It's right there out in the open. And Jason just spotting the line. Probably has called it. And Naf will be able to find the off timing. That Twist looks away. And that is a critical round for OpTic Gaming. Because picking up the pistol, if they can pick up the 2 anti-ecos, that's going to start the campaign back to the comeback a lot easier.
Back to the comeback, huh? All right, well, they have to go about this anti-eco bit better than maybe Misfits did in their own first half of Cobblestone. But it's not a hugely dangerous looking buy, really, from Misfits. I mean, no armor there on Shazam. Obviously, he wants the AWP. Sean with the scout. He needs to open things up here for his team. Not landing that first shot. OpTic getting control of mid very, very easily.
Yeah, but even if you get control of mid, still have to crack open a bomb site. So they're just going to take it on mass, make sure Misfits don't play numbers, and then fall back together and try to attack a bomb site. Look where Relics is, though. He's got armor and a 5-7 at close range. He could completely dome so many of these members. There's one, and there might be 2 as well. He's got it 2, and he's also spotted out the bomb. Misfits can rotate another member over it. Sean now is holding the line, and he misses the shot. A bit slow in the reaction, but it will force OpTic back. So now 4-on-3. Still, that's exactly how you drop the ball.
At least there's enough time right now for Misfits to work with. They can rotate back over to the A bomb site. They still have control of mid, so probably will be an A split here with Rush coming up through the connector, and he could be the key player right now. If he can maybe take down Sick, then there's definitely an opening here for OpTic. But Twist as well, playing by the firebox. There is a Molotov at least on Naf and Mixwell actually, so they can get him out of that position fairly easily. I think that this is maybe not going to be the worst of situations for OpTic, but they need to make sure that they don't lose a couple of players to these CZs.
and Shazam's pushing for information. As soon as these Molotovs pop, they can start rotating Sean back towards the air side, and Sick just dancing around. He will be under pressure now. If he can get a kill, no, won't be able to. But Naf has not checked the line, and Twist just triggered discipline. Does get the dink down. Sean, unfortunately, has not hit a shot with a scout, so it's now down to Shazam.
It's so doable for Shazam. He's got a UMP. Mixwell's very low. Rush is fairly low as well. The only problem here for Shazam right now is that he doesn't have any armor to work with. He has no utilities to work with either. If he had a grenade, if he had a Molotov, he might have been able to get Shazam, or he might have been able to get Mixwell, sorry, out of that position. But not the case. Still, some decent damage done by Misfits, but not enough. They really would have wanted more, and that was definitely a winnable round for them.
Solid round coming out from Rush as well as Mixwell. So low, but just biding, trying to finding the timing, able to trade favorably in their situation, and well, should be making it 8-10 unless they severely drop the ball. It is going to be an A stack, and Naf is going to find out if he charges out. He's going to find out the very hard way, but he's going to crawl out slowly, actually. He's going to walk out slowly, and he's going to take one, takes out two, but there's just too many members. Does manage to get another dink, and he has the support from... No, he actually doesn't die as well. Has the support from Tarek and Jason R to finish the round. Very quick anti-eco in that round, and now Misfits. This is their bye.
It is their bye, and this is where things need to turn around. Uh-oh. We've had a bit of a collapse. Kras dead.
I died.
Are you back? Are we back?
I'm back. Nearly fell off the chair.
Oh, that would have been interesting. It's a shame it wasn't on camera.
It would have been a comedy act for sure.
Oh, Shazam starting off nicely. Mixwell does go down. And that's exactly what Misfits need to start off this round. They need to get this round, because if they allow OpTic Gaming back into it, well, then OpTic Gaming is going to take that chance. But Misfits, just to grind out these rounds, it's not going to be hugely easy for them. OpTic definitely a strong opponent, but Misfits on the CT side, coming into it with a round advantage. They should be able to win it out from here.
Yeah, so OpTic tried placing very, very early mid-aggression without the smoke blooming, and Shazam taking full opportunity will be able to get the kill. He's tagged down, but is still alive, which is the critical, or the most important matter. And now OpTic stacking back up to the B site. They've relinquished the mid control, and they don't have any A main pressure. So Misfits, this just allows them to keep spotting for information, even with limited utility. Only a single flashbang on Sick as the true grenade. There's a decoy, but... Nav, what a shot towards Relics, who was spotting for information. This allows OpTic to bust straight out. Sean, a lot of work to do. Dancing around the side. He might be able to get a second one. Won't be able to. Jason R does get the trade. So 3-on-3, lots of utility for OpTic to use, but they're not using it. And this is going to be punished by Sick.
Yeah, the bomb going down very, very late now for OpTic. The rotation has already come across for Misfits. It's 3 versus 2 on the retake, and not too many utilities here for Misfits, but the aim has been looking relatively decent for them now. Sick, though, does get absolutely wrecked by Rush at a long range. So now 2. They line up for him as well. He gets the first, but not quite the second. But he does enough damage to Twist to make this look very, very easy now for OpTic. They do close it out. Rush getting 3 in that round. Great stuff for him holding off that retake. And again, Misfits are dropping 1. So OpTic, oh, they're coming back into it.
That was really on the back of the opening pick, and they had 2 MAC-10s. That's the important part to note. They had 2 MAC-10s, and they were still able to convert it to a round victory, even after losing the first member. So this is where I start talking about Misfits. Sure, if Relics is performing, as soon as he just got absolutely domed.
Yeah.
That was a 1 in 100 shot from Naf, 100%, and he landed it. And that gives OpTic now a lot of space to work with, because the momentum back in their favor should be able to tie this up, barring a huge play coming out from the pistols. And, well, from here on in, the map is now wide open.
Yeah, well, can't be expecting too much from Misfits in this round. Obviously, the gun's going to be majorly in the advantage of OpTic at this point. Relics, nice close angle though. Might be able to take down Naf, and he actually does, which will secure him an AK. There's no one to trade that out, so not too bad actually for Misfits, and we'll see what Relics can do with that AK. But one has to think that it's going to be maybe a little bit too much for him here, though. Starting off nicely, does take down Rush. Now he has to take Jason R, but that's not going to happen. Mixwell backing up his buddy. 3 versus 1 now. And Twist's the only one left alive.
Just debating whether he should try to play aggressive, but he's been spotted out by Tarek, who's just tapping away with the MAC-10. And Twist coming across. We'll be able to get the pick on towards Jason R. So Jason R just playing a little bit too aggressive. Will pay with his life. And Twist, if he can take down Tarek, or even take down Mixwell with a well-placed shot, it's not going to happen though. And the score is tied 10 apiece.
10 apiece, and that means Misfits have not been able to pick up a CT round so far. because we came into this one at 10-5. And so it's 5 rounds on the board here for OpTic so far on their own T side. Relics top fragging for his team, but he needs some backup. I mean, Shazam doing well as well, but no one else really stepping up at the moment for Misfits.
Yeah,
Moment,
Jace.
10 apiece. I think it's just a little bit gone now, like for Misfits, because they've allowed too much to go to OpTic, and they need to find a way back into this half.
Well, Shazam was trying to play aggressive at short. There is the palace control from Misfits, so they're just going to peek in together, and they're going to find no opponents whatsoever. So they're going to call it out to their teammates. They're going to be quite comfortable still holding on to the A site. Sean now going to be backing out of Murder Hole. As soon as the smoke blooms, I think he'll back off. It's not really a position where he can really play safely. And OpTic now slowly crawling towards short, but Shazam missing a very tight shot. We'll back off safely, though. OpTic just slowly controlling the map. They're seizing control of B site and placing now relentless pressure on Misfits.
Yep, a lot of control across the map here for OpTic right now. They have decent control in mid, though they've backed off from there. And it does seem as though they like to head towards this B site. So, well, Shazam, he's going to need to step up here.
Oh, they're both posted up. A single Molotov will force them off this position. And it's going to, they're just going to have to just sprint away and try to salvage what they have. Because if they had, say, maybe even the Rifler, well, I was going to say maybe if they had the Rifler, but Shazam's able to get the first pick, they're not going to suspect Relics to be at the same position, and Relics can go huge, and he's going to come out, and oh my goodness, he's going to really whiff it.
The timing was so bad for Relics there. You have to feel for him. He could have, if he had a peeked a second earlier, might have gotten 2. If he had a peeked a second later, or not even peeked at all, he might have picked up the AWPer. But in the end, OpTic Gaming do make their way into that B side, and Misfits, they have no choice but to back out here. They can't really afford to go for the retake. The money is in just such a poor position right now for them, and to try and retake the B site with a player disadvantage as well, it's really just so difficult to do. And so, OpTic, they're going to be in the lead for what is basically the first time in this map. Might be able to turn this one into a 2-0.
6 should be able to get a few kills. There's one, but instantly traded out, and every single trade's going to be favorable towards OpTic, but they can't lose guns like this. It's going to leave them with a single M4. Can do damage, but
so far when we've seen Misfits saving just a single gun through, it hasn't really been able to do too much. Particularly on the CT side, which is something that we saw a lot on Cobblestone.
And now a lot of money for OpTic's players as well. Well, not too much. A lot of Mixwell. For the others, about 5k. It's enough for buying into the next round. They are going to force behind it. And this is... I don't really like this. They could have gotten a few armor, a couple of armors, couple of pistols, try to do damage instead. Now they're just trying to contend. They're trying to brute force their way towards a victory, and Sick, Tarek is crawling through the smoke, and they may just pass each other.
Oh, I think Tarek knows this now. He's of course heard Sick firing there, and he gets 2
He gets 2!
He takes Twist down, and so there we go. OpTic straight up into the A bomb site. Easy entries for them. The bomb still by T-Apps, but really not too big of a deal right now because they're just basically controlling the map as much as they need to. The rotation will come across from, I believe Rush is the one that's going to pick the bomb up there. And so the A side is theirs. It's just a matter of time now before they put that bomb down. Mixwell hunting.
Oh, he looks away just at the wrong time, though. So this means that Misfits will be able to get into B-Apps without being challenged. And they will be able to take their weapons forward, but I just don't like these force buys. We saw the same problem come out from Cobblestone where they go, all right, the round that worked was a complete buy. So let's start forcing instead. I can understand the pressure starting to get to them. They still have rounds to work with.
Yeah.
Take a tactical pause. Take a talk about what's going wrong. What do they need to do? Where are the weak points? OpTic are taking mid completely uncontested, and they're able to come up short. Misfits need to figure out some way of stacking their forces to at least take the short control off OpTic. How are they going to reinforce the B side? These are all important questions, because OpTic, so many times they drop a member down, and they're still able to come back fighting.
Yep. The B-bomb site has really been a bit of a problem for Misfits. I don't know, maybe they can send Shazam a bit further forward, like sort of in this position, right, where Mixwell is playing. If he's got the AWP in his hands, he can spot the line a little bit easier. Shazam does get dropped. That's crucial damage coming out from the T's. And only the M4 is going to come through in this round. So Misfits, they try and save again, and they're only able to take, again, a single gun through. This time, it has to be an eco from Misfits. Like last round, they had all of them around 4K. This time, all of them were just around 3.5K. So just not quite enough to be able to actually buy into it. Pistols and armor coming out on a couple, pistols on the rest. But it's going to be 13 on the board. One would think for OpTic after this round, NAF opening up well onto Twists. And that may be just too much for Misfits to come back from.
And OpTic now starting to come alive, doing damage, and Tarek will spot out and just take down 2 members by himself. You can see Shazam is going to try and crawl through the smoke to retrieve the rifle. Will be able to do so. Also spots out Tarek, but can't find the shots, and now it's OpTic to try to do some damage. We'll be able to drop the bomb in Jason R, but there is another member waiting on balcony, and he goes, well, free kill. And now OpTic 13-10. Surely this has got to be a tactical pulse Misfits.
Don't think so.
Surely.
Would have come out already.
Oh, man. They've just dropped 8 rounds in a row. They need to just settle down and just talk matters over. The double AWP setup does come forward, but how are they going to play it? Would like to see maybe Twist go towards the short area with the AWP. No, Shazam's actually playing quite aggressive towards Palace to try to get the opening pick, as NAF will take down Sean instantly at window.
Yeah, Twists, he looks like he's going out to short. Yeah, so he's over there, but Palace, oh, that could be big for Shazam. He gets the first, backs down. He's got a chance to get a second here, and actually Sick is going to be able to take down Mixwell coming out from A main. I think Jason R peeks into Sick as well and goes down, and this is looking a little bit better now for Misfits. They're just covering each other off a little bit nicer than what they had been, but Rush does take down Sick, and now Shazam is on his own, sort of. But the rotation comes across from Misfits, and, well, that's that. OpTic, they start off this round nicely, but really, apart from that, there's not much to speak about for them. It's all been the way of Misfits.
Yeah, NAF is going to try his best to try to draw attention while rotating all the way back towards mid, but he has to isolate 3 one-on-one deals, 2 of them against AWPs.
Yep.
And he's playing it. He's got time to work with. He may just want to save the AWP.
I think he should go for it, because he's on my fantasy team.
Is on your fantasy team.
Yeah.
So you want the points.
I want the points. I think I'm actually doing pretty okay in our little league thing that we've got.
I still can't believe you mixed me up for someone else.
What?
You mixed me up, you're like, is it your turn to veto? And I'm like, I'm not even in it. Like, how do I join?
Some random joined our league. I don't know who it was.
And it wasn't even my alias. You thought it was me.
Well, I didn't know who it was, and you were the only one that was missing.
Do we ever find out who the mystery person in the mystery league was? No. Okay, so
I don't know who it is.
It shall forever be a mystery, I guess.
Strange task. Anyway, thanks, NAF, for a little bit of extra points. But I don't think he's going to be getting too much more out of this round. 10 seconds on the clock. Bombs in the middle of A. He's looking to try and take down a couple of these players.
I see what he's doing. So
Denying
he's just
the
making sure that they can't take the AWP.
Yep. That's good. That's really nice, actually, from him.
Why? So, if you could take both weapons, why couldn't you pick up both AWPs? It's not like you're going to use them. It's just like you might as well put them in your backpack.
Put them in your backpack. Well, you know, an AWP sticking out of your backpack is probably not going to be the ideal situation either. They don't actually have backpacks.
Yeah, they have
vests.
Bulletproof vests, pockets or pouches to put more bullets in, unless it's the M4 or the USP. Apparently, you don't have enough space for them.
I don't know.
It's true, if you think about it.
Yeah.
It's like, with a P2K, you can hold 4 clips, and all the USP can only hold 2 clips. There are more bullets inside the P2K as well, so
don't
the
ask
clips should
me.
be larger.
These are the mysteries of life. At least the mysteries of life in Counter-Strike.
It is forever a challenge to understand. It is a philosophy and a half, as Relics. This is a good Molotov. Should force OpTic back from just an aggressive position to be
damage too. Can't complain about that, but OpTic, it again seems as though they want to sort of hit this B bomb site.
It's been their go-to. Didn't work going towards A. They just go, look, well, it's been working for us. B site, let's go there again. It's only NAF, your man, your hero, on the A bomb site,
my hero,
looking to get more points.
All right, come on. Here we go. No, he's going to back out. But that's okay. OpTic are going to make their way into the B site. That's a great flashbang. Shazam completely white. He's forced back. Does go down to Tarek. Trade comes out from Relics, but similarly a trade from OpTic Gaming. So overall, 2-for-1 trades on the entry. Very favorable for OpTic. They also get a third there, courtesy of Rush. And Misfits, surely they can't retake this round. 2 versus 4. I think it's too little too late for them here. It should be 14 on the board for OpTic now. And Misfits, they will probably be able to afford a buy in next round. They did win the last.
I don't think so, because they lost. So if they were able to take the double AWP setup, maybe, but they were only able to take a single AWP forward. Had to repurchase 3 rifles.
They have to force next round.
Yes.
It's obviously, it's not going to be a buy-buy, but it's going to be a buy, if you know what I mean.
Will it be enough to take down OpTic? I don't think so.
Probably not.
OpTic dropping that round, it was on the back of a better play coming out from Sick.
Yep.
That was a really good play from Shazam and Sick to combine and be able to hold on to the A side. And Mixwell now coming across. Sean does escape with his life. And that is...
Twist and Sean,
I think
maybe.
your bank account may look better than the numbers on the CT side.
It actually does. Yeah.
Which is telling signs.
Yeah.
On how poor the economy of Misfits really is.
It is bad. And they are going to fully eco it. Okay, so they're going to go for that tiebreaker, the overtime. But it's a big, difficult task here now for Misfits.
Risky decision, but they're trying to put the eggs in the basket with a high percentage.
Yep.
But the basket is quite fragile and still the percentage is not really favourable.
It's a paper mache basket that's been left out in the rain for too long.
It's been left out in Sydney weather for...
Yeah.
Probably you left it out on the day where it was like really warm and it's like, oh, this is drying quite nicely. But you leave it overnight and then...
The cyclone comes.
Yeah.
Ladder basket. All right.
Speaking of ladders, Sean is in ladder room. Maybe he's weaving himself a basket.
I didn't say ladder. I said ladder.
Ladder. Well, we can make it ladder.
Yeah. Smooth transition. But
Ladder
sorry,
room.
I had to ruin it.
Why you always do this to me, old fish guys? Well, OpTic looking to completely shut down Misfits on the eco, and Tarek's going to start off quite well, but Twist does manage to get a 1-for-1 trade. Nearly takes out Mixwell. He will be able to back out alive, but his rest of the team is falling around him. And OpTic, a few low members. It's now off to Twist, now on a 1-on-4. But he can't find Mixwell. It's just so unfortunate. It just looks like Twist. He's just locking down the correct line. And as soon as he looks away, OpTic go, oh, hey there, how you going?
Hello. All right, Misfits, even though they do eco out that last round, the buy that they will have in this one, it is going to be leaving a bit to be desired. Sean, he can get a UMP and some utilities. No defuse kit here. Twist had 550, didn't he?
Well, if OpTic do manage to make their way on towards a bomb site, it's effectively over.
Yeah.
And Mixwell just threw the smoke.
Opening it up. It's not looking good for Misfits here. They really did start off quite well, but OpTic have really come on their T side and said, well, it's been a bit how you going, I suppose, for Misfits. It's been a real turnaround from OpTic. It's kind of like Cobblestone all over again.
Yeah, it was just potential on the T side. We saw some positive sign from Misfits, I guess, on the T side, where they're able to get a few kills, start rolling a bit of momentum. It was OpTic's match still all the way. And now coming in towards the T half, after OpTic took the pistol, they won 8 rounds in a row.
Yep.
Finally dropped one buy round on the back of a successful A-side hold. But ever since then, haven't looked anywhere close as OpTic just taking one-on-one aim deals. Misfits now pushing in. They have to push in for information. OpTic know this. They're coming slowly across, and Mixwell just spotting the bottom of A ramp. It's Twist pushing. He's a dead man. Shazam's also going to fall. Misfits one by one, losing the members of the ranks, and still with 40 seconds left on the timer. Well, it's off to Twist. And his position is now identified. 16-11 victory for OpTic Gaming.
Yeah.
A 2-0.
OpTic, they don't drop too much there on that T side of their own. Misfits only getting 1 on their CT side, so they would have really been hoping to get a little bit more than that. But OpTic, a fantastic result for them tonight. They did need that 2-0. They've got the 2-0. They've secured it, and now they're going to boost themselves up the standings. Just a little bit, but a little bit is going to be better than nothing.
And similarly, Misfits, a lot of questions now going to be asked on how they're going to change around their playstyle. It's just unfortunate because they had such a good T-side. Relics performed so well. Shazam with the AWP absolutely dominating. And on the CT side, it was just almost, once again, Cobble version 2. They just went wandering and we're just trying to figure out where they went.
Yep. Really got to question what happened there. Coming into the second half, we thought Misfits, they're in a great position to close this one out, but it just wasn't the case. And so 2-0 goes the way of OpTic for that one. We do have one more matchup coming up later on tonight. We're going to go to a quick break, but stay tuned. Cloud9 and CLG will be up soon.
chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kingwin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kingwin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
It's a one-on-one. Alt versus Alt, but JDM goes down. Coke Zero. That's the quad kill. SK gonna pick up a very, very tight round. listen to this. Bad boy. Funky time. Come on.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
G'day guys and welcome back to the Pro League. It is now match day 18, halfway through it in fact, and Cloud9 CLG about to come up. We've just seen OpTic completing a 2-0 over Misfits, but Cloud9, I think they might be able to get a 2-0 tonight as well.
Still have to wait and see. Cloud9 obviously more consistent. That's what you can bank on it. You can always expect their players to go huge. Whereas the CLG, it just depends on how big they can go. So far the lineup seems to be synergizing well, but now against one of the top teams in NA, that is going to be a big ask coming up.
It is going to be really the biggest question I think that has been asked of CLG since this new roster's come through. We've seen them getting good wins over a lot of the top teams actually in North America. But going up against Cloud9 now, we have to see whether or not the form that CLG is showing right now is going to be able to continue through to this match in particular, because obviously Cloud9, they've really been almost unstoppable. We spoke about it before we watched that first match, and you know, like Cloud9, they haven't dropped too many games. That they dropped 2 to Misfits, which was when they didn't have Skadoodle, so maybe how much do you want to read into that? I think the other one that they dropped was against Immortals. And really, apart from that, they've just got wins on the board.
And that was on Cobblestone as well. And I believe all the Brazilian teams are just very good at Cobblestone, even from Luminosity, Immortals, SK Gaming, all solid teams. So not the most unsurprising drop. Immortals do play very well at times, but Cloud9 looking to recover from the blip. We were talking about earlier on where I believe that Cloud9 as well as SK really the only two teams to solidify their positions in the top two. Now CLG are further down. If they can take a 1-1 tonight, I believe that's going to be a big win.
Yeah, definitely.
But
I agree.
I still reckon the CLG lineup, a lot of the other lineups would probably go, all right, we're looking to go for the 1-1, that'll be good. CLG, it just feels like they are aiming for the 2-0.
Definitely.
Everyone else saying that the 1-1 would be like, yeah, it's a pretty good result for CLG. They're not going to be happy unless they get the 2-0.
Well, speaking of 1-1s, there was actually a 1-1 coming out tonight, and that was on the mainstream. Surprisingly enough, Renegade's able to get a map off SK, and from what I'm told, they started off the first half 14-1, and then they ended up winning 16-13, so that was a bit of a nail-biter there actually for them, but they do get the win, and that's a very respectable scoreline, you know, going one apiece with SK, basically the top team in the region at the moment. I think Renegades will be pretty happy with how that's turned out. Obviously, OpTic as well. We've touched on it briefly. 2-0 over Misfits earlier on tonight, 16-11, 16-3. They'll be happy with that as well.
The scary part as well with the Renegades' victory is they had a fill-in.
Yeah.
So they had a sub, similar with OpTic as well. They had a sub. Renegades are 2 subs, thinking about it now.
Yeah,
Ado has finished his stint over on Renegades, so he is going back towards the European region, and hopefully he'll jump on a top-tier team as well. It'll be good to see Ado once again, but should be solidifying their proper lineup very shortly.
Well, hopefully. It's definitely a bit of a trying time, I suppose, for the Renegades at the moment. But if they can continue to work through it, that's going to be good for them. But speaking again now, or leaning back a little bit more over towards Cloud9 and CLG, because that's what we've got coming up here. I would be thinking we probably will see a 2-0 from Cloud9. I'd say a 1-1 for CLG, best case scenario. But historically speaking, when we've seen CLG and Cloud9 matching up against each other in, like, ever since they've had teams sort of thing, it's generally speaking gone the way of Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, they have more experience in terms of bigger platforms, playing better in the Pro League, and they've been together as a lineup for a lot longer. So you can always expect Automatic to mainly step up. Automatic is the leading, I guess, player inside the Pro League for Cloud9. That said, though, all the members on Cloud9, except for the fill-in Valens, have a positive rating.
Yeah.
Which really speaks volumes of how well they're all playing inside the Pro League. Sure, it's easy to have a positive rating when you're winning all the matches, but still impressive that you can consistently do it against every single opponent for all these match days in a row.
Yeah, but definitely something to consider is the fact that CLG, ever since they picked up Ricky, have really been on a bit of a tear. I mean, they started off the season not too bad, getting 1-1s. The only time that they've really lost a couple in a row was the matches between Misfits and NRG, where they went 1-1 with each of them, but they lost 2. So they lost the last one and then the first one of each matchup. Anyway, doesn't really make sense.
Bit of a score sandwich.
But yeah, look, it overall generally has been pretty good for CLG. They're about 7-5 so far this season, which is not too bad, but they don't want to be 7-7. They want to be 8-6, 9-5, something like that, really start to boost themselves up. But it is a tough ask, really, against Cloud9. Like, this is going to be one of the most difficult matches they've got against going up ahead of them. And also, they haven't actually faced SK yet either. So there is some tough matches ahead, some tough weeks ahead here for CLG. And despite the fact that they've started off okay, they need to finish strong as well.
Well, we saw, I guess it's reflected similar towards Renegades. I know we bring it back towards Renegades, but Renegades have a very similar kind of story so far in the Pro League, where they started off quite weakly and now they're starting to come back strong. A resurgence where earlier on in the season we wouldn't have predicted with Renegades now taking a 1-1 against SK Gaming at the beginning of the season. We would have gone, we would have said, look, it's maybe not no chance, but it's an improbability as opposed towards, okay, it's definitely doable.
Yeah.
Whereas CLG, now coming in towards the midway of the season, people will probably be starting saying, hey, a 1-1 may be doable. Against Cloud9, very strong opponent.
I definitely think a 1-1 is doable. For sure. Like,
still percentage-wise,
Percentage-wise, maybe like 70-30, 70-30, 60-40 sort of thing here for Cloud9 to get the 2-0. But it depends on the map picks. Obviously, I know them off the top of my head. Keish and Mirage are going to be the maps coming out here. I don't think that that's going to favor either team hugely. Keish is definitely a map that we've seen a lot of success from Cloud9 on, though.
Yes, and both teams just looking to bring their A-game and consistency. So it's all going to boil down towards CLG's playbook. Not really, in my mind, Cloud9 as much. Cloud9, you see what you get. You got dominant firepower, a great AWP, and now a lineup that has synergized so well for so long.
Yeah.
On the side of CLG, may look good, but is a honeymoon period still going to be working? Is it just a honeymoon period, or is it actual synergy that's working together?
Yeah, well, the one takeaway here that I want to say about Caish is that we've seen both of these teams actually picking up wins on the map, but the wins that Cloud9 has been able to get have been consistently amazing, like 16-3, 16-4, 16-5. The one that they did lose was to Misfits, again, when Scooter wasn't playing in this roster. The wins that we have seen from CLG have been very, very close. 16-13s, 19-17s, things like that. So you can see, even just from the scorelines that are coming out there on Caish, it would probably, in theory, favor Cloud9 just a bit.
Absolutely. Everything still favors towards Cloud9, and they should take the 2-0, I think. Yeah. We've emphasized the 2-0 part a lot.
Well,
maybe it's the donuts.
The donuts.
2 to donut.
Yeah, maybe. I didn't get to have a donut during the break. I had an apple in this one, if anyone was wondering, which you probably weren't. But Mirage is the second map. And again, a map that both of these teams should be fairly comfortable on, but I think it should favor the guys on Cloud9 just a tiny bit. Again, their results have been a little bit more convincing. Admittedly, CLG 16-5 over Winterfox, but I suppose it's Winterfox, you know, so you don't want to read into it too much there for CLG, whereas Renegades were the one that Cloud9 were able to get a 16-4 over, or 16-6 over, sorry. So a very, very convincing result over RNG, who is definitely a stronger team at the moment than Winterfox. Again, Misfits did pick up a win over C9 on this map, but again, no Skadoodle. I don't know, like, how much do you read into one player being away? I think you can read into a fair bit, to be honest.
Especially with Skadoodle as their primary AWP. I mean, Valens tried his best, but substitutes, it's always just such an iffy thing. Like, you just want your substitute to kind of go, all right, solid performance is expected out of Valens, and unfortunately for Cloud9, when you're versing against Misfits, who also may have had a really good day as well, where they stepped up the gameplay. We did see Misfits just then, did kind of drop the ball a lot on their CT side, looked very off of sorts. It's not the normal Misfits that you normally expect to see coming in towards a critical map, where you kind of go, look, you know, you see Twist performing well, we see Relics performing well, but they just were unable to string it together.
Yeah.
So if they're able to string it together, then suddenly that result against Cloud9 makes sense.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we're going to be seeing both of these two teams have a little bit more consistency than what we saw from our first matchup. We are going to take a quick break, though, waiting for the teams to get underway and get in the server. But for now, we'll head to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Cloud9 CLG will be up soon.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Pro League. Two headshots in a row. Fenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Fenix! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking for a blow. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
You like Nuke? No? Well, here's a common warehouse smoke for you anyway. The lineups for this are nice and easy. It's fairly common AWPers should play from this spot, and this smoke should push them away and force them to relocate. Position yourself over this corner and aim slightly above the metal fixture, and then toss the smoke. Easy, now you removed one of the 45 different angles that CTs can kill you from. important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Hey Future Pros, Train is the game and we have a slick smoke to cover CT connector. This smoke is great for pushing that pesky AWPer off position, and coupled with 1 or 2 more smokes you have a great outside execute. To master this, hop up on this dumpster and nestle yourself between these 2 crates. Once done so, aim just to the right of the corner of this building and let the smoke fly. Train ain't easy, but hopefully you can find some success with this top tip.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Matchday 18. At the moment, still waiting for Cloud9 and CLG to get underway, but I think we're going to get there relatively shortly. And speaking of this matchup, we sort of already had a little bit of a pre-show analysis almost. We both sort of leaned on Cloud9 here maybe to get the 2-0, but not necessarily 100% sure.
It's all dependent on what CLG show up. So we're fairly sure, look, Cloud9, if they just play the normal Counter-Strike they do, it should be a 2-0. But if CLG decided to go massive, and Cloud9 can't fire back up in response, well, then just maybe CLG might go 1-1 apiece. Just maybe.
Maybe. Depends. Yeah, CLG has been looking a lot better lately, and they do have some good players on that roster. Particularly of our interest is Ricky for this one. New player there with the AWP, has been having a good time so far, and maybe he can come up here and challenge Skadoodle, though admittedly Skadoodle has been in pretty decent form lately. Against OpTic, he looked very, very good on both Nuke and Train. So it's an exciting prospect to see how these 2 AWPs are going to match up.
But you still have to deal with the rifle as an automatic leading the league so far. 1.33 KD. Not the most impressive KD, but look at that average damage around, 97.2. For the entirety of the league, he's nearly killed someone every single round.
Yeah.
And there's only 500 points of damage that you can do in a round. It doesn't calculate beyond 100 for each person. So to do that much damage, he's effectively taking down nearly 20% of the team by himself every single time.
Yeah, really putting a lot of work in for Cloud9. But Cache will be our first matchup for tonight. Cache, not Cash. Cache.
Cache?
Cache.
Cache?
It's a good map for Cloud9, whatever you want to call it. They have got a few wins so far on it this season. Some very, very convincing wins as well.
Standard kind of pistol play towards B main, where you put a lot more pressure towards B main and just start scouting for information afterwards. You just play a defuse kit towards A and you just allow CLG to come forward. So passive play from both sides. CLG just sussing out any pushes, then leaving the B side of the map completely open. And Automatic and Skadoodle will be tested when CLG pop open the squeaky as well as drop smokes on the cross.
Okay, well, Automatic just going for a bit of a tap through the smoke, not really connecting all that much. Kusta tagged a little bit lower, but really a nice start for Cloud9, for Canalogic Gaming here. They get into the A bomb site, they get some good post plans, bombs down, and from this point onwards, really Cloud9 do have a bit of an uphill battle. They need to win those aim drills, and with the timer ticking away already, it's not going to be the easiest of tasks for them to find all of these Ts and kill them all too.
Well, Ricky does open up on Automatic, but Shroud gets the trade immediately afterwards, and there still is the smoke on Skadoodle as well as the kit, and now nothing comes forward. We'll get another kill. Shroud does fall, as now the rest of Cloud9 are coming forward, and Skadoodle sitting on the defuse. Oh, Ethan, he's going for the knife, but he's missed!
Oh, he got him!
Oh, he gets him! Oh my goodness, this is
Stewie got
messy.
two.
Messy.
Stewie got 2 knives.
What is going on?
I don't know. Look at that, he got an orb. Why'd you buy an orb?
Why not?
He has no armor.
We're lost for words after the round. CLG, they do take it, but just around the smoke, it was just, you can imagine the music playing and just counter-terrorists and terrorists running around and just in circles around each other. Knife kills do go in the favor of Cloud9. Stewie picks up 2 kills with a knife and he's got an AWP. That is not something you see every day. Second round AWP on the losing team.
I'm not 100% keen on the AWP, really. I mean, it can do work, that's for sure. But I think it might have been better off just saving a little bit of extra cash into the proper gun rounds. But
Probably.
Look, to be honest, we'll see if he can make it work. If he can make it work, I'm going to be eating my words here, so I guess that's that. Anyway, let's find out as they enter in towards that A-bomb site once more.
And Automatic's going to be very, very low, trying to play the edge of the smoke. Kusta's just going to go, how does he have an AWP? Stewie 2K is going to get the first pick for the CTs, but the bomb plant still goes down on the A side. And Ricky has not been spotted out. He's used a forklift line 2 rounds in a row, nothing doing damage with the P250. 2 kills, now it's up to Ethan. On a 1-on-3, he's going to whip out a flashbang. He's going to drop it at the edge of the smoke, but a good surround from Cloud9, just waiting for the smoke to defuse. Not only do they take an AWP to the next round, they take the victory in 2 AK-47s off the back of a sick P250 play from nothing.
Well, there you go. I suppose the AWP, it kind of works out. I mean, it wasn't hugely impactful. He did get 1 kill. But in reality, if you can take it through to the next round, then that's worth the investment in my eyes. Stewie will be able to buy armor in this one. Just getting body armor, no head armor. He's actually going to drop the AWP over to Skadoodle, which does make sense as well. And we'll see Cloud9 pretty much fully buying into this round off the back of, well, the 2 knives from Stewie in the first round and then that victory in the last one. And this is pretty much like one of the best 3rd round buys you're ever going to see a CT take.
This is such an odd buy coming out from both teams right now. So CLG, I can have 4 straight back up, but Kusta, he's the poorest and he's only got a Desert Eagle to work with. 2 AKs in the hands of Ricky and Cutler, and it's not as even if their economy is poor, they have utility to work with.
Yeah.
And as soon as these Tech-9s get into close range, well, Stewie could be in for a bit of a surprise.
Counterlogic Gaming again headed in towards the A bomb site. Stewie might have just whipped that smoke a little bit, but does look like he's going to be able to get a kill before going down, so at least there's that. Automatic does find Ethan. Molotov goes down as well to deny the positioning from CLG, and I like that from C9 here. God, this is going to get a little bit difficult, isn't it? C9, CLG. Anyway, bomb does go down for CLG, and Shroud coming around from behind, nothing coming around from the front. Easy kill for them. Another round on the board for Cloud9. And 3 guns saved through to the next round. Lots of utility saved through to the next round as well. Just upgrading the pistols too. So really not much more that you could have wanted for Cloud9 here. Started off well.
Maybe we can finally see an eco. Maybe we can get rid of the nonsense. Oh, I shouldn't say nonsense, but it's been a bit of a
strange.
It's been a bit of a circus
start.
ride so far.
Yeah.
Even from the pistol round where it just got very scrappy in the smoke and we just lost track of what happened. And a 2nd round AWP buy on the losing team into now a more stabilized situation where Cloud9 do have rifles, a lot of utility to work with, and CLG did get the bomb plant down, but will decide just to buy pistols, and Ethan's already down to 4 HP. Nade stack coming over, doing heavy damage.
Yep. Again, a good start into this round for Cloud9, and they are a very, very strong team on Cache. Their CT side looking like it's going to shape up in a very similar fashion to what we've seen it doing before this, but still plenty of time here for CLG to potentially come back into it. It is only round 4, although round 4 should be fairly securely wrapped up here by Cloud9, and indeed it is. Automatic getting a couple of kills there for himself, but overall it was a fairly decent team effort in that one. And so the buy does come out again for CLG, but still yet to see an AWP in the hands of Ricky, and that's where we expect a lot of the firepower to start coming from for CLG. So 5 rifles. It's not like Ricky's a bad rifler, but he's a much better AWPer than he is a rifler, and so we want to see the AWP in Ricky's hands.
Certainly for Cloud9, they do have a bit of cash in the bank, so if they're able to build upon this, it could spell trouble for CLG as Cloud9 are allowed an early lead inside the half. It will be a lot slower round from both sides. Good utility from both teams. A lot of smoke grenades, a lot of incendiary grenades and Molotovs to work with, so they can delay as long as possible. They don't want to be giving an inch and expect some pop flashes coming forward towards mid as Automatic, holding very close, has a lot of work to do alongside with Stewie.
CLG look like they want to set up here for a bit of mid-aggression, or just try and, maybe not aggression into mid, but just presence into mid. So the Molotov coming into sandbags. No, that's into vent. Just forcing out CLG, or forcing out Cloud9 from any positions that they could be in, or Automatic. He would have been lucky to survive there if he had, but Ricky just resetting his spray. Does take him down. Kuster as well finding a kill. So lots of kills going the way of CLG here. Just one by one. That's what you want to see for them, at least, on the T side. Splitting things up, winning the duels. Cloud9 under pressure now in this one.
Scoodoodle still holding towards Truck with the AWP, and it's a poor smoke. But Scoodoodle does rotate just at the wrong time to allow CLG. No, it looks like CLG did throw the second smoke to cover off the gap, so realizing that they did make a little bit of error, but CLG are now going to be under pressure, and that's a good shot from Shroud. As, it looks like he will back off. They want to take the AWP and AK.
You can't really try and go for a retake there. I mean, it was 5v2, now 4v2. Still not a very favorable situation. You have to be pretty lucky to be able to take a retake in that kind of a player disadvantage. But yep, Cloud9 are going to try and save these two weapons. Shroud maybe playing a little bit more dangerously than Skadoodle at this point, but he may still get out of here alive. He'll need to hit a couple of shots though, by the looks of things.
And they're not going to expect him to be here. They're going to go, yeah, they're going to be trying to save. So we should just all back up together. Shark can do damage. Oh, he's going to spot out maybe Ricky. There's one kill. He's also tapping around. Finds Kuster, but Kuster doing well to get the trade. So they do lose the AK-47, but some damage done to the economy of CLG. Cloud9 can force back up, but still, tight rounds. This is just
nothing's
battle for battle.
So someone else must... Nope. Okay. Yep. I thought there was going to be a double AWP coming out. I was like, someone
and
might have
got an AWP. Why not?
There we go. Yeah, look, he's been using it yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before when he was against OpTic. It worked really well for him. I don't think that you can really fault him for picking up the AWP here again.
AWP is a decent gun.
Yeah.
It has a decent fire rate. At close range, it actually is a one-shot headshot. You have to get really close, though. You have to pretty much be hugging the terrorist. But regardless, still a one-shot headshot is a capacity which most CT weapons don't have.
Yep.
So it will be potential when it gets a little bit more scrappy, where CLG may come towards that close quarters fighting. Otherwise, just going to be locking down the B main. Angle does have nothing supporting him. Stewie's also gone for the AWP to try to hold on to mid alongside Skadoodle at A site. So once again, another slow round. Utility just going to be used from both sides just to try to gain control of mid. Just a contest going back and forth as both sides don't want to relinquish their position.
Stewie catches out Ricky. So the Dorval AWP, I guess that kind of gives it away. You wouldn't be expecting Stewie normally to have an AWP, but it's not confirmed, I suppose, until they see Skadoodle with an AWP in his hands.
I was going to say you wouldn't expect Stewie to have an AWP, and then he brought up the AWP in the second round anyway, so...
Yeah, that's true.
Does get tagged down quite low from Ethan, but he does get also tagged in trade, and now the attack begins on the A side, but automatic with the timing from Forklift, able to pick one more. There's no A main pressure, which means CLG, they have to bust out a squeaky, and this is a hard ask, especially now with the Molotovs now coming forward towards Forklift. Cloud9 just completely backed off of Forklift. Oh, the double off setup, just too strong.
Yeah.
And it's all up towards Cutler. Does manage to get a pick to Stewie against the edge of the door, but even then, it's not enough.
Yeah, and they'll be able to take two AWPs through to the next round as well. Nothing picking that one up. Maybe dropping it over to Stewie. Maybe keeping it for himself. There we go. It's gone to Stewie. So, yep, Cloud9 starting off pretty nicely. We'll reset the economy again of CLG. It's possible that CLG buys some pistols and armor in this one, but just looking like some pistols here. I mean, they could have got some armor on maybe Cutler, Ricky. Although I suppose Ricky wants to get the AWP, but anyway, CLG, we'll see what they can make do with those pistols. Not too much one would expect, given how the last round did go, though, for Cloud9 and the anti-eco.
Well, they are stacking up for a B main take. They're all there, and that is a great grenade coming out from Shroud, I believe it is. And oh my goodness, a shot from Ethan, but nothing's managed to swindle his way through the edge of the smoke, but he can't get the spray down. And so many members low on CLG. They're still able to get the bomb plant down. That's going to help their economy. They shouldn't be able to pick up this round. It's a better cleanup coming out from automatic. That's sharp, but they do get the bomb plant down.
And that's pretty much what you would really hope for in a round like that. I think that's quite successful for CLG in reality, taking two guns away. Obviously, C9 can take both the AWPs there. I don't think the AUG was retrieved, so that is going to be a bit of a reinvestment here for C9. But overall, it's still going to be fine for C9 here, but better than you would have maybe expected for CLG too.
Absolutely, and CLG will be able to fully purchase up. We're seeing what they can do with a full set of utility, and they're looking to potentially once again get the mid control. No AWP still in the hands of CLG, which is
interesting. Do they have the economy though?
I believe they would have, but they'd have to forego utility, so it looks like they're going, look, let's get more utility as opposed towards going for against the AWP.
Yeah, always a bit of a trade-off, it seems. Wow. Stewie would have liked, CLG would have liked to have a bit more of a bankrolling by this point. 7 rounds in. They've only been able to pick up 2 rounds. And Ethan making a lot of noise, giving away his position right now. The smoke does come in response from C9. Just to stall things out a little bit longer. But again, CLG, it looks like they want to take some mid-presence here. Going up over boost. Ricky's going to pop flash himself and a teammate out. Ethan the one. Ethan does go down, but the trade comes out from Ricky. And now he needs to do a little bit more work here. Because CLG, they can't afford to just be doing 1-for-1 trades. They need something better. They need some rounds.
And they still can't get anywhere through mid, so they get the 1-for-1, but Stewie's still locking down the angle. More utility has to be burned by CLG to even progress forward. And, well, Stewie's, oh my goodness, he hasn't spotted the highway line. No, has spotted at the highway line, and Ricky, well, able to get out alive. Prestering, close C, but Stewie too fast with the reactions, able to get another kill, and CLG lining up. This just feels like deja vu once again. 2 squeaky, 1 A main, but they're just coming out too late, and nothing is just anchoring the site. Spotting the squeaky open, and he's just going to drop through smoke. Just going to wait for the rest of his teammates to play the retake. They've got the numbers advantage. They still have utility. 3 incendiary grenades. 3 coming to the late game and the retake.
It's a good situation for Cloud9. It was a good decision as well for nothing. Just to back out there. Not much that he could do fully flashed in a position like that. So he's still alive to fight again another day. The flashbangs do come out from CLG, but that's the last utility that they do have here. The Molotov coming across, and that's going to force them out of quad. FNS has to push forward now, still alive, but you have to think for how much longer because C9 are starting to make their way into this site. The kills are going the way of CLG though. Kusta finding 2, and now it's Stroud in a 1 versus 1. He was so good in these up against OpTic Gaming. Pulls out the USP. He knows that his opponent is low, and they'll clutch it out. The 1v1 goes his way. That means the round goes his way as well. C9 putting 6 on the board. It was a bit of a messy retake, but they make it work.
And Shroud getting the 2 kills as well as the defuse. Just going to be hopping away and spinning his mouse in joy. Well, CLG do get the bomb plant down, so it means they are actually just going to force straight up.
And they denied the double AWP setup as well here from C9, unless C9 decides to invest into it again. And I think it looks like a full rifle setup actually right now for Cloud9. So no double AWP to deal with anymore.
Double AWP is really good for holding onto the site.
Just a single AWP.
Double AWP is really good to hold onto either site where it's just a choke point. So B main, you sit an AWP there, and towards the A site, you also sit an AWP, or even mid. But the problem does come through where we saw just then where CLG were able to take the bomb site. Even with the great incendiary grenade placement, the AWP just becomes so immobile, and the AKs can punish the fact.
Yeah.
So they decide, all right, maybe just go for the single AWP. It's not going to tax our economy as much. And CLG are lining up for a fake. They've thrown a lot of utility towards the A side, but they're being boosted up, and Skadoodle is watching the line, but the incorrect line because Kusta comes onto the roller doors and rolls forward with a headshot. They're now barreling back on towards the A side. The double pump at Kusta making it work out. Now it's up to Stewie to hold it on his lonesome. He's not going to be able to do so. CLG, what a strategy.
Yeah, you can see just how big of a difference it makes having that one player go down as soon as the AWP in mid is dropped, opens up the short angle, automatic checks that, but he's not checking behind him, and he doesn't really know where to look. In the end, he goes down. Then Stewie's got too many angles to watch as well, and CLG just come rolling into the A-bomb site. Nothing, finally getting some semblance of something in that round for Cloud9, but in the end, it's really not enough. He only gets 1 kill, and we'll be able to, or maybe not buy into this round, actually, Cloud9. Just pistols by the looks of things. Shroud can afford to get a little bit more than the rest of his teammates, and he's going to drop for some of them as well.
Kusta picking up the AWP instead of Ricky. This is doable because Kusta's also a good AWP in his own right.
Yeah.
So maybe Ricky just goes, don't think I'm feeling it right now. On the CT side, we can play the double AWP setup.
Yep.
Otherwise, Cloud9 with just pistols trying to gain mid presence, but it's not going to work out because Ethan's going to take down.
Oh.
What a shot from Skadoodle, though. I was going to say, Ethan's going to take down 2. He's looking to get more, and the Skadoodle goes, no, you're not.
Yep. Well, it's still doable.
What?
Oh, he gets another one.
No, he can't do this.
Here we go.
Oh. No. Heart attack for Kusta.
If he had have taken down that kill while the bomb was being retrieved. Oh. Hello.
Welcome to the Wild West, CLG. It's the Cloud9's Eagles. And there's Stewie 2K. He just knows.
You can't lose that round. You really cannot lose that round, CLG. That's basically going to condemn them to a very, very poor T side now.
Not
necessarily, but like they could have had it so much better.
They could have picked up a round there, but not when Skadoodle just pops 3 heads like that.
Yeah.
Some amazing deagle aim. And it's going to reset CLG into another force bar. They do have enough cash for 4 AK-47s. Good utility. It's just, to me, it's always surprising on even though CLG have dropped round after round after round, they have so much utility to work with. That's good.
Getting the bombs down.
What an
most
angle.
Of the time. Might get a chance here, but you'd have to expect CLG to put a pop flash up. Yeah, like, you could always see that sort of a situation was coming. Ethan does take his head off. And Skadoodle, well, he was watching the right line, but it doesn't really matter when you can't see anything.
Yeah, so CLG get the first pick. It was a triple pick actually coming through at the same time. That's not normally things you see. CLG definitely shaking up the case strap book a little bit. And it's surprising Cloud9. They're able to get the first few picks, and Kusta now coming close vent. Wants to have a nice, I guess, deep, meaningful conversation with Nothing, but Nothing doesn't want to really participate and will kill Kusta, unfortunately.
Yeah. He's got that no door knockers sticker on his door. And unfortunately, Kusta did not agree with that. But anyway, works out for Cloud9. Brings it back to a 4 versus 4. Still, though, the A-bomb site very susceptible here right now. CLG making their way in that direction. Automatic, it's a nice Molotov, denies the forklift position here from CLG, and he does make use of it before going down to Ricky. 3 versus 3 now on the retake here is Cloud9. Well, it's not really a retake yet. The bomb actually not yet planted for CLG, but Stewie goes down anyway, and CLG again in a fairly decent position.
And they've got the good post plan set up. Once again, Ricky at forklift. He loves playing this position, but this time Nothing's flashed through from his team. And Shroud now coming across as a smoke will fade, but Nothing's got the quad line locked down. But no, he runs out of bullets, and now it's off to Shroud once again. 1 or 2, making a lot of noise. What a headshot towards FNS, but he doesn't know where the last member is. That's going to be Cutler, still sitting at quad. And Shroud can be dancing across, but he can't get the flick, and Cutler will land the AK-47 headshot. So Cloud9 will be reset towards another eco. Pistols coming out for the majority of their members. CLG can't let this one drop.
No, definitely not.
Don't allow Skadoodle to probably take 3 headshots to the Deagle. That would be the key.
If Cloud9 had have gotten that round, then CLG was in really hot water. But at this point, CLG still in with a chance of having a pretty decent first half. I mean, 4 on the T side, it's nothing to really write home about just yet, but it's enough of a baseline to be able to build off.
And so far, just how both teams are playing, they're just going at each other. CLG are trying to manipulate the map. I would like to see Cloud9 push B main a lot more. I'd like to see a contest towards B main to force CLG in towards, all right, you have to play more default. You can't really invest, say, for example, 4 people boosting up. A very risky maneuver, because when you boost 4 people or 3 people up, you need 4 people, firstly. And if a double nade stack comes flying your way, that's going to be very painful.
Again, some mid control coming out from CLG. It's pretty much been their go-to for almost this entire half. I suppose they have had some A takes as well, but B's been relatively untouched for the most part, at least early on in the rounds. So CLG, it seems as though they want to take mid and they want to take A. And then, you know, that's where Cloud9, I think, should be focusing their forces. And it is, to an extent. They've got just one over towards B. Unless there's a stack on B. There may be a stack, actually, looking out into Sunroom. Yeah, there is. Okay,
because
so
of Stewie's positioning.
Yeah, there was a stack. So overall, I think Cloud9, maybe they can just have a single player over on B and have a bit more of a stack in mid, something like that. Maybe another guy playing Vent as opposed to actually in the B site. But regardless, whatever's going on here at the moment for Cloud9, in this round, not quite working. They have done a decent amount of damage, but they don't have enough to actually win the round just yet.
Yeah, they are going to be trying to pressure Stewie 2K, and we'll be able to take down Stewie. Now it's all to automatic, and dancing around towards heaven, trying to find this pick on towards 2 low CLG members. Kusta's on 2% HP, and, well, FNS is going to back out. He's on 16 and decides not to have any part of this. He's heading back towards T-spawn, and CLG should be able to exit. Automatic trying to capture at least a single AK on the exit, but it's not going to happen. CLG take another round.
So it'll be 5. It's still not quite enough in my book. I think you need to be hitting 6. But definitely doable for CLG here. Cloud9 should be back in the buy. Yep.
It's going to be poor for nothing, but he'll make do.
Yeah. They can afford an AWP on Skadoodle as well.
Yeah, there's the AWP, and just want to see what Nothing picks up for Mars. So,
not a huge amount of utility there for C9, but enough. They can make do with that. Couple of defuse kits too.
Just a lack of flashbangs on some of the members, but otherwise smoke as well as incendiary grenades on the majority of the members. And as soon as you say CLG angle most of their forces towards A, they are so good at trying to change up the tempo. This is what I'm really impressed by CLG right now, is that Cloud9 don't have a solid read on what's happening. So either C9 had to push in to make risks to gain information. Okay, CLG are actually coming towards B main, because before you know it, they're already in checkers, and the Molotovs just come on towards the B side. Automatic, though, does come through Vent. Bit of a mistake from CLG to allow a pick on towards Ethan, but FNS and Ricky do respond in Shroud. Dancing around Generator, trying to find a pick with the AUG. Will be able... No! Tags Ricky down towards 21, but can't get the kill, but nothing on the fast lurk. At the very least, he's able to get one more trade as the rest of Cloud9 now attempt a 2-on-3 retake.
Yeah, really tough hit for Cloud9, trying to get into that site. That's a good grenade, though. Drops Cutler to 49, the Molotov as well. It's going to push him out of position. Stewie gets the headshot. Incidentally, by headshot. But the trade's coming out here now for CLG. 2 versus 1 for nothing. It's definitely doable. 21 and 34 HP on the 2 remaining players. And he does start off well onto Ricky. Now he just has to deal with Kusta. He spots him out as well, but Kusta gets the headshot across and secures 6 rounds now for CLG, who may be storming back into this first half during the late stages of it. A lot of work to be done now by by Cloud9, because this round should probably be an eco, which is going to put CLG at 7. And that's quite a decent T-half.
Yeah, so CLG have now come accelerating back in towards their T-half. They dropped a couple of early rounds, but it just feels like, to me, no team has an advantage. And this is what we're talking about. CLG, a lot of early on where they dropped a couple of early buys, maybe Cloud9 playing pretty well so far, but CLG has stepped up towards the challenge. And that's been the differentiating factor so far between, I guess, lesser teams who would have started dropping by now, where Cloud9 would assert the dominance.
Yeah. Like after that pistol round that Cloud9, or the eco round that Cloud9 won, that's where a lot of the lower tier teams probably would have just been like, well, we out sort of thing. And it would have ended up being like, I don't know, an 11-4 or a 10-5 half here for C9. But CLG have really fought back well into this one.
They just force up and they just go, all right, this is what our game plan is, and they've been executing according to plan. And well, Ethan is going to be taken down, but CLG, they're not trading correctly, so it's now back down towards a 2-on-2 and automatic. What a deagle shot! As soon as we're praising CLG, Cloud9 bring it back with the pistols.
Again, like if CLG loses this round, which they from this point onwards, it's still winnable. But 2 versus 1, tough for Ricky, even though they're both unarmored targets without a weapon. And he's only got 40 seconds left on the board as well. So if they lose from this point out, it's just going to be really disappointing to see them drop 2 anti-ecos in the first half. And that could be really the undoing coming into the second map.
Oh, Ricky.
The end of this first map, sorry. But Ricky does clutch it out, so he at least salvages the round there for CLG. But in reality, like, they probably almost deserve to lose that, having it get that close.
They should have thrown a lot more Molotovs, that's for sure. But CLG, they'll be slowing the pace down a little bit towards, I believe, the final round of the half. Guns will come out, but I don't think Cloud9 will have an AWP. If it is an AWP, it's going to be no armor.
Glass cannon.
Ethan looking to go fast towards mid. Spots out Stewie 2K, but won't be able to get the infamous one-tap. CLG line up their members towards A main. CLG do not like playing around so much. I don't see many defaults coming out from CLG on the T-half. There was maybe one default being played. That was it. Otherwise, it's always been, this is our go-to position, and this is what we're planning to do. As Kusta jumping up and down, trying to spot for information over the smoke, will now back off.
Not an incredibly crucial round, really, in the grand scheme of things. I don't think it's going to matter too much who comes out of here with the 8 and who comes out of it with the 7. Much of a muchness in reality, but obviously it would be helpful. But really, the real story of Keish here is going to be coming out on the second half, so it's just a formality now, this final round. Nothing, it's Stewie starting it off well, though. So that's nice for C9.
Nothing pushing through the smoke as well. Might be able to get the drop on CLG, because CLG pushed to the other edge of the smoke and nothing's behind them. Oh, Ricky, he's pushed forward. He's got the first kill. Now it's all to Ricky on a 1-on-4 clutch. It's not doable. Automatic will shut it down.
So 8-7 after the first half there. Cloud9, I really think, had the opportunity, more so than CLG, to actually get a really good first half out of that one, but they weren't quite able to capitalize off that pistol round that they did win. If they had have then reset the economy of CLG, who knows where we would have ended up. But CLG, they're hanging in there, and now moving over to their CT side, I'm interested to see how the double AWP setup may work out for them should they decide to pick that one up. We didn't see anything from Ricky with the AWP there. We saw it from Kusta. It was going okay, but it wasn't anything amazing. But double AWP, that could be a tough nut to crack for Cloud9.
It's still dependent on Ricky, I guess, where Ricky wants to play, as well as what kind of mentality is sitting at the moment. Because a lot of the time, you can be sitting at, look, I'm doing work with the AK-47. Do I need to pick up the AWP? No, I think I could probably get kills with the AWP, but will I have a game impact? And that's a question where I guess Ricky and Kusta will ask themselves consistently throughout the CT half. If times get rough, where Cloud9 are hammering away, do they have time to put out the double AWP? Do they feel like they can make an impact with the AWP as opposed towards a rifle?
Well, first order of the day here for CLG, and for Cloud9, interestingly, is going to be to win the pistol round. They both don't necessarily need it, but it's going to be a nice boost just to start things off properly in the second half. Though, admittedly, for CLG, need to be careful that they don't lose the anti-eco following.
Hopefully not as many knife kills in the pistol round as well.
What? Hopefully there is as many.
Well, you'd like a scrap fight. I'd like some clean, crisper Counter-Strike as
What are
opposed to words.
What are you trying to say to me, Karat?
It was a dance around a smoke where it just felt like dogs chasing their own tails.
Say it to my face.
I am.
Oh.
Do it at the studios, I guess.
do it on LAN. All right, well, CLG and Cloud9 are hoping to do it on LAN if they can get to the final.
Well, C9 have...
Okay, well, C9 probably. Yeah.
Probably have consolidated position. It's up to CLG and Ricky trying to find the timing through the smoke. Won't be able to land any shots. And Cloud9 should be able to take the bomb carrier towards the default position. Stewie2K has been spotted up, but FNS does a little bit of damage, but can't find the crucial pixels, which is going to be the head of any of the Ts. And now Cloud9 going to be setting up for post-plant. FNS, though, he has a smoke grenade. He's going to use it towards B main. He's also got the kit as well. If he dies, it needs to be down on the ground so his teammates can retrieve it. But no, he's lost the kit. It does fall down thanks to gravity. But the close range from the Glocks. But CLG still bring it back. And Ethan and Kusta doing work. And now it's off to automatic. And Kusta. Whoa, that was a messy pistol fight once again. But numbers being thrown. And Kusta will come up supreme.
And that defuse kit actually dropping off Heaven is very, very crucial, as you say. If they had to run all the way up to Heaven and retrieve it, they probably wouldn't have gotten that defuse. But anyway, the picks come across from CLG, and they get the pistol round. It was looking like it was going to go the way of C9, but then in comes Kusta. So
still such a tight map.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing in it right now. Impossible to say who will come out with the win.
Especially when it comes towards a buy round. What are Cloud9 going to bring on their T side? They're going to force up. They've got the bomb plant down, and they're confident they can take it. And really, with 2 UMPs as well as 3 Tech 9s, that's not bad weaponry to go against 4 UMPs.
Yeah, for sure. Well, there's a FAMAS there as well for CLG, but...
I rate the FAMAS underneath the UMP. I really do.
You reckon? Yeah.
Maybe at long distance, yeah, it's a little bit more accurate, but the UMP has around the same fire rate. It's cheaper, which means you can buy more utility. You can even take into the buy rounds, whereas FAMAS, it just feels like, oh, if this guy wins a one-on-one with FAMAS, it's more luck as opposed towards anything else.
Yeah, I was never a fan of the FAMAS, ever, really. I mean, I don't aim very well at the best of times, but with the FAMAS, it was even worse. And so Cutler starting off with a UMP, maybe reinforcing your opinion there, CLG. It's good for them to be able to start off with a kill here, because it is definitely not a round that's well and truly in their favor. Now, the A-bomb site, they're going to have to try and retake this one. They have a lot of utilities, though. They've got a few defuse kits there as well. And C9 at a player disadvantage. We're trying to hold it off.
Yeah, CLG has just been stacking together. They're more than happy to go in together, but the quad stack is not going to work out. No, it does work out in the favor of Cloud9, and now it's off to Ricky. He doesn't know where the last member is. He's completely blinded out, does not know where the flashbang came from. He's trying to find the bomb.
Doesn't have much time to work with.
So there's a kit, but he's never tapped it. And there we are. Here's the tap, and he knows where nothing is, but nothing. So much time to work with. He's just chewing up time. Time that Ricky does not have. And the clock is ticking, and it's just circles once again. But Ricky's going to back out. He will get the kill, but Cloud9 will get the round victory. And everyone dies.
Everyone dies. Oh, isn't that lovely? Not really. But anyway, Cloud9, they'll be happy with that. It's going to reset CLG, who will now have to be, well... They should eco, or I suppose they can just decide to force buy straight back into this one and keep that force buy battle going on, but I don't know. Let's see what we see. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It's just some pistols being brought up by CLG. They are going to take the safer option. C9, well, double. Okay, the SSG as well for Trout. No one's particularly surprised to see him picking up the scoped rifle at this point.
I reckon with the taser. We've seen this before.
He did have a lot of success with that taser, especially against Renegades. Like in his first game for CLG against Renegades.
Did he get 2 Zeus
I think he
kills?
got 2 Zeus kills, yeah.
I'm a big fan of the Zeus. It's such a ridiculous weapon if you think about it. One shot close range towards anywhere in part of the body. At least with pistols where you go, look, they're one-shot kills. You still have to aim at the head. But with the Zeus, it's just like, look, you just got to clip them anywhere on their model. Anywhere. And you'll get the kill. At close range.
Yeah, but you're very, very easy to trade out once you've got that Zeus kill if someone's right behind him. So, But that's part of the problem with it. I mean, look, it can fill its role. I kind of like it. I think it's an interesting dynamic part of the game, really.
Hopefully they build upon the Zeus's role, because like when the Molotovs first came into the game, Stewie, he's going to get tased, and Ricky's picked up the AK-47.
You need to be able to trade him out straight away. And that's exactly what the Zeus is for. It's to get the kill and you pick up their weapon. And it was an AK as well. He actually drops both of the AKs there from C9. Eventually does get taken down by nothing. And overall, the trades are starting to go the way of C9. But at least one of those AKs may not be retrievable here. Actually, no. Okay, so Ethan's going to be still hanging around in mid. If they do, and if and when they do kill him, probably, they will be able to get back into the vent there pretty quickly. So I thought maybe it would take them a little bit of time to get into the vent. Unless, of course, they don't even take down Ethan. Shroud's not very healthy right now. No one else can actually take him. So he might get out of here with an AK. That's all because Ricky had that Zeus. Channeling the power of lightning.
Oh. On to Stewie as well, so I guess it's a bit fitting. Stewie got the 2 knife kills earlier on, and Ricky goes, oh, here's a taser. Here's a taser. You can't...
I wonder how powerful a taser would have to be just to kill you. Like
have
that.
To be overclocked for sure.
Yeah.
Where you have a different noise when you die. It's just so painful that they had to add in a different voice for you getting tased. It's just like, here, you just got Zeused.
You just got Zeused. And it looks like we might have attack pause coming out here. Find out who from. CLG.
Not a bad decision, where they've got an AK-47. They have money on 3 of their members.
Yeah.
So they're going to talk over, is it better for us to wait one more round, and what's our game plan afterwards? Regardless if we take this round or not, what's our game plan? Do we eco? Afterwards, where do Cloud9 like attacking? I still feel like the tactical pause is a little bit earlier. Would like to see maybe 2 more rounds coming out from CLG, but I can understand the principle behind it. If you do allow 2 more rounds to go in the way of Cloud9, then...
it's becoming a bit of a...
Yeah. It'll be 12-8, and then all of a sudden, it's on the cusp of kind of rolling over the edge where Cloud9 will roll towards a victory.
Yeah. Exactly. And CLG, they do have a lot to talk about in this round. It is obviously off the back of that AK. Do they force into it? Do they take just the armor on the AK player, see if they can get some work done there? Problem is they're on the CT side. So it's not going to be easy just to trade that one around. And I see an AWP out. So it looks like there is going to be a buy here from CLG.
It's serviceable. One member has to go, I guess, a little bit lower. Maybe FNS as well, because it looks like FNS has nothing to work with as well. So he might just go for the UMP. He would pick up the FAMAS if he decides to go for firepower, but once again, the argument is always, why would you pick the FAMAS when you can go with the UMP? Oh, the FAMAS is a little bit better at long range, but even then, UMP is it's just that little special something.
Yeah, I think it's... Yeah. Anyway,
when you think of frag clips, you don't think of FAMAS, you think of UMP.
I don't think of a UMP either. I think of a Deagle or an AK, to be honest, but... I guess your argument can be true in a sense. Look at that though, CLG, this has worked out. Whatever they've decided to buy, Kusta gets onto Shroud, and it's just Skadoodle all of a sudden. 30 seconds into the game, Skadoodle's on his own.
Yeah, and trying to make his way towards A site. Ricky's picked up 1, and well, really everyone except for Ethan. He did do the majority of the damage on towards one of the members, which was Stewie, and Kusta will finish up.
Flying Kusta.
Well, that was a big round coming up from CLG, because it now will force Cloud9 into bit of a difficult decision on their own. They have to decide...
Oh, I think you eco this one, surely.
That's normally common sense, but Cloud9, if they feel like they have a legitimate chance, they could have forced up.
Maybe.
We saw earlier on, Cloud9, Stewie goes, oh, we lost a round? Let's buy an AWP, no armor.
Yeah.
So, that's why I say, generally other teams, yeah, Cloud9, you never know what's going to happen.
Well, they have decided to go for the eco here. A few Deagles. Tech9 as well on nothing. A bit of utility too for him, but you can't really be expecting too much out of this round for them. They just want to try and take as many guns out of the hands of CLG, whose economy is still really not amazing right now. So any damage that Cloud9 can do right now is going to be very, very useful. And Kusta, he gets dropped very, very low, down to 18 HP. Could be an easy cleanup for Cloud9. They split up a little bit across the map as well, trying to get a bit of control into mid from that boost position, and then they have... or at least they think that they have. Skadoodle's having a look in there, hasn't spotted much out, and a bit of a rotation comes across from Cloud9 as a result. They think maybe now that they've got control of the the mid area, sorry, they can go towards the A bomb site. Going up in Squeaky as well, maybe a couple in through A main. Just be a nice standard A split. And they still have a smoke as well for nothing. So...
And 2 flashbangs to try to make their way forward. And that's going to be a flashbang through highway. So FNS, though, ducking around the box. It's not going to affect them too badly. Stewie still has to pull off a ridiculous shot to kind of make it work out. But Squeaky's going to be popped open. Stewie's going to be spotted out. FNS tagging. Just yuling it out. 1-on-1. But here come the smoke grenades and flashbangs. Ricky is going to be isolated off slightly, so he does have to try to transition himself towards a more open angle. But FNS will get the first pick, and the FAMAS is going to be taken off. Oh! Shroud with a deagle, 2 kills, and now Ricky, really the only member on the A site, just has to stay alive, try to anchor him. There it is. First pick towards nothing. Spotted out Skadoodle.
He's got a chance.
Just dancing around.
He can take on Skadoodle here if Skadoodle continues to peak, and he will. Kuster actually the one to get a kill there, and Ricky maybe just a little bit slow, but that's okay. Kills going the way of CLG. 1 player left. It's automatic. He's already taken down 1, but he won't be able to take down any more. So CLG, they do secure the round. An expensive round, though, for them, considering C9 didn't really have too much in that one.
Yeah, now a true test as the score lines are going to be tied apiece once again. This match really just, I guess, going the way it started, where both teams, it just seems like they get an advantage, and then the other team struggles, fight back, pulls out something cool. For CLG, it was that A fake to me that was just like, this is the turning point, where they showed in the single play that they could predict where Cloud9 were going to go, and they could not only back up that movement, but they could back it up with that aim as well as just sheer numbers coming in together and trading efficiently with each other.
All right, well, a pretty key round coming out here now for both these teams. Could result in a couple more in the economic situation, and Ricky, bit of a risk for him there to do that, and he does get punished for it. The double AWP for CLG so far hasn't really done anything. Kuster now just a single AWP, essentially. But immediately, Cloud9 rotating back to the A-bomb site. So they like to peek into B. They like to see what's going on in the B halls. Once they've got a bit of an indication, or if they get a pick even, they start to rotate back over to A. So that seems to be the game plan right now for Cloud9. Not to mention controlling mid as well, which of course very, very important on Cache.
There's only FNS to hold off the A site, and that's a one and done position.
Could be.
Surely it's got to be. Surely he's a dead man walking. He still gets a kill.
Yep. He's still alive, but does eventually go down there to automatic. Kuster, though, able to find 1 onto nothing. Maybe a kill coming out from Ethan as well before he goes down, and it is. So 2 versus 2, the retake here for CLG. It's not going to be easy, but it's definitely doable. And those A players, I think they did well to get those kills, to be honest, because they could have just as easily been overwhelmed.
Absolutely. Shroud just tiptoeing around Forklift, and Color has not checked the angle, and Shroud's going to punish him for not checking the angle. Now it's Kuster on a 1-on-2. As the AWP and Shroud will smoke and come ever closer. Both Cloud9 playing the edge of the smoke, taking a few lessons from Stewie. And Kuster just waiting to try to find the opportunity. And Shroud will walk forward. Kuster finds 1. But time is ticking away as Automatic makes his way towards Forklift. So the save coming out for CLG, and Automatic might be able to get the exit.
Maybe not quite. Yes, he will. I thought Kuster had plenty of time to get across there, but he decided to just stay around. And so, no gun save through the next round for CLG, and a really good round for Cloud9 to win, because it is going to mean that economic situation here for CLG is a little bit dire.
Don't think the AWP was safe from the previous round. The bomb just went out as he ducked into A main, so yep, the AWP was gone. So everyone died once again, which is just telling to how close these rounds are. They are going down to the final seconds where everyone is just trying desperately to gain an advantage, and now CLG on the eco. Ricky once again with the Zeus, but playing the same angle. Surely should be punished. The Skadoodle's going to be completely blinded out. Only with a Tech 9. They are coming through Squeaky. Oh, this is messy. FNS has picked up 1. He's trying to pick up the second, but he's out of bullets, and there's just not enough bullets in the CZ to make things work out. And eventually, a very scrappy buy works out in the favor of Cloud9 and Ricky. The last man left standing with a USB and a taser. And man, a Zeus in a dream. Unfortunately, Zeus does not have a range long enough to kill anyone down highway, so he's just going to look for exits. I don't think Cloud9's going to even grant him the opportunity to do so.
No, more than likely not. They know that A main is clear. They can go out that direction. Do have Automatic coming around, though, through Warehouse, so maybe they do try and deal with Ricky anyway. But, I mean, really, it's much of a muchness. What are they going to get? A little bit of extra cash, maybe, but no big deal. Deny Ricky the Zeus in the next round. Also, don't think that's really going to be too relevant.
He's just looking for exits right now, and he's not going to find anyone because they've all exit out. He's tapped the defuse, and it does force Cloud9 back into his crosshairs, but they realize there's not enough time, so Ricky still dies.
Yep. Cloud9 do not. Taking 3 guns through. Their money's still not looking excellent. We'll see a buy coming out here from CLG, and it's time, looks like, for another tack pause. Imagine this time must be...
No, CLG again.
CLG. Okay.
More chit-chatting, because this is the situation where...
This is where you wanted them to take the tack pause, really.
About so, yes.
Yeah.
So coming into the next buy round where they go, all right, this is what we need to do. We can't give Cloud9 any more rounds from here, because as soon as Cloud9 take a single round, if they do enough damage, and that was some amazing sinking. Oh,
yeah.
Talk about drums.
Ready for that.
Drum smoothing. Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
It's pristine.
I missed it that time. Oh, missed it that time.
Only 5 out of 10.
Yeah. Give him half marks. But look, yeah, from here on out, it's still hard to say actually who comes out of this one with the advantage, because if CLG just come away with a couple of rounds now, then we're straight back to even. But if Cloud9 comes away with this round, maybe then it's too much to come back from for CLG. I think it's still hanging in the balance almost.
It is. It's no team has a clear advantage. So far, Cloud9 been able to roll their momentum forward, but it can stop at any time for either team. The economic situation is just being dropped from both sides, and now Kusta now under heavy pressure. He's still going to push forward with the AWP. This is a brave move, because if he is able to get a kill here...
Probably should have got a kill there too, to be honest. But automatic, just too quick on the draw. It looked like they were almost going to line up for him, and maybe he gets a collateral. But in the end, not the case. And so C9 start off well in this round. CLG, that's their big gun out of the hands there as well. It's not really retrievable. I mean, it is, but it's difficult to get that without, playing a little bit risky. So you have to rely on these rifles now, I think. But FNS is in a really nice spot here. Checked though by Shroud.
Yeah, Shroud. FNS was trying to dance around to try to bait more members of Cloud9 to come towards him, as Ethan, just pushing through the edge of the smoke, will be able to get the pick on towards automatic at Dumpster. Cloud9, I just have a feeling if they barreled onto the B site, they would have been able to take it, but through that, behind that smoke, they didn't know if CLG actually stacked B site, so they decided to, look, let's just reset the situation and play time accordingly. Still in their favor, still a 4-3. If Shroud's able to get this pick on towards Ethan, that is going to be the A site opened up, but Cloud9 are going back towards B.
Interesting decision, because there's a couple of players from CLG over to the B bomb site. Ethan does take down Shroud, so that's good news for CLG, but needs to hold off this B site take. Really, this is what it comes down to. Ricky drops the bomb carrier. Cutler as well finding one, and it's all just Skadoodle now, 1 versus 2 with 14 seconds. He's got no time, even if he does find this kill to get the bomb down. So I think that's already it. Round over. CLG get that one, but it was a bit streaky.
Yeah, and they're still able to take the AWP and M4 to the next round, and Cloud9, tough decision for them to make. No money on Skadoodle or Shroud, but 5K on automatic Stewie, as well as nothing. So they are going to force up. This is going down to the wire. Cloud9 not willing to relinquish any rounds, and CLG just at the cusp of being broken time and time again. Shroud going for the deagle pick. Smoke does come up, and CLG not risking the cross.
Yeah, well, Cloud9 know how in this they are right now. How if they can get that reset onto CLG, they can basically close out the map. And they do know as well that they've got a few rounds to play with here. And I mean, forcing into this round, I don't actually mind that too much. They can afford to have a couple of ecos to get their money back in line and really start to have a good crack at the late stages of this second half. But it is, of course, going to be a close map. Already we can see that 11-12, like there's still not much between them. You have to feel like Cloud9 is maybe just that tiny little bit ahead. Obviously with 1 round in advantage, but just in terms of how it feels as though the play is going, how the flow of the game is going, I think it's Cloud9 that is going to be able to close this out, but really it is going to be close. It's 16-14, 16-13, something like that. I definitely don't expect it's going to be 16-11, though maybe if Cloud9 do shut this round out, we might be headed in that direction. It's all just hanging in the balance, remaining to be seen.
This is really up to the boost as well. Ethan was a critical playmaker in the previous round. Needs to be huge now. There you have it. He gets 2 kills. Nothing. They're lurking or counter-lurking. Able to get another kill. And now dancing around is also spotted out Cutler. FNS does work though. This now resets it back towards a 2-on-3. And the bomb's been lost. Now automatic on a 1-on-3. With the AK-47. Needs to isolate it on towards 1-on-1 deals. But he's been spotted out. We'll dive back to the site. He still has time to work with, but CLG have the superior positioning, and FNS will clean up with 2 kills in the round, and scores tied 12 apiece.
Yeah, it won't be 12 apiece for much longer because C9 probably are going to be ecoing this one out. Looks like we have a pause, and it may be another attack pause. This time, surely it's C9.
Do you think we'll get the smooth drums again?
Do we? I don't know.
It is a C9 attack pause.
I'm
just waiting for it. I'm waiting for the drop. Don't let us down. Don't let us down, Observer. We're waiting with eager breath, but for C9 right now, they're going to be discussing, okay, do we get Tech 9's basic pistols? They're trying to figure out where the weak point for CLG is right now. Yeah, there we go. There's the sync. He's got to get the second one, though. That's the true 10 out of 10 mark.
Go one better from the last attack pause.
But Cloud9, they were able to get the first pick, but CLG, they rotate in such an odd manner. They don't hold onto the A site where Cloud9 would normally expect, and I think that's what's throwing them off. Because normally you expect, okay, a team holding A site, they'll have one on the site, maybe one highway and one truck, and that'll be it. Maybe a third person floating over. But the way that CLG play, they don't even bother have anyone on site. They just go, oh, you can have it. We'll take you down on the cross. We'll take you down from different angles. We know we can boost behind you. And the critical play that was made there was by Ethan.
Yep.
To come from behind and get 2 kills on A main, completely shut down any chance, because from there on in, Cloud9 could not push in towards A side.
That's why we need to see a little bit more mood control perhaps from CLG. Need to make sure that they can't come around from the back like that. Oh, sorry, from C9.
It's confusing.
It is. I've done it so much today, and I don't even know
Cloud Logic
why.
Gaming and Counter 9.
Counter 9.
Counter 9.
Yeah, they both have blue logos as well. Come on, guys. Make my life easy.
Progressive play on towards B side through the smoke, and pressure now going to be applied on Ricky, but he does have Cutler in support, and Cutler doing well so far, taking down Stewie, but Shroud has managed to make his way out, and that's York being dropped, and Cutler, he's also going to fall, so Kusa does have that second AWP. Oh, Cloud9 will be able to get the bomb. Nope, they won't be able, actually, because the bomb is on the other side of the map. They managed to get on the B side, but they lose the bomb, so they tried faking, and unfortunately the fake was just a little bit too advanced.
Yeah. And it could have been something really there for Cloud9. If the bomb was on B, bomb goes down pretty safely. They've got a couple of guns in their hands. Admittedly, it's not a likely victory for them because they're so low, they don't have armor, but it's better than what they've got right now. At this point, like Cloud9, they may as well probably just save the AWP and the M4, really, because they know that they know that CLG is going to have all the guns here. A 1-for-1 trade. Not sure that's so favorable, really, for Cloud9 at this point.
Gets the no-scope through the wall. Well, they knew where Shroud was, and Kusa just chancing will be able to land the shot, and this is going to be a critical round for both sides.
Absolutely. Absolutely critical, because Cloud9, I mean, their economy is not very good. They're not even going to really be able to afford a full buy. I mean, it's pretty much going to be, but not quite. I guess missing a bit of utility. Galil coming out there as well. Double AWP, though, from CLG. How's Cloud9 going to go up against this? Because so far, I don't think the double AWP has been hugely potent, really, for CLG, but it's definitely been workable.
It all depends on where Ricky plays. So far, both Ricky and Kusa tried getting aggressive towards B main, and it's been failing them. It really has.
He's playing a bit safer this time.
Yeah, so he's playing all the way back from heaven, which this indicates to me CLG want to play a retake B strategy. So focusing more resources towards A site. The goal is not about trying to control the T's taking B site. They just go, you can take the B site, we'll collapse on you afterwards. We'll try to hold a couple of incendiary grenades to make sure that your job on holding the bomb site is a little bit more difficult. And Ricky's job is simply to make sure that he just doesn't give up his life easily and that Cloud9 cannot take advanced positions. That's if Cloud9 goes towards B site. If Cloud9 go towards A, they're going to be walking into a stack, and they have a lot of work to do to navigate this minefield of AWPs and M4s. Not really a minefield then, a gunfield.
Gunfield, yeah. I'll go with that. I can go with that. 45 seconds here for C9 to work with. They have made their way out into mid as well. So they're going to have to deal with Kusta. Ricky at the moment, completely unchallenged, which is fine by him, I suppose, as long as his teammates do a good job over on the A-bomb site. But maybe that's not going to be the case. Ethan at least able to get 1-for-1. And the trade's coming across here, but they are going to favor C9 at the end of all the excitement. Ricky tries to peek out onto short, and he gets completely shut down by automatic. We find ourselves at 13 apiece with C9. Their economy reset, or CLG.
CLG's reset, and they
do it every time. Do it every time.
It's a tough decision for CLG to make.
Save, surely. Surely you can't force
If they
it.
eco just one round, they'll have maybe... it's not even not after the fully buy. FNS will have 3.6k, Ethan will have 3.7, and the most he'll have is 4k. So they do go for the full eco. But a minimal investment round coming through the next round. They were unable to hold off C9 just then.
With double op, full
With
buy.
a double op, full buy, full utility.
Yeah.
And Cloud9 was still able to attack a stacked site and still win. It should be C9's map victory now. That the momentum swung back so late. Barring a huge play coming out from one of the force buys next round, that's it from CLG.
Yep, I agree. C9 definitely in the pole position here, in the driver's seat, so to speak. They just need to make sure that they close this out fairly easily on the anti-eco, and that does seem to be what they've been doing so far. Their anti-ecos have been quite impressive, really, against CLG. They haven't looked like they were going to lose them. So this one basically trundling along quite nicely for C9 right now. I mean, CLG at this point probably should just be using this time to figure out what they want to do next round, because they're not going to get anything out of this one.
And Ricky is just going the long way around, but Stewie can hear him. Stewie knows what's going to happen, and he's going to be greeted with a few AK-47 bullets. Now it's up to Cutler to try to retrieve an AK-47, but that's not going to be doable.
Nope. Well, maybe unless he can get a headshot here onto Stewie, but won't happen there. And he does get taken down by Skadoodle. So 14 for Cloud9.
Back in the lead.
Poor buy coming out for CLG. Maybe a couple of M4s there on Ricky and Cutler.
Surely they have to force up in this round. They don't want to be taking it in towards overtime.
Kusta could inferior afford an M4 as well, but no utility. Okay, he's going for us.
Yeah, 5 smokes. Lacking incendiary grenades, but that's really the best you can hope for, considering that they're coming off a very, very harsh economical break, where Cloud9 just being able to consistently do the damage. And as soon as it just feels like CLG, they take 2 rounds, and then Cloud9 wins 1, breaks their economy, takes the next 2. And then that's just been the way it's been trading back and forth. And if CLG, even if they take this one, Cloud9 just feels like they're very close towards breaking CLG's economy again. FNS starts off well, gets the first pick on towards Shroud, but Skadoodle again trade on towards Cutler, and FNS trying to go nice and aggressive. It's not going to work out because Skadoodle will get the second pick, and Cloud9 is rolling forward. Skadoodle now with the triple.
You can't give Skadoodle that many chances. Sure, maybe he missed a couple, which were difficult shots to be fair, but when he does get that many chances, eventually something's going to connect, and well, that's going to be it. Cloud9 cleaning it up. Ricky, he's the only one with a gun left alive. Well, he's the only one left alive. He also, incidentally, has a gun. But he may also be the only one in the next round here for CLG with anything really to write home about in terms of the weaponry, because if he can save this gun through, he can use it. But CLG, they just don't have the money. They do not have the money to contest this.
2.4k on all the other members. So best you can hope for, maybe Armor and UMP. Even then, you can't afford utility. So going to be seeing a lot of 5.7s. Cloud9 on the chase. They know Ricky wants to take his M4 to the next round. And this is an off angle, but this just feels like a one and done position. And Stewie, he doesn't care about off angles. He'll just take the head off Ricky any angle of the day. Because that's not an angle you'd normally check as a T. You wouldn't expect a CT to stand out in the open and T spawn.
Full UMPs for CLG. And even this time, again, the utility is lacking. So Cloud9, it's kind of now or never, really. Like, if you're not going to get it now, when are you going to get it? I think they need to close it out here, 16-13. Obviously, they've got a lot of money they can buy next round, but why not do it now?
And this is where we go back to the first half, where we kind of go, look, maybe that last round, it doesn't really matter, both teams having equal half, and this is where that single round come into handy, because when it comes down to the wire, is having a single round. Well, we were not to know to be this close.
Yep. Not to mention also the pistol round that Cloud9 won. Right, that could be, again, something that you could really think about here for CLG. That
CLG won both pistols.
No, I mean, sorry, the eco round.
Yes. Yeah, true that. Yes. Well, CLG trying to desperately push in, but Ricky is the only one so far to have the aggression rewarded with a kill. Otherwise, the rest of them have fallen down. Cloud9 just still, once again, waiting, buying time, using smoke grenades, and just trying to chew up time and forcing CLG into overstepping and making a mistake.
Yeah, 57 seconds, still plenty of time for Cloud9 to work with right now. Pushes do come out from CLG, and there's the mistake. Automatic answering it. Does get a 1-for-1 trade, but overall, still that's favorable for Cloud9 right now because they had that player advantage. 3 versus 2 now with 45 seconds left, and Cloud9 now finally, it seems, to be pushing out onto the A bomb site. Though Ricky, he answers well, brings it back to 2 versus 2, and it's an unanswered kill as well. There's another one. The bomb gets dropped. Cutler taking down Stewie, and it's all Skadoodle 1v2 with the AWP. He does find Cutler, and he's got enough time here to play with and see if he can deal with Ricky, though the rotation comes across. I think Ricky might have heard that. He's going to make his way back over to B. Oh, this is going to be close.
Yeah, Ricky has heard this, and
Skadoodle has to go and plant the bomb straight away. Yeah, Ricky should deny this.
Surely he's got to deny this. He's in a better position. Skadoodle will check to heaven, but it's no good because Ricky is just one better. I'd like to see Skadoodle maybe attempt to fake, but
yeah, it would have been good if he could have.
There's all those mind games where it's kind of like, you know, do I think that Ricky knows I'm going towards mid, and is he going to think I'm going to fake? It's just it's a mind game, and we're down to the final round.
Yep, still a bit of a better buy here for Cloud9 than what CLG has. C9 having basically everything they want. CLG missing out on a couple of weapons, but at least they have an AWP, they have some M4s, they have the utility as well. And if CLG can close out the last round, they can definitely close out this round here as well. So could be potentially an overtime coming out.
It's important to note as well, CLG were able to take that victory on the back of just a UMP force buy.
Yeah.
So it wasn't as if, say, they had, you know, M4s, tons of AWPs to work with, and they just barely eked out a win. It was, they had UMPs, and they were still able to take it against a superior weaponry of Cloud9. So it is doable. The momentum has swung back towards CLG and Kusta. You can't mid-air shoot. The Molotov's too perfect from Cloud9, and now pressure being applied on the B site. But Ethan, once again, Ethan in the position to make such a play. He gets one, and the flashbang comes through towards Checkers. That's going to be Cutler coming through with the M4 from the site with the help of FNS. But the damage has been done from Cloud9, which means FNS is low. Ethan will fall at mid and automatic. On top of the boost, will drop back down to assist his teammate towards A-man. This is Ricky. Ricky with the AWP has to go huge right now. There's a pick on automatic. Molotov to stop Shroud from pushing any further. 40 seconds left in the timer. CLG, they could bring it back into overtime.
They definitely could. 3 versus 2. It's a player advantage right now for them. C9 need to make their way onto this A bomb site. They have to commit to it pretty much at this point. 30 seconds, really not much time to rotate over to B. And that's where all the CLG members are. There's a player coming around from the back as well. FNS wrapping around. Bomb does get planted for C9, but Skadoodle goes down. And now Ricky, he's going to try and push forward, see if he can deal with Shroud. But I suspect it will be FNS to close this out easily. It'll be 15-15. We are going to go to overtime.
And you are right. If Cloud9 did not close out that round...
Then when?
Then when?
Never, apparently.
Well, they still could in overtime.
Yes.
But this is now a completely different playground. CLG, momentum back in their favor. And Ricky, at least picking up a few AWP kills. Actually, I just read, apparently Ricky isn't the main AWP. And really? I thought, I can see that as well. Kust is a good AWP. And I would maybe argue sometimes, just because I don't want to be wrong, that Kust and Ricky could both interchangeably AWP.
Yep.
Depending on how they feel on the day.
I agree.
But mainly, if Kusta main AWP, yeah, Ricky's a solid rifle. And we saw that in the rounds where he had the rifle, he was able to make a large impact. In the final round, finally able to pick up probably a crucial AWP pick on towards automatic, and that did change the tide of battles a little bit for Counter Logic Gaming. I nearly made the same mistake you did.
Oh, I've been
it
doing
really
that
is
all night.
confusing.
It's not like, it's like obviously we know which team is which, but it's just like they roll off the tongue in the same way. Like C9, CLG, it's just, you kind of get into a...
CL9.
You just kind of get into like a flow of saying the name, and then it just continues and it goes to the wrong name. It's like, oh, well, damn. But anyway.
It does happen.
We'll see how this goes here, because C9 and CLG, very, very closely matched, very similar to how we're finding their names at the moment. But I don't know, like, I don't even really... Again, I can't say who's going to come out of this one, right? When you get to 15-15, it seems to be a bit of a cop-out if you say, oh, well, I think so-and-so is going to win. Unless there was, like, some massive comeback, maybe.
Only winners at the moment are us and the viewers. Because this is a game where, if you're a fan of CLG or C9, for me, it doesn't really matter, because if you're a fan of good Counter-Strike, this is literally two teams just slugging it out and both of them trying to find an advantage where it's... I think Cloud9 are showing too much respect to CLG. That is the primary issue on their T side, where you see them get the first pick and then they completely slow it down. They go, all right, let's just hang back and let's just wait around and see exactly what CLG do.
Yeah.
And as a result, it just wastes too much time. CLG find the correct position to push in. And then CLG punish Cloud9 because they know exactly where they're going.
Yeah, well, I feel as though that's exactly right. Like, the map control from CLG on the CT side has been so good. We saw so many times where they were able to either push for information or even get around behind a lot of the C9 players and just come in, like, from A main there with FNS at the end. There was another instance of that. Exactly, Ethan boosting around behind. So that's something I think that C9 needs to really clear up here, is just watching their backs, because there was 3 or 4 rounds really where CLG was able to get a massive play on the CT side that basically shut down the round from C9. But here we go. We've got the double ult set up again for CLG into overtime. CLG starting off on the CT side, which is the side that they ended the regular time on. 10K, MR3.
Fast double up set up from CLG, and well, Ricky was able to get a pick earlier on. If he's able to continue the good form, then maybe he can do some more damage. And Stewie, if he does Molotov vents, which is seemingly like what he's lining up for, he needs pressure at B main. We saw that the Molotovs and the pressure at B main did take down Kusta in the final round. Not the penultimate, it was the final round where the Molotovs did clear out the checkers line. And now Cloud9 commencing their attack on towards mid, but maybe a very good incendiary grenade coming out from FNS to deny the push. Now a smoke grenade to make sure he's safe. 50 seconds left on the timer.
A lot of presence there from Cloud9 into mid, but a lot of utilities used by them. Similarly, though, CLG almost out of their utilities. So, pretty even at this point. It's going to come down to the kills. It's going to come down to the aim, really, as opposed to the executes here. And Cloud9 walking their way out onto the A bomb site. Kusa not yet spotting much, but he has spotted the shoulder of 1 or 2. He goes down. There's a trade, though. Skadoodle gets 1 for 1, and he actually finds 2 now as Ethan gets dropped. Trades across the board, 2 for 2. Bomb going to be planted, though, for C9 on the A side.
And Ricky still has the AWP. This is up to Skadoodle versus Ricky on the forklift battle. Who's going to peek first? And it's going to be Skadoodle making an aggressive play. It's not going to work out. He does manage to cross back close towards A main, though. So he's going to duck behind forklift once again. It's going to be Stewie as well as Shroud. And there's going to be a leg onto a Skadoodle and FNS. Ready and waiting. And he's also spots out Shroud as Cutler takes out Stewie. Now 1 of 3. SG up against the world. And Ricky with the AWP will take down the final kill.
Again, the same old story for C9. They allow CLG that control of the map. They come around behind, and no one's watching the back. FNS, again, coming around and being an absolutely massive impact. So, C9, they can't afford to let that happen again and again. And CLG, it's good for them to secure that first round because it means more than likely that in the third round, at least, they are going to be able to secure a bye, as opposed to if they were to, you know, just drop that first round, maybe have a poor sort of around second round. And taking the double up through as well, it's just key, really, for CLG. Keeping that economy nice in the first half of overtime.
I don't even think that the first overtime will settle issues.
No, it doesn't seem that way, really.
This match has never gone to an extent, maybe early on where Cloud9 was in lead, maybe 7-3, we were going, yeah, Cloud9 looking pretty good, but CLG, it just felt like they were fighting back hard, and CLG just trying to dictate the pace. Now FNS just straight underneath boost, but Stewie will eventually land the spray. FNS was not aware there was close event, and Ricky, very risky maneuver, but he will be able to back out alive, and Kusta with the AWP. Oh, he is under so much pressure right now.
He needs to hit some shots, but Stewie coming in from behind is going to deny that option. Cloud9 now with a good chance to pick up this round. Ricky, though, he could be the key player. He could be the linchpin once more for CLG. Unless, of course, he gets smoked off. There's only 1 smoke, and that's on Shroud. He's taking his time getting around. I think that's what Cloud9 is waiting for. They're waiting for that smoke for the cross. There it is.
They have to smoke the cross. To not smoke the cross would be very foolish, and Ricky is going to push straight through the flashbang and in through the smoke. It's not going to work out. Cutler, Stewie is going to be right on top of him, or on the bottom, should I say. And Cloud9 strike back.
Yeah, very, very crucial round for Cloud9.
Big from Stewie.
The good thing, though, for CLG, they will be able to afford a full buy into this one. So it's still hanging in the balance. 1 apiece. It's going to be 2-1 in one team's favor. Don't know whose, though. At this point, it's really still, you know, like
so
you said,
equal.
We may just go to double OT, triple OT, quadruple OT.
I wonder what the record for overtime for a match in ESL Pro NA Pro League is. I know there was a triple overtime from Misfits and Cloud9, and
yeah, I think that may even be it.
Maybe we can break the record today. Both of these teams not looking they want to give a single inch up, and Cloud9, they have the momentum. It just feels like as soon as a team picks up the win, they'll take the next round, and then it just switches over once again.
Yep.
No team has won more than 3 rounds in a row.
Hot and cold.
I wouldn't even say hot and cold, just hot and hot right now. Both
Well,
teams
yeah.
just fighting fire with fire, and then more fire, which isn't really the best way of completing firefighting in real life, but
Probably not on a place like this either.
look at
Want this
Ethan
burning
once
down.
again.
But yeah, he's going to find one onto automatic. Might even get two here. Cutler actually takes one down. And Ethan's still alive. Hasn't really taken too much damage. 67 HP. CLG poised to take it 2-1 in the first half of overtime, but still maybe some surprises left here from Cloud9. Kusta missing a couple of shots and he gets punished for it. Skadoodle. Oh, Cutler with the Molotov.
Molly.
I don't even know. I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, he did do a lot of damage, and they were trying to escape from Squeaky. It didn't work out, and Skadoodle was just tagged down low, tried to hop away, but couldn't get the acceleration. And now 1-2, nothing. He has to go for it. The veteran of the NACN has just been spotted out, and Ricky is going to transfer the AWP back in the direction of A main, but nothing has busted out.
Oh.
What a shot from nothing, but Cutler, one better to trade it out. And
4 kills for Cutler in that round as well.
It just feels like it's 4 kills towards whichever, except for the first round in overtime. Stewie with a 4 kill to get the round for Cloud9. Now Cutler with a 4 kill to gain it for CLG. A lot of C's in that.
Yeah. CC.
Still too close to call. I mean,
So yeah, 2 rounds.
CLG looking good, but
It's 2 rounds that CLG needs, 3 for C9, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's doable for both teams, that's for sure.
absolutely. Well, like we were saying, we could be heading in towards maybe even double, triple overtime. This is a match where the action is just unrelenting. Both sides know each pick is so critical. And on a map where we would have said that Cloud9 had the advantage, CLG have stepped up to the challenge and gone, we're not out of this.
Not yet. Definitely not yet. And I mean, we've still got a map to go here as well.
Still Mirage.
Mirage. A map, again, that both teams are probably fairly comfortable with. So maybe we see another close matchup coming out after this, but it depends on, I don't know, maybe coming through with the momentum from the victory in Game 1, another team might be able to just wipe things out, but speaking too far ahead of the future, yeah, I agree. I think it'll be close.
At the moment, I want to ask, CLG T-side, they have the money to pick up an AWP. If they do, should they give it to Kusta, who's been struggling a bit more with the AWP, or should they hand it over towards Ricky?
Yeah. I think they should hand it over to Ricky.
Australian bias or just
Maybe,
performance so far?
Maybe a little bit of Australian bias, but like I feel like Ricky, if he fires up here, he's the one that can carry them through this, right? I guess admittedly you could say the same thing about Kusta, but to me when Ricky is on with that AWP, he just doesn't miss. And maybe they don't need that necessarily right now, but I think give it a shot.
Well,
Let's see.
Doodle will pick up the AWP on the side of the CTs, and we do see it's going to be Kusta with the AWP once again. And he's going to be looking to create an opportunity, and look at these off angles that CLG are using. Ooh. Oh my goodness, he might be able to catch off. Oh, he takes down automatic with the boost.
Huge, huge start there for CLG.
And that's such a tiny line to actually pick off someone from Cloud9.
Yeah.
And automatic, well, it's unfortunate.
Oh,
Stewie,
I think you might have spotted out the AWP of Kusta there. He'll smoke that angle off. The bomb still hanging over to the B bomb site here. Does CLG want to go for the 4 onto A and then try and draw the rotate and get the bomb plan on B? Oh, I'm not sure I'm keen on that, but it's a possibility. They need to make sure that they get those kills on A, though. If they get cleaned up on A, well, there's not much that Ricky will be able to do over there on B.
What a flashbang to allow. Oh, Kusta in, and Skadoodle's going to miss a shot.
Don't see him miss one like that, usually.
It's just the high intensity right now. Both sides, they're just so, I guess, amped up that they think they can hit the shot, and they just react a little bit too quickly. So, just got to slow the procession down. And CLG, as you said, they had the bomb towards B side, but Ricky does need to be careful, because if he loses the bomb, this may be it. Shroud flashes a little bit too deep, and Ricky just holding. He is charging by himself. If he gets the kill on Shroud, this may be it for Cloud9, because he's managed to sneak his way entirely onto the B site, and the plant will go through quite promptly as well.
Or Stewie, I thought he was going to push there and try and deny it, but won't happen. We'll see Ethan getting a couple of kills there, actually. Good work from him now. CLG in a prime position to close this out in the second overtime. They still need one more round after this one, but definitely this one has looked so good for them. And Cloud9, well, they'll try and hope that they can save that AWP into the next round, but this next round will cost them a lot of money. And even if they do win it, and they lose a lot of guns, CLG may be able to take it in the third, depending on how that economic situation does fare. They want to take this gun out of Skadoodle's hands. They can afford to lose some guns here, CLG. And that's going to be it. Skadoodle's dead.
Can't even save the AWP. So Cloud9 2, they can still buy up an AWP, I think, but it's just going to be lack of utility.
Yep.
Stewie actually picks up an AWP.
Double.
Shroud picks up an AWP. Automatic, is he going to pick up an AWP? No, M4s, okay. I thought it was going to be a triple AWP setup, and I was excited for a moment.
That would have been cool. Skadoodle does get the AWP, though, from Shroud. This is Cloud9's last buy. Unless I suppose they save all their weapons through.
Well, if Cloud9 do lose anyway, it's CLG's victory, and Stewie just hopping his way in towards B main. He's going to get heavy aggressive with the AWP and Ethan around the corner. And Stewie 2K misses. He does get it on towards Ethan, and Ricky will be able to get the trade. So 1-for-1. CLG heavily pressuring the B site. As the rest of Cloud9 are starting to rotate the members across. Automatic has taken a lot of damage, and nothing peeking across has been spotted out by Cutler. Molotov now just denying more position as CLG just stack up towards mid, and C9 only the single member towards A main. That's going to be Skadoodle, who's just locking down the line at A main, I believe, with the AWP.
Automatic holding mid. Not having too much pressure in his direction just yet, but he may be about to. Who's up on the boost there? Cutler is, and he's got the Molotov. So if he puts that into sandbags, you can expect Automatic probably is going to die. He's only on 17 HP.
But if they don't check this line, Automatic can do serious damage, and it's just Cutler. Well, he's still holding onto the Molotov, just lurking towards vent, because it is going to be a B-side attack. 2 members on the site. That's Automatic and nothing. You have to hold on. There's the first flashbang, but there's no peek. So CLG wisely hold their fire. They are slowly walking across. There's a smoke grenade, and nothing's going to get closer and try to rotate towards the checkers line. He suspects that CLG are there, and he spots out Ricky. He takes one down. He also takes down FNS and spots the bomb. Kusta will take down nothing in the trade. Now it's off to Shroud to hold it off on the B site. 20 seconds, and Kusta does not check the line. The bomb's been lost.
That's the round, pretty much. There's no time really here for Cutler to work with. He basically has to get the entry straight off the bat, and it's not happening. 8 seconds left on the clock. He just can't get this kill onto Shroud. Skadoodle comes in from behind and kills him. And so there we go, 18-18, Cloud9. They salvage this one through to the final round of overtime, but they're by... Oh, it's going to be okay, but it's not going to be amazing. CLG in a better position right now, I feel.
It's still not over yet. Skadoodle with the AWP, and what a play coming out from nothing. He feels they go for a 1-for-1. It will be disadvantageous, but he went for a 1-for-2.
Yeah.
Big spray down. And now Cloud9, 1 round away from bringing it towards double overtime. But CLG, they still have a chance. Full utility. The AWP and Kusta once again. If they take this, they take map number 1 on Cache.
It all comes down to this round, really. Maybe not. Maybe if C9 do pick this round up.
Comes down
to next overtime. And I wouldn't be surprised, really, to see us going through to the second overtime. But CLG, I did say, in a slightly better position. They don't have the UMPs. They've got full rifles. They've got an AWP. But Cloud9 definitely has enough to work with in this one. They've got a lot of utilities. They've got decent weaponry. Not amazing, but workable. And Stewie holding a forward position like this, he's actually going to go for the peak. He gets a lot of information. Nothing as well. Finds 2 up from the boost. FNS does trade him out, but overall still worthwhile there for C9. Automatic as well. He's in a great position here. FNS goes down. That's the bomb dropped. I think Cloud9 have done it. I think they're going to be able to take this through to the double OT.
And Kusta, last man left standing for CLG to try to bring it back in the first overtime, but 45 seconds left. Cloud9 have just given him control of the bomb. They decide to rotate their members around instead to try to get the flank opportunity working.
Oh, surely Kusta can't clutch this out 1 versus 4.
He's retrieved the bomb. If he's able to isolate it towards a single one-on-one duels like that, what a shot on towards Skadoodle, but he's still going to find 3 more with 25 seconds left on the timer. He's got to start charging onto a site.
He has to go A and get that pick, and, well, he's gambled incorrectly. He's going to be... This is not looking good for him.
If he gets these picks, this would legitimately be the most insane play. He's going to drop down, but he doesn't know there's one to the left. So Automatic will clean up, and we are going in towards double overtime. 18 all.
Well, he did say we might need double overtime.
We did.
We may now need triple overtime because, again, it was just so closely matched. CLG, they would have felt that they had the chance to close that out. They had 2 rounds to play with to get 1 round. They weren't able to get it, so... C9,
they tried their best. I mean, it wasn't for lack of trying. It was just more Cloud9 did step up towards the final rounds, and if it wasn't for the heroics of a couple of individual players, it could have been a completely different story.
Yeah, really could have been. But C9, they still hanging on And maybe it's going to be CLG hanging on now. I don't know. Depends on what we see coming out here in the second overtime.
Once again,
it's just like, I feel like a bit of a broken record right now, don't
3
I?
rounds at most.
Yeah.
No team can win more than 3 rounds, so it's just the way it's going. Cloud9 will take the first one in overtime. The next 2 will go towards CLG, and then 2 more towards Cloud9. It's just going to go back and forth until a team can finally figure out that secret ingredient which can make them grab the victory.
I don't know. What is the secret ingredient at this point?
Sugar, spice, something
nice
with the AWP. I don't know.
I don't know. Dak, auto sniper?
Very risky. I'd like to see the Scar 20 come out on the CT side. I don't think the NA teams embrace it as much. I know the Asian teams love doing it occasionally. Yeah. And it is a powerful defensive weapon, but with a good AK play shot, it just gets completely nullified. So
yeah. There's a lot to think about here, really. And it's a fairly important match here, actually, particularly for CLG, because, I mean, for C9, we can say, okay, we fairly think that they're probably going to be sitting towards the top of things anyway, towards the end of the season. Did I say CLG?
I think so, yeah.
I meant C9.
It's been a long overtime, and we went through these syllables.
But it's important for CLG. We say C9 are fairly confidently up towards the top, but CLG, they're still fighting for points right now. And they're still hanging in this one. So is C9, though. Here comes Skadoodle. He's got the AWP, watching the angle. Opens up in the second overtime with a kill onto Ricky. The utility use there from CLG. Not going to be proving to be hugely effective.
Surely Skadoodle doesn't get the wallbang, but Ethan will sneak his way towards Checkers. There is still Shroud on the site, but they are going to be boosting back out of vent. Automatic holding towards Sandbags. He does have the support of Nothing. There's Cutlass coming across. Can't surprise Nothing. What a dink coming out from Nothing. And Kusa trying to come up, but the flashbang does catch out Nothing, but Kusa will be able to take down Stewie as a matter of fact, but Automatic makes the timing out of Sandbags. They lose the bomb. Now it's all up to Ethan, who was able to get the pick on towards Shroud on B's side. But once again, a 1-3 in Cloud9 should be able to take it.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Cloud9 so far. In this one, utility use has been on point. The grenade that we saw Nothing get the kill with was good. That one was good as well. And so now Ethan, he's in a horrible position, 1 versus 3. I suppose at least he has some time to work with, but this sort of a setup, really, you have to expect Cloud9, this crossfire, there's no way that he wins that. So Nothing closes it out, and it's a better start to the CT side here for Cloud9. They win it in the first round, so that means their economy is just going to be a little bit more favorable, and they take 3 guns through as well, so that's good. And they can really have a good crack at potentially 3-0ing this, though. Early days. See what CLG can bring for us in the next round.
What I want to point out as well, though, is I think this is the round where CLG will change up and try to use their A fake again. Because the last round where they set up for an A side execute, they throw smokes across and then come up towards, they boost up and then take highway instead. So this is probably the round where they try the same. Whether it's going to succeed or not, a different story, because Doodle is getting aggressive towards B main, and Ricky will do some damage. Not enough to get the kill, but enough to deter Cloud9 from pushing further in.
Oh, I think I've seen this before. I feel like I've got deja vu right now.
Is this back in round,
like
early first half?
No, was it first half? Yeah, it might have been. I don't know. Who cares? We're now in double overtime. Yeah, it would have been a long time ago, but Ethan was making a lot of noise there. Automatic knew he was there. There comes the smoke from C9, but this time Ethan, he pushes through the smoke, and that's not what happened last time. He gets a 1-for-1 trade. Overall, it's okay, I suppose, for the T side. Opening up the CT areas just a little bit, making it maybe a bit easier to get into a bomb site for CLG, but they would have loved to have had an unanswered kill. And at this point, those are hard to come by, really, because both teams just chiming in with the trades is such a crucial point in the overtimes.
And Cutler is looking to try to grasp an opportunity as well, just waiting to see if Cloud9 will boost towards Vent to regain map control. It's not going to happen. C9 going to be sitting passively back, and according to our predictions, this should be CLG's round. Cloud9 have won 3 in a row now, and they're not allowed to win anymore.
Apparently. We'll find out, though. 25 seconds here. This execute onto the B site has to be good from CLG. Some late round Molotovs or incendiaries coming out there from Skadoodle will slow things down, but it's down to Shroud here. He needs to find at least 1 or 2 kills. FNS does go down, and that drops the bomb, but Kusta trades it out straight away. And now we see the rotations coming across from C9, but probably too little too late, though. The Molotov might deny the bomb plan here. Can we see Ricky put it down? Kusta helping him out, and there we go, the bomb down. But Stewie, 2 versus 1. A lot of work to do.
Oh my God. He might make it because he's now just crawled his way towards headshot. He's taking down Ricky. Now it's all down towards a 1-on-1. Stewie, what a play. Kusta on 10 HP with the AWP. They've changed positions.
Oh, This is so close. Kusta, though, I think he's going to lose that. Yeah, the shoulder just peeking around the corner. Huge plays from Stewie.
Welcome to the clutch.
Yeah.
If there was ever a time to play out a clutch, that would be it. And now Cloud9 looking to take the half of overtime. Double overtime as well. Still so tight. What a play, though, from Stu, man.
That was. How do you have the guts to do that? You know, to look at the floor and push forward. I don't know. Oh well.
Well, that's
made it work.
That's Stewie at his prime.
Yeah. And we'll see. Not a great buy really from the T's in this one. Obviously, their economy a little bit worse off than what they would have liked, but it's workable. Tech 9, AKs, UMP. It's not terrible for CLG. Certainly would have been a bit more difficult for C9 if they had have lost 2 here, but their economy, it's great right now. And so this is what it comes down to. CLG, I think that they probably do need to get at least 1 here. Surely.
If they take this one, it means Cloud9 have to take 2 more to gain the victory. If C9 take 1 now, they are on the cusp of taking the victory in double overtime. CLG taking matters slowly. They are lining up for another A-side execute. Only Stewie on the site. The hero of the previous round on the 1-on-3. Now he's got more work to do. He does have nothing towards Highway as well as Automatic, who can come back up this A-site take in any given moment. But they have to rotate across and try to find the angles through the edge of the smoke as CLG slowly crawl out of A main.
They do make their way out onto the site, at least for the moment, but are they going to be answered by C9? Yes, they are. Stewie says no one coming knocking on my door. Nothing answers as well. And there we go. We see a couple of kills going the way of CLG, but still overall, trade's favorable right now for Cloud9. As FNS finds himself alone, he finds 1, but is it going to be enough really here? He needs to get the bomb down. He's got 35 seconds. He knows where both of those C9 players are, though, because he's seen where they are. But, oh, it's so tough for him. Molotov available for Shroud right now. That could be crucial. Flush for FNS out of position.
FNS is...
Good post plant, though.
It is a good post plant, but he still has to isolate it towards 2 one-on-one deals. And playing this angle, this is a good angle for him to be playing at, but it leaves him very exposed if the smoke does go onto the bomb. And Shroud not going to be contesting the open angles. Haven't checked forklift, and there it is. There's a smoke on the bomb. There is a tap on the defuse, and FNS just playing patiently. But there's no one on the bomb, and now his position is now known. He needs to find the diffuser, but Shroud will get the A4 headshot, and Cloud9 take the 3-0 on their CT half of double overtime. And they are just 1 round away from taking the win.
1 round. You have to feel like they can get at least 1 round here. It would be an impressive performance from CLG if they were to come back with 3 of their own. But that was some serious clutch stuff really from Cloud9.
Welcome to the clutch.
Welcome to the clutch, exactly. It was Stewie that opened that up mostly for C9. You would have felt as though that probably was going to go to 2-1. But in the end, CLG, they do pull off, well, they do not pull off that clutch. Stewie did. And so, 21 is where C9 find themselves, and is it going to be enough? So far, these teams have gone blow for blow, really.
Theoretically, it should be. Cloud9 can now dictate the pace on how they play.
3 chances to get 1 round.
Exactly, and CLG, they're on the CT side, so they have to play back and kind of go, oh, where do we think Cloud9's going to go? Do we play aggressive? Do we play defensive? They're going to start second-guessing themselves, and as a result, may just mean Cloud9 can just stroll into a bomb site. If they guess correctly, it's all over for CLG.
Could be. I wonder what CLG do decide to do, though, on the CT side. Last overtime, they really relied heavily on the double AWP setup. And that may be the case again here. Here we go. We're getting a bit of a look at see what they've got. M4s. Yeah, there's a double AWP. There's a double AWP on the CT side. So it'll be Ricky and Kusta taking away those. Might be enough to deal with maybe 1 round of C9, but one would think C9 can find a way in here. 1 out of 3 is all they need.
Well, the first one is going to begin. And slow play from both sides. No one wanting to push in. No one wants to give the advantage over towards anyone. And so we probably have about 45 seconds where we can just stand and just talk about the weather. Talk about how, after 39 rounds of Counter-Strike, Cloud9 have finally managed to gain themselves advantage through just 1 clutch play.
Doesn't mean that they're going to win, though.
No, it doesn't. But they are putting themselves in the more favorable situation.
Yep. I feel so long ago that we were seeing regular
7-2,
time.
7-3.
Yeah, like I'm just thinking, you know, remember that time CLG dropped that anti-eco? When was that again? Like probably an hour ago? 2 hours?
Round 8. It's hitting, yeah, it has been nearly an hour I'd say about 20 minutes since this game has started, and either side do not want to be giving up. CLG have stacked their forces across towards the A site. They've left mid open. Whereas Cloud9, they've taken mid. And Cutler and Ricky just sitting all the way back on B site. They're kind of boxed in. Z's been left completely open. And if Cloud9 do manage to go through mid, well, it could be a pincer attack, but 30 seconds. They don't have enough time. This has to be an A site execute. There's a smoke. There's a Molotovs. Ethan will get out alive, but he's not aware of the highway potential. Kusa does get a 1-for-1 trade. Needs to land the shot on automatic because the pressure is coming on towards that A site now. They're charging forward, and Shroud with 1, Shroud with 2. Beautiful SG entries, which means it's going to be a 2-on-4, and Cloud9 may just be able to take the win.
I think they've got it here. The bomb does go down with 10 seconds left, and well, Cutler and Ricky, massive job to do for them. They've been good so far for CLG, but maybe not good enough here. Skadoodle going one better, and he finds 2, so that'll be it. 22 rounds on the board for Cloud9, which secures them the victory.
What a double overtime, where in the end, they're able to eke out the victory. I think CLG did, I guess, leave or take the foot off the gas pedal a little.
Yeah.
And Cloud9, theirs was just constant, you know, it was always just sitting there. I don't think they really amped it up at any particular stage. Maybe the clutch, and that was just from Skewy.
Yeah.
But otherwise, the entire team, both teams just consistently putting in effort. Unfortunately, there had to be a victor and a loser, and CLG will lose.
Yeah, and well, I guess that goes to show maybe why Cloud9 is up towards the top there. They just have that little bit extra. And I did say during the regular time, and even beforehand, I felt Cloud9 might just have that little bit of extra oomph that they need to be able to take this over to CLG if the going gets tough. And there you go, you've got the answer for that, at least only in the first map though. I mean, we still have another map to go here, and if that one was anything to take any sort of history from, maybe Mirage is going to be another close match.
Well, it's still up to the T side to debate, to determine the momentum in where they want to take, or whichever bomb site they want to take, how they want to take the game style. Both sides playing very slow, very methodically to take either bomb site, and that's what we'll probably expect more in a Mirage as well. Just slow control of mid, as well as both sides trying to eke out any small advantages if possible.
All right, well, we will be on to Mirage very, very shortly. First, though, we do have to go to a bit of a break. It's been a bit of a marathon there on Case. We'll be back soon.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
vision, limited in weapons. Does it even matter to Green? Oh, the fourth as well.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello, welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Division. It's CLG and Cloud9 at the moment. Was 22 and 18 in the first map. Double overtime goes the way of done it again. C9.
It is difficult. It is difficult. Well, I will concede that point because I've also made the same mistake multiple times on the stream. So
yeah,
but it really was a close match.
It definitely was.
Cloud9 were able. I might just say the full name. Cloud9 were able to take the victory because I can't say Cloud Logic Gaming.
No, surely not.
Or Counter 9. That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't roll off the tongue like that. But yeah, I think it was really off the back of Stewie really getting that clutch, the 1v2 on the B bomb site where he was able to sort of creep around by headshot and just surprise CLG there. So in the end, I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back really for CLG because they should have won that round and then potentially they could have been able to take it through to another third overtime or something like that. But having a look at how things have gone around the globe for us, even though it is just NA Pro League. NRG over on the mainstream, able to get 16-10 over Luminosity. At the moment, also having a good time. 8-1 up on Cobblestone, so that map's about halfway through. I think it may be even a little bit more of the way through currently than it is on the scoreboard there. But for us, we're heading on to Mirage, CLG, and Cloud9. Last map of the day. And it could prove to be a pretty good one because both of these teams will be fairly comfortable on Mirage.
Especially on a map where you would argue that the playstyle is very similar towards Cache. Heavy mid emphasis that is required from both sides, where you'll see a lot of utility used early on during even the mid game just to gain control. A lot of ways to contest it as well, and ultimately, well, looking towards just the A side execute. B side's not tested as much on Mirage.
True.
Wasn't tested as much on Cache either. It was mainly emphasis on mid and A for both teams, and I think they'll continue. That'll be the common trend coming on towards Cache.
I would think that this map is going to be a little bit more AWP-centric, though, than what Cache was, even though we did see the double AWP coming out at times from both teams, particularly on the CT side. For me on Mirage, you can get a lot more done with the AWP, and I think Skadoodle, of all the AWPers that were playing, was probably the pick of the bunch. So I think that may be a little bit of a tick in the book of Cloud9.
Yeah, and Kusa does need to step up his game. He is the primary AWPer for CLG, so needs to lift it. Because the double AWP setup, it requires so much resource investment where if CLG go on the CT side and they can't justify the double AWP purchase, then it's kind of going, all right, we just wasted nearly 10,000.
Yeah.
10K, that can buy 3 M4s.
It's a lot of money.
Which can bring a lot more firepower if it's working for you. We've seen that Ricky is very, very much a capable rifler. We saw so many times on Cache that he was able to bring out the rifle and the SMG to full effect. And if you can do that with an M4, do you really need the AWP? If the AWP's not working out, I would like to see both teams, or just for CLG right now, because the AWP seems to be working quite well for Cloud9. For the team that the AWP isn't working out for them to default back to the rifle. No shame in going back and going, look, just not feeling the AWP today. Let's go for the 5 rifle setup, because the rifle, when you're on, can have such a large impact compared to the AWP.
I mean, in saying that, we did see some pretty decent plays coming out from both Kuster and Ricky with the AWP. I don't think, again, as I said, they weren't quite as impactful or maybe quite as consistent as Skadoodle, because they certainly did have their impactful rounds. But for me, it was more the riflers for CLG that were doing the heavy lifting. They were getting the rotations, coming around the back, getting the flanks going on. FNS, I think, had 2 or 3 times where he got around through A main, completely shut down the A take from Cloud9, and I think that's going to be key for them as well. But it's a little bit harder, I feel, to be doing those kind of flanks all the way back around here on Mirage as opposed to Cache, because the map's just a little bit longer and harder to get into those positions, and it's going to take them longer to get around behind as well.
Oh, it's going to boil down to the pistol rounds. I mean, every single pistol round is so important for either team. Well, I think it went pretty equal in terms of CLG as well as Cloud9. So pistols going traded tit for tat. But for CLG, I think the only real improvement they need to make is on the anti-ecos. And that was on the back of some great shooting from Cloud9. And you can see that as soon as Cloud9 did take the Deagle,
it is hard to fault them,
it is hard to fault. At the same time, they did much better on the successive anti-ecos where they're able to take them a lot better. So I think just dropping 1, that's okay. It was some good shooting coming out from Cloud9. It wasn't them just going, oh, let's just go on 1 by 1 against pistols. Let's just completely hash a spray. It was just more Skadoodle going, oh,
bang,
I'll
bang,
find
bang.
3 heads.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you can give kudos to Skadoodle for that as opposed to ragging on CLG all that much. But admittedly, if they had been able to win that 1 Eco, well, the anti-Eco round, maybe they would have got a few more rounds in their first half. Maybe that could have translated into something, and maybe they could have closed it out in regular time in their own, but they ended up losing it to Cloud9. So it's just those little plays that we maybe expect from Cloud9 that we don't necessarily expect as much from CLG. Admittedly, CLG have done a very, very good job there. It was so close. For a moment there, it was just tit for tat. Like, it was going straight 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3. You know, every time you'd see a round come out, you'd see another couple or 1 or 2 rounds go the way of the other team. So it is really hard to say who's going to come out here on Mirage with the victory. I'm leaning on T9 again. We thought coming into this they were going to be the stronger side. We thought they might just have that little bit of extra oomph that they need over CLG, which is what they had there on Cache, and I think it's going to be fairly similar here on Mirage. But again, if we see, I don't know, maybe let's say CT side comes out here for CLG, they start off very well, they get off to like 5-0, 6-0, something like that, then maybe that is enough to carry them through to a victory. So hard to call, given the fact that the two teams are so closely matched.
This all depends on both Kusta as well as Ricky if they do decide to pick up the AWP on the CT side to step up. Whereas on the side of Cloud9, it's been consistent throughout. All of them had their brilliant rounds. But for CLG to take the victory, they've got to step up even harder. Where you saw Cutler, he played well. Ethan, huge rifle rounds. Whereas it was kind of like, okay, Kusta had maybe 1 good round, 2 good rounds. It wasn't really anything to kind of write in the history books of Counter-Strike. Whereas in Cloud9, you could say nothing. Big 1-on-2, or the 1 for 2 trade on that B-side checkers, opening things up for Shroud afterwards. CLG will start on the CT side, and Cloud9 will have to dictate the tempo very early on. If they can take the pistol, it'll be a great start.
Immediate thing that you notice here when you look at Cloud9's buy is that they've gone for 2 utility players. They've got 3 smokes. They've also got, they've got 2 smokes. They've also got 3 decoys, which is a little bit interesting, I suppose. We'll see how that works out for them. But the 2 smokes basically makes you think, yeah, this is going to be some sort of an execute out onto the A-bomb site. Though, not worked out too nicely. Ethan and Ricky opening up the frags on map number 2, finding 2 headshots each. Kusta as well getting 1. So, Cloud9, whatever their strategy here was, it clearly has not worked.
Yeah, CLG coming back with fire. A lot of the time, you'd say that a team, after losing double overtime, would feel a little demoralized. But CLG, instantly striking back with some clean pistol plays. Didn't even play aggressively. Even saw Ricky in the situation. They got the kills. And at a time, a CT would be very tempted to push in and try to add towards the stats. He fell back with his teammate.
Yep.
And that, to me, is just... CLG is just going, all right, let's just wipe Cache. We had a really good game. We were very close to taking a victory. Let's now bring it towards Cloud9 on Mirage.
Yeah, well, you got to remember, they did win that pistol round on Cache, and Cloud9 instantly responded with a round of their own, so maybe the circumstances are a little different. The sides are swapped. There's no AWP on Stewie this time, but Cloud9 have decided they want to invest into this round, and I don't mind that on the T side. Tech 9 armor, definitely a usable strategy. And Cloud9, they have to make, CLG, they have to make sure that they do not get overrun.
And the issue is, with this head armor, only Shroud with no head armor, it doesn't even look like they're prioritizing the AWP, so Skadoodle's actually invested alongside with them. Nothing only has a Glock, and, well, he can pick up one of the pistols once his teammates die. It looks like he opted for more utility, but they are going to be barreling down short as well as B-Apps, and might be able to actually breach in the short as well, but Cutler does manage to come across and stop the bleeding coming forward. Ricky as well, able to take one down on towards Automatic, and now FNS going to be pressured out, but he does get the first ding towards nothing, and Shroud coming forward to the P250, looking for the kill. Clean round from CLG, taking a lot of damage, but keeping all their members alive.
Yep.
That's going to be good because it builds up the bank for future rounds, and they can punish Cloud9 now in the first 3.
Yep, all the kills going on to SMGs as well. I mean, obviously 4 of the guns were for SMGs, but still, they get the money across as much as they can. And this round here, it is going to be pretty much, one would expect a full eco. Yeah, it is a full eco coming out from Cloud9. So another chance for CLG just to really improve upon that economic situation that they have started to build up right now. And even then, if they get all these guns through to the next round, which they very much should or could, then they can take that extra bonus round as well and see what they can do there in round number 4. So plenty of good things ahead here for CLG if everything goes to plan.
Absolutely. Looking to build up bank on those UMPs as Cloud9 just with Glocks.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do with
Glocks.
They've got a flashbang.
And Glocks.
Glocks?
Glocks.
Glocks. Glocks.
Glocks. Glock?
Oh, God, we're going a bit crazy, I think.
It's the heat. The matches, it really heated up, and it is pretty warm today compared to yesterday. Yesterday was freezing over here in Australia.
Yeah.
It was pretty cold.
It was cold yesterday. Yeah, but it's not hot today.
And we haven't stepped outside yet.
That's true.
I think it has warmed
We've
up.
been locked in the studio. They've said you must cast these games or you don't get dinner tonight. Maybe I don't get dinner tonight if this game continues to go that long because I need to then go home and make dinner.
That would have to go on for the next 3 hours, mind you.
Yeah.
I don't think this game will go on for the next 3 hours. Maybe it's still close. It may go on for the next maybe an hour at most. Where we saw that Cloud9 are now trying to make the move forward on towards the A site, but Ricky does torch Skadoodle alive. Rest of the members trying to fake towards the B site. But FNS, as well as Cutler, able to just hold off, and they take early Molotov damage, which means that Shroud will collapse under FNS's spray. And Ethan, just anchoring towards the A site.
Great round from CLG. They'll take all these guns through the next. I'd be surprised if they even upgrade them. They're going to go for an AWP. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But take the 3 UMPs, take the bonus round, and really have a good shot at just ballooning out this CT economy. If they win this round, even if they lose those 3 guns, as long as they can take the M4 and the AWP through, it will be essentially what they would have wanted. So Cloud9 have a lot of work to do right now. At the moment, they're only 3-0 down, but it can quickly turn into something more.
And Flash is coming through. Kusta just holding his fire. Will make the first shot, but he's been spotted out towards the right side of the window. That's unfortunate, though. Stewie will take a friendly dink, and he's going to be down to 64. Good flashes coming out from Cutler to allow Kusta to escape towards jungle. So good teamwork coming out from CLG. Good communication as Kusta. They're not going to expect the line that Kusta's playing.
Not really, but the smoke does come across. So CLG won't be able to make use of that. There is a bit of a crossfire there between Kusta and Cutler. As of yet, though, Cloud9 have not pushed anything too aggressively. They still have control of mid. They've got 1 in connector. Shroud just peeking in, trying to see if he can see anyone on stairs, but there's no one there. Now Stewie having a look into short. So slowly but surely, Cloud9 are gathering information across the map, but not yet committing to either side.
Yeah, FNS may be in a little bit of danger if he is spotted out early on, but Shroud, really the key pin in all of Cloud9's plans to shut down this A site rotation by himself. CLG do not check CD connector. It can spell disaster, and Stewie just biding and waiting his time, cracks open the B site alongside with automatic, but Ethan and Kusta instantly answer and now bring it back towards the throw and 3. So as soon as you feel like Cloud9 gain an advantage, it's instantly traded back by CLG, and now they're looking to try to get the defuse.
Plenty of time to work with for Cloud9. They've got 3 Molotovs as well. Sorry, CLG, done it again. Plenty of time for CLG to work with. They've got 3 Molotovs, though now one of them has disappeared. Ethan going down to Skadoodle. It's 3 versus 2. Kusta and Ricky, I think the rotation took a little bit too long there for CLG. And now maybe they've kind of timed themselves out of this round. I think they're aware of that as well. Deciding just to back off. And that's fair enough. Take those guns through to the next round. They do take 2 through, which I said was going to be the good situation, but that was on the basis that they were going to win the round. Still not too bad. They will be able to rebuy, and it's going to actually probably be a bit of a better buy next round than what it was last round. So they're going to get full M4s here, maybe even double AWP if they want to, but that's not going to be the case. And full utilities as well. So a really good buy for CLG. Obviously, it's a bit of a gamble to take that many UMPs through to a round, and obviously it's been not so effective. Cloud9 getting the win, but still, plenty of opportunities now for Cloud9 to, or for CLG just to come back into this. If they win this, reset the economy, then Cloud9's in a troublesome spot.
That really boiled down towards CLG just relinquishing mid control. They went, all right, we don't really have the ability to contest it, so we're going to use our UMPs and fall back, where I would like to see Cutler, dance around ladder room. It is notoriously hard to flush a counter-terrorist out as the A-site execute commences to Cloud9. Smoke's coming out, as well as counter-incendiary grenades. Ricky will be pushing through, though. He'll be able to dart his way back on towards triple, and Cloud9 none the wiser. A lot of members on CLG on the A-bomb site. Oh, Ricky's been spotted out. He's going to be taken down quite low, but a Molotov will toast Stewie just for a little bit of damage. Ethan, on the wrong side of CT, will be punished for trying to play too aggressively. And Kusta dancing at the edge of the barbecue. Still able to get a kill. Alongside with Cutler and Kusta. Has heard the bomb plant. He tries to go for the wall bang, but he misses Shroud the first time. And will miss the second time. Misses the third time. Fourth time, still unlucky. Maybe he'll go for the fifth time, but he won't.
In saying that, though, the bomb does go down for Cloud9, and now the retake must come across for CLG. FNS gets an easy kill onto Shroud.
Kusta does manage to get the wall bang eventually, so...
Oh, good shot from Cutler. And Kusta to get those retake kills, and CLG will be getting the round, resetting the economy of Cloud9. Is Cloud9 going to be at? Is it going to be enough to afford a buy?
They might force in this round. I think they'll probably have about 3k on their lower players, 5k on the richer players, because they did lose 3 rifles in their first buy round where they took the victory.
I think it might just be an eco here.
Yeah, maybe just pistols and body armor on the richer players, which would have been Stewie and Skadoodle, I think.
Let's find out. No body armor.
No armor. Just 4 Deagles and the single Glock.
Well, we know how effective Cloud9, or particularly Skadoodle, has been with that Deagle on Keish. Stewie had some good shots as well, I think. So maybe not time to count Cloud9 out just yet, but CLG off to a decent start. Would like to see them really just shut out this eco round.
Nothing, trying to push through it very early on. FNS, I'm not sure why Keith's trying to unsilence his M4 after a kill, but Skadoodle just maneuvering at the edge of the smoke, looking to find that Desert Eagle, because he only has a Glock after all, but decides it's not worth the venture. The endeavor is just a little bit too difficult, and he's going to back off. Ricky looking to contain CD connector, pressure from Cloud9, but Stewie, sorry, is going to try and challenge. Won't be able to do so this time round, and there should be another round in the favor of CLG. 5-1 lead after this.
It's good.
No, as soon as I say that, automatic will get the 1 dig, and FNS pushing forward, gets 1 more. And Shroud does come across, but he's already on 20 HP, so it's still a very easy round for CLG, in my opinion.
All right, well, there's the bomb dropped. Shroud, automatic, does go down to FNS. That's that, wrapped up round number 6. CLG with 4 rounds in the lead. Cloud9 should get a buy through here and see where they can start making some inroads. Whether or not they will be able to start making some inroads, because CLG has so far looked pretty comfortable actually on that CT side. Can't really fault them at this point. Their economy, it's not amazing, but it is starting to build up, and here comes the double AWP as well for CLG. Ricky picking up the secondary AWP as we would expect. And this may start to cause some issues for C9. Ethan with a push down mid as well. Not something that automatic would have expected there.
Skadoodle almost caught out as well, which is very dangerous, but CLG do back off in time. So CLG is now dictating the momentum on how Cloud9 are playing, and as a result, Cloud9 have no other choice but to kind of play a little bit more passively, and the CLG just push in for more information. They get posted up with the AWP in favorable positions, like where Ricky is right now in B-apps. It's going to be very difficult for Cloud9 to try to find the angle. For CLG, they've also taken down Stewie towards Palace as well, so they don't have to worry about the threat towards Palace. They can now just allow Cloud9 to come towards them and just take the one-on-one aim deals. They've got the numbers, they've got the advantage.
Yep.
And they should be able to let this roll forward towards a victory.
Just need to keep trading it out for the rest of this half, and then CLG are going to be in another good position. Cloud9, I suppose they really want to get bombs down here, bare minimum, so that they can continue to buy throughout pretty much every round, but that's maybe not going to be the easiest of tasks, going up 3 versus 5. Ricky, nice shot from him to start off. I mean, nothing particularly amazing, but still, getting the shot across is always a good sign, and there goes the second one as well. So basically standard fare for CLG.
Clean round,
but a clean round, exactly, and that's the important thing. So now things are going to be looking a bit worrisome for Cloud9. I think that may be why we're hearing the attack pause music.
Oh, do you think we'll see that sick, smooth drum roll again? As we are going to see Cloud9 just debate what they want to do, because CLG are in danger now of coming forward towards a 6-1 lead. Now, even a 7-1. Waiting for the smooths, though.
Yeah, the boys.
It's a little bit off sync that time.
Oh, come on.
Had to be critical.
Can't be that easy. All right, well, thinking about what Cloud9 can do in this round.
Easy or non-easy.
It's not going to be much, really. Like, Glocks is what they've got right now. They haven't invested a purchase just yet, but they don't have anything really to buy with, right? They've got 2.5k on the guys with the most money, so it has to be just pistols. Like,
and even they can't even force up body armor after the round that they picked up, I believe, in the 4th or 5th round, where they did manage to win one. Actually, 4 rounds of loss bonus now coming forward. 3 rounds at most. It's still not enough.
And the money is building up so heavily at the moment for CLG right now.
10k on Kusta, and that's with a double AWP setup. 10k.
Yeah.
Ricky's the poorest on 4k, and even then, that's not
enough
much.
for the buy.
Exactly.
And like, there's 2 guys there with 7 or 8k. I mean, CLG are in a good spot right now, and they should be even in a better spot after this round, assuming they don't lose too much to just what is going to be the pistol buys from C9. So, I mean, CLG have come out here on Mirage and they've really started off well.
Absolutely is. Well, Shroud's just going to take more damage from the grenade. FNS doing well just to anchor the B site as the rest of CLG going to just scatter across. They'll be more than comfortable to take the aim tools. They just don't want to give away opportunities needlessly. So you can see them still burning through the utility, going through the motions of holding off potential pushes. But Stewie's already made his way fast CT connector, and this could potentially be an issue for Kusta if he's surrounded and isolated.
Could be. At the moment, though, he's looking okay. CLG haven't really pushed anything too much. Kusta's backed out. Oh, he needs to be careful going in here.
Oh, Stewie, beautiful timing. And this can actually open up both sides now. It's changed. And CLG don't respect the fact that Stewie will just push by himself up towards CD Connector. And now Shroud, inspired by Stewie, pushes through the edge of the smoke and wants to find the headshot on the B side.
Oh, he just spotted the tip of a head there, I think. It's FNS, but FNS also spotting out Shroud. So Shroud's not in an easy position here. He will go down. So what was looking like potentially a bit of a dangerous situation for CLG is now starting to stabilize, but in saying that, Stewie has got the AWP. And if he can make something happen, FNS spots him out. FNS, he's actually going to be able to take down Stewie. I'm not sure what Stewie was looking at there, but certainly wasn't FNS. In the end, nothing picks up the AWP and does take down FNS for the trade. But overall, 2 versus 2. Skadoodle should have got a gun here, and he will. But are they going to get the bomb down in time? Ethan will have spotted that. And if Ricky can deny the plant, which he won't, could have been good for CLG. Now a difficult task. Not a difficult task, but it's harder than it needed to be for these 2 remaining CLG players.
But Skadoodle has spotted out Ethan as well. And Ethan now trying to place pressure on nothing. It's not going to work out as the Molotov goes not in the favor as, well, Skadoodle is taken down. And now it's Ethan on a one-on-one with nothing. And he gets the headshot. That was a very dangerous round for CLG, losing a lot of weapons where they shouldn't have.
Yeah. That could have been the loss again on an anti-eco for them, like what we saw on Keish.
Just let the ball drop a little bit with leaving CD Connector open.
Yeah. Not the case here, though. They at least able to get that round. I guess Ricky clutched out a 1v2 in a anti-eco as well. So I think CLG, they just need to brush up on those anti-ecos here a little bit. In saying that, a win's a win. Admittedly, it's going to cost them to rebuy, but they do have the money to play with. Would have loved to have increased the money that they had out of that round, though, but it is going to be depleting just a bit. Double AWP reinvested by CLG. Cloud9 with a buy this time.
Yeah, so Skadoodle with the AWP and the SG back in the hands of Shroud. Looking to solo-handedly break the meta of CS as looks like Cutler is going to be... I was going to say it was about to be boosted, but either that was a pretend fake for a boosting or that was actually a fail fake, where they actually tried boosting and Cutler just completely just botched it on the jump.
Looks like. I couldn't tell you.
I think he botched it. But doesn't lead to a death, which is perfectly fine for CLG. They're going to be happy with just escaping alive and just forcing Cloud9 to use more utility to try to gain control. Are going to be devoting more numbers towards CD Connector and Jungle. They don't want anyone to just slip onto the site unchecked, as see Shroud's actually made his way to the CD Connector, and FNS now under a lot of pressure. A wall of Cloud9 members behind that smoke.
He hears them, though. He's heard that. That's a lot of information now for CLG. They'll rotate, not really rotate, but they'll have a look accordingly to that information. So just every little piece helps here for CLG.
Yeah, there is the AK going to be challenging Kusta, and FNS is going to fall immediately. Kusta, good flick, but Skadoodle's also found one towards Cutler, and this B site has been lost. This should be Cloud9's round. Yeah. Cloud9's return as CLG
should save this. Yeah. They're all the way over on the A-bomb site. You have to rotate over to A. You'll have to deal with automatic. And their economy, of course, it's decent, but like it's not amazing right now. And there goes Ricky, so there goes an AWP.
Ethan looking to try to recover the AWP, but he's got a lot of work to do because automatic is hard on the hunt, and automatic successful on the hunt. 2 kills. This forces CLG potentially into a... I was going to say, after they lost 4 rifles in the round where Cloud9 nearly won the force buy, would have thought they maybe weren't allowed to purchase up once again, but they do manage to get all weapons back in. But their bank account's going to be drained to the empty.
Yep.
For Cloud9 taking 4 rifles, very, very critical because it means that they can stack up their attack once again.
Really need to see a solid round coming out from CLG here if they're going to stabilize this first half back in their favor. Although Kusta maybe just a little bit lucky by that smoke actually for Cloud9. Might have saved his life just there. Automatic Trying to push around onto short. He'll get cleaned up by Kusto. Look at this CT setup from Counterlogic Gaming. It's just complete control over mid, really. That's what they've got. They've got 2 on short and 3 in connector. They're not watching anything else. And CLG's kind of just walked into it. But Shroud makes it work through the smoke. In the end, he does get traded out by FNS, and Kusto, the timing to take down Skadoodle there. 1 versus 3 now for nothing, and that push has not worked at all for Cloud9.
Yeah, what I've noticed over CLG, how they play the CT side, is that they are more than willing to stack 5 members towards a position and go, that's all right, we'll try to control this area now, and then even if they attack somewhere else, we'll play the retake afterwards.
Yeah.
Nothing though, still in a real chance of doing further damage to the CLG economy. He's going to be crawling up. I think he may have been spotted out, and one of his teammates with 16/9 will call it out. You see the flashbangs coming forward, but nothing, just dodging them with ease as Ricky just trying to dance up and try to find, or just make sure nothing has not crossed onto the side as well.
Does have the bomb, so if he can maybe take a kill here, he could plant. Or Kusta gets dropped low. This Molotov will maybe kill Kusta. Not quite. Yeah, that Molotov, the CT Molotov, very, very good. Forces nothing out. He does grab FNS. I was going to say he does grab someone else, but I actually said FNS, and he did in the end grab FNS's kill. That was a little bit perplexing.
He wanted to get the AWP, but forgot that Molotovs do hurt quite a bit if you stand in them.
Really?
Yeah. Because
Fire bad?
Fire bad. And FNS was already very low. I don't think he knew that he was on 40 and went, oh, it's too late. He's already committed. And Stewie...
timing.
Didn't click. He's got to press mouse 1 when he's got those opportunities. In his mind, he already got the kill.
What if it was bound to something else that's not mouse 1? And he doesn't have to click mouse 1.
What would you press then? Mouse 2? Mouse 1 to scope in, mouse 2 to fire?
That'd be a bit weird.
You're the one who phrased the question, man.
Well, I'm a mouse 1 player. But
I think most people are mouse 1
I'm
players.
sure there might be one person in the world that doesn't use mouse 1 as their fire button.
The steering wheels, the acceleration pedal.
Yeah.
You aim with the steering wheel.
Yeah, that's
Fairly sure there's a couple of modified where I'd say for the majority of the defaulters, nothing shows it. It's going to be mouse 1. He's going to mouse 1 his way towards a clean headshot on FNS. FNS really the good performer so far for CLG. He's been putting up the numbers, and now Ethan coming back to the city connector. Nearly finds automatic. That would have been a big pick through the edge of the smoke, but Cloud9 still have control over mid. Kusta pushing towards A. If he finds the correct timing.
He may pay for his life, though, and he will. Stewie grabs him. So it's information, at least for CLG. There's a push coming out in apartments as well from Cutler, as Ricky does find one in mid, but I thought he was going to get traded out by Shroud. He doesn't, though. 2 kills for Ricky. That equalizes things. And now we'll have to rely maybe on Ethan here. Ricky is having a look into connector. This is going to be interesting for CLG because they're coming in. They're sort of pincering in from all 3 angles. Cloud9 don't really have anywhere to go, and I don't know if they know that Cutler is pushing around the back. So maybe if they filter back out to Tetris or into...
Nothing knows.
Oh, nothing knows. He was watching. He was watching.
Oh, good dink from Ethan on towards the AWP and Stewie. And
they'd love a grenade right now.
Ricky's just trying to find the angle. Ethan can't wallbang through multiple penetrations and nothing. Gonna be sprayed down. Ethan's been doing work. More work being done. And Ricky will also take down Stewie. Now it's all up to automatic. 1 on 2. He's been spotted out. What a flick from Ethan!
That is huge. And CLG,
what a monster!
They're going to get 9 on the board now. Cloud9, that was a round that they probably could have won, should have won, needed to win.
And Ethan goes, no, you can't win it.
No.
Ethan has been playing so well, both games.
Up. Well, I mean, Ricky as well opened up that one, really.
True, yes.
He could get that double kill in connector.
It brought the numbers back towards C9. Brought the numbers favor back towards CLG. It was a 3-on-3, and he was still able to stay alive and complete the 2-on-1 clutch alongside with his teammate. So it was a 2-on-3 technically. After I think it was Cutler going the long way around, was taken out by nothing.
Yep, it was. But so Cloud9, they're going to have to default back to just the pistol and armor once more, which so far hasn't worked out so far for them. But they have been getting kills with it, right? So they've been getting close in some rounds. Just CLG been hanging on. We'll see.
Well, it does a little bit of damage to the HE grenade, but rest of Cloud9 do back off wisely to make sure they mitigate most of it. And here comes the wall of smokes and flashes. FNS playing close, allows one to drop out. He will dink out automatic. He tries to challenge more, but nothing. And Fury with the Tech 9s. Close range headshots mean that the CLG resistance will melt.
Well, yeah. Is Cloud9 going to be able to get this round, though, because CLG, they've been in this position, you know, once or twice when they've been down against an anti-eco, or against an eco, really. And they've been able to bring it back, at least so far on Mirage. But this time, I think this one might be a bit too much out of the way because that smoke really denying those players in shot. Ricky needs to get something done, and he's not. A lot of time ticking away at the moment, and I just don't think CLG is going to be able to retrieve this. They'll probably just back out here and try and save those weapons. Ricky does go down, but overall, good round for Cloud9. They needed it.
But a very poor B-side hold as well, where they do let the ball drop a little bit as Ethan and Kusta combine together. Lots of damage done, but they still lose one of the rifles. That's all right, I guess, because it's
better than allowing Cloud. I think that's better than allowing Cloud9 to go through to this round with all those guns.
True.
Because CLG, oh, I thought they had more money than that actually. So maybe it's not. I thought they were going to be able to rebuy here. So it's just going to be a pretty shoddy buy from C9 and no buy really at all from CLG.
This could still be a good half for C9. They could take 6 rounds and that's serviceable. But for CLG, one more round. They're in double digits and it's a good start. And Shroud going to be opening up on A site with the entry kill. There's no one else there. So I think Kusta will just play in an angle, try to get a pick, give a gun over towards one of his fellow teammates and just try to save an AK in the next round.
Bit of a shame for Kusta to be over on the B site there. He would have loved to have been over on A. Maybe just holding from CT, looking down in A main. Might have been able to get something, but it's, I think, too far gone right now.
Yeah, and Ethan was just trying to sneak through the edge of the smoke to try to find just a cheeky kill. It's not going to work out, and well, Ricky's been boosted up with Desert Eagle. If he can get even a single pick, then CLG can swarm upon the weapon and try to keep it for the next round. But otherwise, the aim of the game right now is to keep Kusta alive.
Yep.
Not only with the AWP, but kit, armor, and smoke. A lot of money on just a single player.
Yeah, I don't think Cloud9's going to be getting him here. He's all the way in the back of B site next to the van. They're all over on the A-bomb site. Not really much time to hunt him down either. So Shroud just watching the bomb here, making sure no one's going to go for a sneaky defuse. It's obviously not going to be the case. CLG content to let this one go. They'll go through to the next round with that AWP.
Yeah, and all the other players with the pistols not going to be able to find any opportunities. But this should be a buy. Admittingly a poor buy, but Kusta can drop an M4 for FNS. But he has to tighten up that the B side hold, should I say, because FNS has dropped the ball a little bit towards these last couple of rounds. 4 spies, cracking it open. And it's not even as if there's short pressure coming forward in these rounds. It's just simple B side push where they can't hold it off.
Well, maybe not going to be simple to hold anything off right now in this one for CLG because this buy, it is leaving a bit to be desired. Not many utilities, a couple of FAMASas, so it's tough for CLG. It was going along very, very nicely for them, but all of a sudden C9 are kind of back in the driver's seat, really. And if C9 can close this round out, CLG back on again another force buy in the last round of the half. It is very possible that this is going to go to 9-6, at which point you'd be thinking, well, C9 have actually done a pretty good job.
Yeah, and Ricky trying to find Member on the cross, not going to work out. Wall of Smoke's doing the job, blocking the vision. And Ethan did give up CD connector control, and Cutler actually will take down automatic at top mid. So the lurker for Cloud9 is no longer. Smokes are now fading. There's only flashbangs and a single Molotov for Cloud9 to work with. No, okay, the single smoke and Cutler as Ethan's going to be pushing in and walks into resistance, but Ricky and Ethan will do well to get the trades forward. Now it's on the Shroud. He gets one, but he can't get the second. This is a good win for CLG.
It's a huge win, yeah. The defuse comes across from the guy with the kit.
Cutler goes, get off it, Ethan. I want the points.
It's mine. I need those MVPs. I want to rank up.
They don't get any MVP points in ECA.
Oh, no.
They get the RWS.
How do you rank up then?
You get the RWS. You get the R-dubs.
Don't talk to me about RWS. It triggers me.
Is it because mine is double yours?
Maybe.
It leaves it very open to interpretation. Anyone out there can still think either we're the best players or we're the worst players.
We're the worst players.
Or in between.
Well,
we're just average
I think we'll
CSGO.
leave that up to the imagination.
We're just average CSGO players.
I mean, I'm maybe not that good, to be honest. But anyway, CLG, 10 on the board. They're looking very, very good right now. If they can get this last round, make it 11. Well, when we were suddenly speaking of 9-6, now thinking about 11-4, CLG will be feeling pretty happy. C9, yeah, they have a big second half ahead of them, even if they do get this round.
And Ricky, this flashbang could be so crucial. This timing, he needs to catch out automatic. He does lots of damage. He still can't get the kill. Oh, he does drop the ball a little bit, but he's still alive. And, well, Ethan will pay the price for not watching a ramp because Stewie does what Stewie wants. He'll just come forward and get the first headshot. Automatic has snuck underneath the window vent, and it's not going to be checked out just yet. Automatic's waiting for the smoke to fade, but Cutler will be able to seize upon the timing. They know he's in ladder, but there's nothing they can really do as the rest of CLG just secure CT to make sure Cloud9 cannot push any deeper in.
All right, so they must wait for the rotation to come across here before they try and go for it. Oh, Ricky's decided to go for it, and he's going to be punished by Shroud. Skadoodle watching the line as well. They know where FNS is. This is all going wrong. Counter Logic Gaming, they've gone in 1 by 1, and that's not good. Cloud9 should probably be able to close it out from here. Kusta, maybe he can go do something crazy with that AWP, but he doesn't have much time to work with. And Shroud runs out of bullets.
It's a bit awkward.
That is a bit awkward, but it's not going to cost Cloud9 too much, I don't think. Kusta will go down to Stewie. So a little disappointing there for CLG. They would have wanted 11-4. It was a 4v3 retake. They could have definitely pulled it off, but it was a little bit messy in the end there. So we find ourselves at 10-5. It's
good round.
It's good for CLG, but it's not going to be enough to just be like, okay, well, we've basically won the map already. Right?
Yeah, absolutely
They
not.
need to work in the second half here.
Well, we saw even on Train, for example, where it was a 14-1 lead for Renegades earlier on today against SK Gaming, and they still lost so many more rounds. So it's never a certain thing. You can win your CT half and go, look, we put so many rounds on the board, but as soon as you go, oh, we've done our job, we can kind of kick back and relax, you know, our day's over. That's when trouble starts, because Cloud9 are not going to give up until the final point has been reached. And that was evident on Cache, where there were a couple of match points for CLG. Cloud9 did not relent.
It feels as though it's going to be similar, though, here on Mirage, right? I would expect CLG get relatively close to a match point, or maybe even get to match point, and then we'll see C9 really just starting to fight for it. And again, it's going to be hard for CLG to close this one out. They probably do need to win the pistol round, I think, and start off with a good side here, because if they allow Cloud9 just back into it really quite easily, that's going to be all the pressure almost released from C9. They can really just start to focus on doing their job.
I think it'd be, if CLG are able to take the pistol, they should be able to take the victory quite convincingly. But if Cloud9 are able to take the pistol on the back of this aggression from Stewie as well, well, we could be in for another long match between these two. Ethan just waiting for Cloud9 to push at him. Stewie waiting for Ethan to push. It's just a little bit of just waiting around, time ticking away, and Ethan will eventually back off the sides. Nah, it's not worth risking it. Bombs towards B. Don't want to give up my life just so easily. And Stewie is going to push in for information and go, they're not in pallets. It's going to be a B site, guys. Stack towards B.
There's one player still hanging around. That's FNS. So he could cause some problems, but we'll see what he can do. He's the one with the utilities. So
he's the fake. So.
It's going to make sense really here for C9. The more Stewie can push around here, the more information he gathers, the more Cloud9 is going to be aware of what is going on. But CLG, oh, they're actually rotating back over to the A-bomb site through the underpass. And so good hold here so far from CLG to be able to move their way back over to the A site.
They'll go for the plant, but they're not aware of Stewie, who can go huge right now. There's the first headshot, and oh, great reactions coming out from Cutler to get the dink on towards Stewie. But the bomb plant is in the open, and CLG, Cutler trying to retreat back towards Tetris, is not allowed to from Nothing, and Ethan will be able to take down the last member from CD Connector, and now Nothing going on the defuse, but he doesn't have the kit. They had to stick at it for 10 seconds, and Ethan just dancing around buying time. But great shot from Stewie, but Kusta also answering, and well, Nothing's going big, and Ricky needs to stop the diffuser eventually. Oh. And Automatic, what a shot. What a shot on 1 HP.
Yeah, and they needed that. They really needed that. CLG became so close, but not close enough. You have to feel maybe Ricky pushed that a little bit too hard.
He didn't know that Nothing didn't have a kit.
Right.
That's why he thought that Nothing had the kit, and that's why he jumped on it with desperation.
Yeah. Now,
that
CLG,
is how...
what do? They got the bomb down, so they can buy next round. So I assume they're just going to eco this out. Yeah, just pistols. It's fair enough.
Peter 50s in a single flashbang to try to breach their way in towards A site. Kusta only with the Glock, so it signifies to me that they can try to buy the AWP in the next round. Kusta may be able to afford it, actually, but without any armor. Whether or not it's a good decision is a different story. They do just crawl onto the A site. Nothing will be pressured out. Good HE grenade, though, can do a chunk of damage. Not only does 1 damage towards Ricky, There's no smoke on the cross, though. Should mean a quick cleanup for Cloud9, but Ricky gets one, Ricky gets two! He can go for more!
Oh, no.
But it's Kusta with a Glock.
This is bad.
Off.
This is bad for Cloud9. If they lose this round, then things are going to go bottoms up, and we might see CLG again starting to storm away.
Dear.
But yeah, this is looking like it is going to go the way of CLG. Shroud, well, 1 versus 4. It's possible. Are we going to Reddit? I don't know. Probably not. It's too hard. It's too much.
I think Cloud9 just internally singing, how could this happen to me?
Do you want to sing it?
I'll just wait until Shroud eventually does fall.
And then you'll sing it?
Potentially. Might do it for the fans on the stream.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You want to get some
Would you
fangirls?
sing? Would you sing? Oh, I won't have as many fangirls as you.
Oh, really?
You're the real famous Elfish guy.
Oh, yeah?
I'm just a nobody.
Uh-huh.
I'm just a caster.
Just a caster.
Hashtag
just a caster.
Just a caster. But Shroud will escape with his life. But Ricky doing damage to 5 enemies.
What a god.
What a play. And that was on the back of no armor.
Yep. Well, that's
an uncharacteristic mistake from C9, but that was a beautiful flashbang from CLG, and Ricky to capitalize on it. Big plays.
And it really puts them in a good spot here now because 4 rifles, the UMP as well. Cloud9 have gotten together a shoddy buy. UMPs, Deagle, P250. It's not something you would be definitely wanting to roll out into this round with. That grenade's going to be good too. Does a bit of damage to Shroud.
Puts him down towards 51, and I think Shroud would be complaining.
Maybe.
I'm a little bit sore.
He's still alive. He'll be fine.
Yeah, he can still do damage. I mean,
Suck it up.
The amount of times that low HP clutches have occurred in this game, too many. Shroud looking to go aggressive with the Desert Eagle. As CLG just playing passive. They're playing back and wanting Cloud9 to push towards them, but Cloud9 just getting a little bit aggressive, but not too overly aggressive. They're just playing close angles with the pistols.
CLG not really even peeking into anything. They have got a little bit of a look into mid now. Kusta has crossed to the top mid. But apart from that, they haven't got much map control. So it must be, I guess, really just committing to this B site. I don't know, maybe they set up a few smokes and flashbangs and just bust their way out there. It's doable.
Very slow, though, and
that's
the
fine.
longer the time ticks away, though, it just makes me feel that Cloud9 can win this.
Yeah. Particularly now there's boost here from Automatic. You know, if they get down to a last-second plant, he's going to be able to shut that down very, very easily. So it's now or never, really, as far as I'm concerned for CLG. They need to make their way out. The Molotov's coming into Van. That's going to force Skadoodle out. No, it's not. It's still sitting there, and Ethan does get a kill, but Automatic, he's given away his position. He's actually got 2. And Cutler now getting a very, very low Shroud.
Well, it was a bit scary.
Finesse gets it, but yeah, it was close. Bomb's going down now, though, for CLG. That's safe. And Stewie, 1 versus 3.
Welcome to the clutch again, maybe? He has to pull out something pretty big.
Except he's in the market.
And he's going to back out in towards potentially jungle. No, he's going to go in towards window instead.
That's no fun. What's the
do you know why it was called jungle before? Actually, a bit of trivia.
Okay, go for it.
So, in 1.6, there was, you know, Ivy?
Yep.
Where we love calling Ivy in jungle. There was Ivy on the wall.
Right.
So that's why...
Why don't they call it Ivy then?
I don't know.
Okay.
We just call it jungle because...
Riddle me that one.
That is a good question. I don't know.
Why is it called mid?
Why do we call it vines and they call it Ivy?
No, we call it Ivy, don't we?
No, we call it vines.
Oh, I call it Ivy.
That Ivy is... it's because it's the, you know, out Ivy, through middle, through CD connector, like a speed demon.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so that was where everyone knows Ivy from. It's just like how everyone knows Australians Diggity, where we used to call it vines, I think, back in the Source days. But
Producer just asked me why is it called Diggity?
Diggity. I swear we've been over this story as Cloud9 will have a few pistols just in their hands. That is a long history story, actually. I'm not sure if I'm the adequate person to explain the history behind it.
I'm definitely not. But anyway, CLG for now have made their way out onto mid. Kusta's on the boxes. Hasn't spotted anything. It's another eco really here from Cloud9. Well, I suppose last one wasn't an eco, it was a buy, but this one is an eco. It's Stewie just with the UMP that he saved through. He's kind of like the shining hope, shining light of hope for Cloud9 right now. It's a good nade. Well, not really. It didn't do much.
Skadoodle does well to neutralize the effect as...
He's got his head armor on.
Oh, he's jumped down. He will be able to get the pick on towards Ricky as well. Finds the AK-47, but Kusta a little bit better. Automatic looking to try to chime in with the Desert Eagle. won't be able to, and it's all up to nothing if he can pull out something.
Can he pull out something? Surely not in this situation. There must be a trade coming out. And they spot him out, not even needing a trade. FNS cleaning that one up. So CLG put 13 on the board. It will be time for a buy, though, from Cloud9.
This is a scoreline we would expect if CLG took the pistol.
Yeah.
But for CLG to take the
Lose
eco,
the pistol and then win the, yeah. That's
eco
crazy.
with 4 P250s and a single flashbang against Cloud9.
Mate.
Big plays.
Got to make it happen. And CLG is making it happen, but they need
Dreams
to continue
alive.
that. They need to close this out, really. Like, they can't allow Cloud9 to come back into this after they've done all that hard work and really take this one potentially through to another overtime or even make it close. Because that's what happened on Cache and CLG. They had the chance to... Oh, I mean, at this point, they could have even 2-0'd it if they had have won Cache. But, yeah, just don't let Cloud9 have that sniff, I think, CLG, because it's giving them too much. You need to close this out because they need those points, really.
Cutler Ricky just making their way towards window, going to be boosting one up, and if... Oh my goodness, Shroud has not spotted this. If Ricky is able to make his way towards jungle, this could spell trouble for the CD defense. They do take down Cutler, but they don't know that Ricky is all the way in jungle. He will get the pick on towards Stewie, and automatic now under pressure. Does well to get one, tries to spray and transfer onto Kusta. Will be able to, but Ethan...
Oh, great shot from Shroud just to shut down Ethan, and he actually gets the other one onto Ricky. Boy, oh boy. I mean, it wasn't a great shot, but it just
still
nice.
A good flick.
It was a nice flick, yeah.
I've rated maybe a 7 out of Ethan. It was
7 out of Ethan, huh?
Where Ethan's flick on balcony,
yeah.
that was a pretty sick flick.
That was a sick flick.
7-13, that was a round that Cloud9 needed. And they receive just a little bit more of a blessing. They still have... Oh, it's not a good buy. Still 2 UMPs.
In saying that, though, if they lose this round, it's game over. Really. More or less.
Maybe.
Stop waving your hands around.
Maybe. Just maybe. That's all I'm saying. It's a game of...
I know, it could happen. Oh, Skadoodle spotted out Kusta.
Because if Skadoodle just gets to pick every single time, if they're able to hold on to their bomb sites, before you know it, Cloud9 could come back and Ricky jumps up. He's been spotted out by Skadoodle, but Skadoodle will back off. Takes a little bit of damage from the HE grenade, but that's okay. Cloud9 still have the player advantage, and they're still able to try to take the victory.
Slow going again from CLG. They do have a lot of control in mid, and I think they boosted another one. Yeah, up into window. It's Ricky again. Did a good job from that position last time. Nothing is watching the angle, but not dedicated to watching the angle. So if Ricky chooses the timing right here, he could just peek around that corner and nothing's going to be in trouble. Problem is for Ricky, though, he's on 45 HP and should be an easy kill.
I think Nothing knows that this is going to be a possibility. He will take down FNS quite easily, and Ethan coming across. Oh, big spray down coming in from Nothing. Eventually, Ricky does shut down the killing spree, but the damage has already been done, and Cutler, they know where Cutler is, and there is nothing he can do. Oh, he actually gets a headshot against automatic. I guess that's something, but Shroud says no with the Org once again. And Cloud9, round after round, slowly chipping their way back in.
Attack pause time. Who is it going to be? CLG? Yeah. Makes sense. They've got a lot of attack pauses up their sleeve here, so they may as well. All right, just you lose a couple of rounds in a row.
Just talk about issues.
Let's talk. They may be deciding whether or not they want to invest into this round. They have Cutler with 7.3k, Ethan 4.7, Ricky 4.4, and then FNS and Kusta are sitting about 2.8 each. So it's going to be... Someone's going to have a bit of a wiggle room here, but it's doable.
I reckon what you do, get FNS and Kusta to go full eco, drop them pistols, and then Cutler just have armor and maybe a couple of smoke and flashes and just try attacking the A site or B site. No point in fully investing in this round.
Right.
Don't stack your eggs in the low probability baskets. Put them in towards or invest them in high probability and then try to succeed on those baskets, which is your AWPs, your AKs, your diversity of utilities.
That doesn't seem to be the way that the meta is going at the moment, though.
No, and CLG don't do it anyway,
yeah.
so...
We almost always see a force. Like, when we can get a force, there's a force. And that's what Counter Logic Gaming have done here. It's not really a bad force, to be honest. Like, it's 4 AKs and a Tech 9, it's definitely workable.
It just feels like, to me, it'd be better if they invest low in pistols, make sure they can get the AWP in the hands of Kusta. Just try to use the Tech 9s just to suss out weaknesses in the Cloud9 lineup. We saw how much damage the pistols can do with the P250s. Well, Regardless, they will be forcing up with AKs as well as all head armor. Decent set of utility. They have 4 smoke grenades still to work with and 3 Molotovs, but just feels like may not have been the smartest decision. If it works out, sure. It's just probability-wise, I would have liked CLG going, all right, 4 AKs, and we're going to hit here.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll see how this one goes for CLG. It's definitely still around which they can win. They've won with less. That is for sure. Cloud9, it just feels as though they've started to get the ball rolling a little bit on the CT side. And so CLG, yeah, there we go. Like Shroud, he just gets 2, automatic getting 1. Might even get another here. Not quite, but it was close. It's almost a complete shutout, really, from C9.
Yeah, and it's just clean. They only lose a single gun on automatic. Stewie coming forward. Cutler trying to do as much damage as possible, but should be eventually killed by Skadoodle. No! Wow! Okay. This is suddenly opening up. I still don't think Cutler can win this. He's on 10 HP, but he's done significant damage.
And the bomb is miles away. He's going to have to rotate over to it. And that's going to take him another good 15 to even get into the B site.
Yeah, he's going to make a lot of noise as well, with nothing
with him. Yeah, there's 2 players there. Like, he can't win this round.
But if he finds the off timing, might be able to get the eliminations.
Yep.
He's coming across slowly but surely. If he checks towards the E-box area, might be able to find the pick, and no, decides not to. Not enough time. He doesn't want to risk the AK-47. It's a good save. And if Shroud actually goes for the wallbang, I'd like to see him go for the wallbang. Go for it. Go for it. No, he's not going to.
Oh, well. An AK through for CLG.
But still, same situation where they're starting to bleed rounds. The tactical pause didn't help out in that round.
Nope.
And CLG just had to invest in basic pistols. Cutler doesn't have any money as well from that loss. And even with 4 rounds, it just means that he won't have enough to purchase in the next round. So they might just have to force armor and tech 9s. No, Kuster and Ethan actually going... Kuster going full eco, so he wants the AWP for the next round.
Yeah, that's fine for CLG. I mean, Cutler can try an entry frag here with the AK, and he's done that, actually. Skadoodle goes down. If he does drop that AK, someone else can pick it up here for CLG. That's the beauty of having it on the T side. You just file in 1 by 1 and each have a go at the AK. Now an AWP in the hand of Kuster. Exactly. So it's starting to work here for CLG. It's obviously not anything locked in at this point, but that's how you start to win an eco round.
You get one pick.
You get the gun, get another pick, get the next gun, see what happens from there.
And they get 4 more picks after the first one.
Yeah, pretty much. Ethan, close angle. And there you go,
there
makes
we
it
have
work. So there's another gun. This is exactly the situation we talked about. And if Cloud9 lose another player without trading it out, it's probably going to be round over. This is the breaking point, really, for them.
Nothing. Shroud have to step up right now. Nothing will be able to get the first pick on towards FNS, but Shroud only able to go 1 for 1, and
there you go.
This may be it. This is just such a really poor drop from C9. They've been playing so well in the buy rounds, and arguably one of the easier rounds where there was minimal investment from CLG. CLG able to come forward and get the bomb down. Not over yet, though. Automatic still has a flash and HE to work with, and he spotted out 1 towards CT. Ethan decides, best not to challenge. They don't have any armor, and Kuster with AWP just locking down the Tetris line. No smoke as Kuster does miss the shot. Automatic just trapped between 2 mines. And if he stuck it, maybe actually been able to get the defuse.
That would have been interesting, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to win this round from here on out. Yeah, he's used up way too much time. I guess he's going to challenge the AWP on the way out. No.
Kuster wants no part. He wants to take the AWP successfully towards the next round, and CLG might as well just go on the full eco for the next round because they can't win the buys. They can win the forces, or just even the bare investment in pistols.
Yeah.
They can't take the buy round, so...
I don't know.
Well, Cloud9, they barely have any money in the bank. CLG were just able to do damage time and time again. And now, we're heading on to potentially near match point. CLG can't let this round drop.
No, absolutely not. Cloud9 as well, they can't afford really to let this one drop because their buy is going to be pretty bad in the next round as well if they do lose this one. And you could basically think if they lose this, it's going to be heading towards a 16-9. But that is going to be down to CLG in this round here. If they can make this one work with the full buy, they have to make it work. They can't allow Cloud9 to have so many chances.
Well, once again, Ethan playing even more further back. He was playing close before, playing safe, and now he's playing a mile away as Kuster just making sure land is clean. Automatic does not want to peek. I don't think he should peek as well. He does have presence with Shroud with him, so... But Stewie Stewie once again, the danger man. He's pushed A main. He's found out the information. He's also found the bomb. If he takes down FNS, this could be a big turnaround. He will take down FNS. Now charging across. Dinks out Kusta. Takes down Kusta as well. Automatic does spawn. Eventually Cutler shuts down the killing spree. But with that single play, Stewie, at the very least, equalizes the situation for Cloud9 and tries to give them some space to play with. Ethan though says, no, I'm not going to give you any space, and gets the headshot on towards another Cloud9 member.
Yeah, they really do need this round, CLG. They can't afford to let this slip. It's still clutchable for Cloud9 right now. Nothing. Maybe he can drop the bomb. If he can drop the bomb, or even Shroud can drop the bomb, well, it's going to have to be Shroud now, because nothing's on his own. Well, not on his own. He's in heaven with the rest of his teammates. Shroud's on his own.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of work to do. He's going to come across, takes down Cutler. Nice elimination coming out. And he's going to be chasing down Ethan, who's just hiding towards CT. That is sharp from Ethan. Definitely stepping it up towards the final rounds. And now CLG, match point, and Cloud9, barely anything to work with.
Yep.
Almost nothing. But
as we said, if they lost that round, it was looking like it could be 16-9 here. And that is definitely the direction that we might be headed in, because it's definitely difficult.
Well, it looks like our predictions for once are going to go accurately. We were
maybe
calling a 1-1 if CLG were playing well, and they're just one round away from taking it. Shroud's going to take early damage. Good stuff from CLG, just to apply some early pressure before backing off and just not trying to willy-nilly give some chances away towards Cloud9. The last thing they want to do is give Cloud9 a lifeline for them to grab onto it and take it away. And Shroud doing some damage on towards Ethan. Ethan now down to 16, but an HE grenade perfectly placed. Ricky will find one kill on towards nothing. And Automatic now trapped at Archers. Pressure from FNS, but Kusta with the AWP kill. This may be it for Cloud9, and Counterlogic Gaming racing their way potentially towards finally a map victory, but not if Stewie has anything to say.
Oh, it's tough for Stewie, though. With only a UMP, he'll jump out, takes down FNX, but Cutler is there for the trade. So 16-9 will be the result between CLG and Cloud9. Funny enough, Cloud9, 9. Anyway, CLG win the second map. C9 won the first one, but I think that was a very, very well-played series. Really enjoyed watching that one, and definitely going to be one that might be a good one to go have a look at back again on the VOD.
I reckon just Matchday number 18 overall, some great matches. Yeah. Just maybe not. The Misfits earlier, it was kind of like, Misfits kind of went missing, and we expect a lot more out of them. But OpTic definitely showing some dominating form coming on towards both of the maps eventually. And then, well, that Cage game will forever go down in, I guess, Pro League history in Australia. Just over here, I guess.
Maybe just between you and I, perhaps. But yeah, look, it feels like such a long time ago where we were talking about, obviously, OpTic and Misfits. That was the first match of today. And anyway, CLG Cloud9 really delivered. I think that, you know, we came into this one expecting a pretty decent matchup. We weren't sure how well CLG was going to actually be able to take it to Cloud9, but they've definitely answered that. They've definitely been able to pull it off. A fairly convincing result in the second map, and they almost had it on the first map. Like, we could have seen a 2-0 for CLG tonight.
Yeah, but it wasn't to be. Cloud9 did step up just at the right time, and as a result, they were able to take the double overtime victory on Cache. But on Mirage, it was really just a CLG show, just showing just composure. And that's really good to see coming out from CLG, where a lot of the time, a lot of people would say that CLG line up with potential. It's not realized. Now, it was just 2 maps. It could have been a really, really good day for them where all of them were playing well. They need to continue this form forward. And so far, just judging by their previous results, they are continuing this form.
All right, well, let's go ahead and have a look and see how everything went down today. Check out the mainstream as well. 16-3 and 16-11 in the favor of OpTic Gaming in our first matchup over against Misfits. And then Cloud9 and CLG splitting one apiece, what we've just seen. SK, well, we thought they were going to get a 2-0 over RNG, but it was a 1-1. And then NRG got the 2-0 over Luminosity. So some surprising results there, I suppose. I would have expected Renegades to have a difficult time against SK. And I thought Luminosity, maybe at least they would be able to challenge more than a 16-2. And even 16-10 is fairly comfortable for NRG. But
NRG probably brought their A game with Breezy and Peter. Must have gone huge. So that was... Because NRG, we saw them yesterday. They were looking a little bit cold. They did lose quite convincingly over towards Renegades, and I believe it was them against Renegades yesterday. But otherwise, NRG versus Luminosity, making it look too easy. 16-10, 16-2. So
yeah,
still just a lot of teams in the middle of the pack trying to contest their way forward towards the top 6.
Yeah, a lot of them. I mean, really, it's still obviously there's quite a few match days left here, but it's really got a lot of shaking up still to be done around that middle of the pack area. We're still expecting Cloud9. We're still expecting SK up towards the top, but anything from there, sort of 3 to even like 7 or 8, is something that can definitely change up heading into the finals. So
we saw today with CLG. With CLG lower down the leaderboard, still able to take a victory over Cloud9, one of the best teams in the NA division.
CLG was in 9th, actually, before that
Exactly.
one. So, I don't know, we'll have a look at the standings before we do go for a close, and we'll see where they've ended up here. But even down to 9th, like, there's a lot of wiggle room for a lot of these teams, and I'm really, undecided as to who I think is going to come out in the top.
A lot of storylines. I mean, I'm still convinced that pretty much, once again, first 2 positions solidified. It's going to be SK and Cloud9 in my mind, 100%.
Yep.
But for the rest of the teams, number 3 to number 6, there is going to be, I'd say, 2 map wins or 3 map wins between position number 3 and position number 6. That's how tight this season will be.
Yeah.
Just teams just trading 1-1 apiece where they'll just go blow to blow. And I think it's just partially down to consistency as well. Where CSGO, as a game, you can have a really good day, but sometimes you just have a cold day, and if the other team's playing really well, then you can drop maps. So we saw that probably on Train as well for Renegades, where they did take the victory against SK Gaming. I don't think you could say that Renegades would always be able to 14-1 SK Gaming on one half. It was obviously a very good performance, and then a little bit of a cold performance from SK Gaming.
All right, well, let's take a look at those standings and see where everyone has ended up after this week. SK still at the top, Cloud9 still at the top, and NRG getting themselves into 3rd. I thought they started off at 5th this week, maybe, but regardless, they've gotten themselves up a little bit higher there as well. OpTic still looking okay. CLG with still work to do. Luminosity with work to do. I mean, I think even from Misfits to Liquid, or Misfits to OpTic, let's say, any of that can change right now.
Anything between pretty much the 9-win block towards the 10-win block is
I don't see
pretty
Complexity, Rush, Winterfox, or Selfless really challenging here.
No, unfortunately. Really, it's up to, I guess, Rush, Winterfox, and Selfless to avoid relegation. That's probably their ultimate goal, and just to try to gain some more experience and for next season to rebuild their campaign forward.
Yeah.
But otherwise, for the other teams, for all the ones in the middle, is that they're going to have to try and push themselves hard in the last half of the Pro League.
Yeah, well, speaking of the last half of the Pro League, we do have quite a few more match days coming up, and the next match day just going to be a mainstream one. Cloud9 and Selfless going up there against each other, and then OpTic and Luminosity, so one should expect that's some pretty free points really for Cloud9 in that matchup. And OpTic, I mean, they could get challenged by Luminosity, but I'm still backing them in that one as well.
They should. I mean, their form today was good against Misfits, and if Luminosity... The good thing about Luminosity is kind of... They're not as cold. I mean, sure, the 16-2 result, I would say that's NRG playing a lot better than Luminosity playing poorly. Luminosity generally as a lineup, they perform solidly.
Yep.
You don't expect huge performances, but you don't normally expect very cold performances. They're very... I guess just consistent, which is good.
We need to see a little bit more consistency perhaps from a lot of the teams, but that's going to be it from us tonight. We have had a very, very long day of the Pro League here, but it's been a fantastic one. Definitely go have a look at that first map between C9 and CLG. We are going to go away and say goodnight, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one.
Bye.